Hello?
I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy.
Weird. Before you proceed, I do need to let you know that on November 21st, I will be performing in Boston with Just a Girl Productions. It will be another Power Pop Girl show. So that is a night of Sabrina Carpenter, Chappell Roan, and Charlie XCX music. It is going to be a lot of fun. I love performing with them. I love traveling with them. You can find a link to tickets in the description of this video. Or if you want kind of like up-to-date things as they get announced, letting you know if I'm performing anywhere else, what else I'm doing, you can follow me and Just a Girl Productions on Instagram, and I will put those links in the description as well. Thank you so much. Enjoy this video. Love ya. Finish the heart, because I have a mic in my hand, so I can't do the full thing. You finish it. Look, we're friends. Well, hey, a very happy Halloween to you and yours, and thank you so much for stopping by. If it's not obvious what we're about to do tonight, it's every Nightmare on Elm Street movie. All of them. Even the remake. It's not on the board because it's not really a part of the same situation, but we're going to talk about it at the end. If this is your first time here, I would just like to say hello and welcome. I hope that you will consider liking this video if you like it and subscribing to this channel if you would maybe want to hear more from me. If you just found me from my Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes video, I just want to say thank you so much. I did not really expect that video to do as well as it did. I'm very glad that it did, but I was not of high hopes that it would. If you're coming back, I would just like to say that I can see the stats on that video and 92% of the people that watched it are not subscribed. I beg of you. Fix that shit. What we're going to do here tonight is go through every single Nightmare on Elm Street movie that has been released, starting with the original in 1984 and going all the way to Freddy vs. Jason, which was released in, I think, 2007. Speaking of me thinking I have a date correct, what you're going to see when I'm sitting right here like this as the Nancy Thompson is the plot of the movies. And then before and after every one of these, you're going to see me at a later date talking about some facts and figures and everything that went into the making of the movie. And I'm doing that purely as an artistic choice and because I think it would be a fun new format, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I needed to buy myself a little more time to do research on the facts and figures and figure out my analysis of these movies. I am watching 9 movies, writing a script, recording this, and editing this in only 2 weeks. This is going to be very long. I'm not going to say how many hours this time because I said 2 last time and that was laughable. So the fun thing is that I am getting to go method with this because I am not going to get a lot of sleep, but I think I'll survive. No one's going to kill me in my dreams. So you and I are going to have a very innocuous and innocent sleepover. To be clear, I'm not going to jump scare you at all during this video. I do also want to say, though, that's only because I don't have the means or anyone to come do it. If I did, I probably would do it in a heartbeat. But you probably noticed from the title that this is going to be a gore-free version of this, which basically means I'm not going to really be showing you any pictures or images that are super bloody. I tried to find the least threatening picture of this man that I could to put in the center of the board, but because I cannot show you things, the issue is that there are some very iconic kills in this franchise, and because of that, I am going to be drawing them for you. Probably not every single one, but I know of at least 2 in the first movie at the very least that I want to make sure you have a visual for. And the good news is that I am a great artist, so these will be fantastic. That is not true. The reason I have labeled this gore-free and I'm making that a main part of my concept is not because I have a distaste for Al Gore. I think he's probably a fine person. It's because I know that that is a very big barrier for entry for horror movies for a lot of people. And I think that a lot of horror movies, especially 80s and 90s horror movies, are cinema classics that everyone should get to experience in some way, shape, or form. And they're such a part of pop culture, especially this motherfucker. So if you have an aversion to blood and guts and weird stuff like centipedes coming out of people's mouths and you don't want to look at that, totally get it. Here's an alternative for you. I hope that you'll stick around and hear about this, and then when someone brings up Freddy Krueger, now you'll know what the hell they're talking about. This board may look a little more sparse than my previous boards have been, but there is a reason for that. As kills accumulate, I'm going to be adding the picture to this board. That way you will have a visual representation of just how many people Freddy Krueger has murdered throughout the course of this franchise, and that will not even include the children that were murdered before he died. Spoiler, I guess, this has been out since 1984, and even the remake was 2010, so I really need you to get with the program. Speaking of the remake, I think that I really should just give a little personal anecdote before we begin. I used to be afraid of Freddy Krueger more than anything else in the world. There is a small grocery store chain in the South called Ingles Markets, and they used to have a little DVD store in the front where you could rent DVDs like a Blockbuster, but it was in an Ingles grocery store. I don't really know, but it was fun and it existed. I read probably a 4 to 5 sentence synopsis of the A Nightmare Before Elm Street remake from 2010, and I was so afraid to sleep for multiple days. I did not watch this movie for years and years and years after that happened. But I love Scream. I have always loved Scream. I am a Scream girl first and foremost. Most of the comments on my last video where I said that something behind me was going to be the video were guessing that it was Scream, which makes sense because it's also the biggest poster on that wall. I love Scream. It's my favorite, but Scream is a Wes Craven movie. And this is a Wes Craven, well, the first one is a Wes Craven movie, and the 7th one is a Wes Craven movie. The other ones are very noticeably not Wes Craven movies. They were his characters, but he sold the rights off, and I think he regrets that a little bit, because if you hear him and Robert Shea go back and forth about this franchise, you would think they were two girls who dated the same guy in high school. Holy shit, it's kind of crazy. Anyway, I do want to make a Scream video. The reason that I am doing this now and Scream at a later date is because Scream is still an active franchise. The new one's going to come out in, I think, February. This is, as far as I know, nothing is happening with it. Now, because I've said this, the day I put this out, they're going to announce some Dream Warriors reboot or something, which I wouldn't complain about, but would make me look wrong. But as of recording this, there's nothing going on. And even if there was something going on, Robert Englund has said multiple times he will not play Freddy Krueger again. So nothing from this situation is going to be affected by anything else that were to come after this. So, without further ado, let's just jump right into it. And let's get started with A Nightmare on Elm Street. Hello, it's me from the future. You might notice that me from the future is missing about half the hair off her head. Once you go back and see the old hair again, you're gonna be like, holy shit, half of the hair on her head was dead. It had been like that since I got my next one on, then I got it removed, and it's just been growing dead on the end, and I went to get my hair cut, and I said, just cut off all of the bad, and I thought it might end up being a little bit longer. I would like for it to be a little bit longer, but I like it a lot more now than I did a week ago. I was in crash out territory a week ago. Anyway, not important. Did get a new ring light, though. You are not at the point in the video where that has happened yet, but you'll see it was super fun. I love that it happened. As you heard me with long hair say, I am here to give you some facts, figures, and information about the behind the scenes of these movies to kind of give you a more cohesive picture as to what was going on as we watch these have a very downward trajectory as time goes on. What made that happen? Well, a lot of things, and I'm here to tell you about them. But first and foremost, let's just get started. Let me tell you a little bit of background about everything that happened before A Nightmare on Elm Street was made. In 1967, a man named Robert Shea, who was then 27 years old, decided that he wanted to leave his career as a lawyer to fulfill his dream of owning a film production company. Now, at first, this company leaned more heavily into film distribution, so they were doing things like foreign films and cult classics to college campuses. But he always wanted to do production. So, in the 1980s, they dipped their toes into that side of the pool with a John Waters movie, which was, moderately successful. It worked, but it definitely didn't give them notoriety or make them financially viable. Luckily for the company, a former English professor turned film director had a fresh new concept brewing in his brain, formed from his own psyche and articles he had seen written in the paper. When Wes Craven was a child, he caught a man looking into his window. He was terrified, stepped away, waited some time, went back to look, and the man was still there, staring even harder, just thrilled by the concept of scaring a small child. Many years later, Craven would go on to read articles in the LA Times about Hmong refugees that had immigrated to the US, had terrible nightmares, been afraid to fall asleep, and then eventually, when they did fall asleep, ended up dying. One of these young men had been stashing sleeping pills his father had given him and haphazardly shoved a Mr. Coffee machine in his closet, all to do anything to not fall asleep. This, plus the name of a childhood bully of Wes Craven's, led him to his newest idea. A man named Freddy Krueger, who is capable of entering your dreams and killing you there. Craven pitched this film to multiple studios once he finished the script with no luck. At one point, Disney was in talks to produce it, but they wanted a bunch of changes to be made to suit their obviously much younger audience, and Craven did not want to do that, so the project went nowhere. But of every production company in Hollywood, it seemed that Robert Shaye and New Line Cinema were the only ones who saw the potential in Wes Craven's script. New Line was broke. Wes Craven was broke. Some may say this sounds like a recipe for disaster, but they were able to work through their incredibly rocky production schedule with a shoestring budget of $1 million and end up having one of the biggest indie openings of all time, making $57 million worldwide. This gave them tons of earnings, instant success, and Hollywood's newest, biggest, and baddest horror villain. It is absolutely no wonder that to this day, New Line Cinema is still known as the house that Freddy built. Of course, for Freddy to get that house built, he would need some actual real-life arms and legs to complete the job. So, after an extensive auditioning process, the role ultimately went to a man who would be probably considered unknown by today's standard, named Robert Englund, even though he still had some success in a miniseries called V. Englund was actually chosen relatively late into the casting process because there was something really unique and difficult about finding Freddy. Wes Craven wanted to do something different with this villain. Up until this point in time, most villains in horror movies were just like stuntmen in masks, lumbering about, killing people. Craven wanted him to be a character. Now, everything that the stuntmen were doing in the past was no doubt impressive, but for this movie, it needed to be someone who could absolutely relish in engaging in psychological warfare and being truly evil. Robert Englund was a classically trained actor who was able to delve that deeply into the role. I love watching pretty much any interview that Robert Englund does for this character because he talks about it so deeply and he gets all the nuances that go around with playing someone like this. And you should go find some and watch them too, and you get bonus points if you find one of the ones where he's fully in the makeup but talking in his regular voice and speaking so eloquently about like character motivation. It's honestly it's a very fun juxtaposition. I enjoy seeing it a lot. I also want to take, before we get started, just a quick second to talk about the casting for Nancy. I'm not going to do this for every single character, but these two are the ones that keep recurring throughout the series, and I think they're the most important, so I want to take just a second to talk about those. The role of Nancy ultimately went to a young 19-year-old named Heather Langenkamp. When they were searching for Nancy, the goal was to find a real, true girl next door that didn't look like she had any Hollywood in her, and Craven was able to find that in Heather Langenkamp. This was a much more painless process than the search for Freddy Krueger, but there still were a good bit of bigger names that we now know that were up for this role at the same time as Langenkamp. On a personal note, something that has always really resonated with me about both A Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream is actually accredited to Wes Craven's daughter. So she made a comment to him early in his career about how every time there was a woman on screen, why did she always have to fall down? Why couldn't she fight back? And that very much shaped the way that Wes Craven wrote or directed his final girls. They always were a little bit more feisty than the average before then, and they were always fighting back and never falling down. I think honestly a lot of the way that this movie goes can be attributed to the fact that Wes Craven had daughters. One of the things that always sticks out to me about both this movie, the Scream movies, and some of the other things that he's created before this that I've watched is that there never seems to be any gratuitous nudity, which at the time was a very big staple of the horror genre. Someone was always like naked or pantsless or topless for no reason, just for like the thrill of it. And you never really saw that in his movies. Not to say that you never saw any body parts, but it never seemed like it was just there to be there. Unfortunately, Wes Craven sold the rights for these characters to New Line, so anything that was made after this first movie, he was not directly a part of. And so that will not necessarily hold true. But the fact that he does it whenever he is directly involved is a very big deal to me personally. Anyway, that's kind of everything I wanted you to know that occurred before the first Nightmare on Elm Street came out. And now I'd like to tell you about it. Released on November 9th, 1984, this is the story of A Nightmare on Elm Street. We open on a hand. It turns out Freddy Krueger is the best blacksmith you know because we are watching him build the glove. This is a very old plastic one from at least the year 1997, maybe before that. It was my father's before I was born. Well, we are, but we aren't, because it turns out we're actually in this girl named Tina's dreams. Get used to that. There's going to be a lot of times where shit's happening and you're going to be like, what? And it's just not real. So that's going to happen about 50,000 more times before we're done with this. And even then, there are exceptions to that rule. I'm looking at you, Freddy's Revenge. What the fuck? I would say that Tina is, at the beginning of this movie, being subtly hunted by Freddy Krueger. She finds herself down in a dingy boiler room. He gets close to her and slashes at her with his freaky glove, but it doesn't do any real damage. However, when she wakes up, there are 4 slashes through her nightgown. This instantly lets us know what the main principles of this movie, 90% of the time, is. If it happens in a dream, it happens in real life. Also, her mother has this wonderful advice of either cut your fingernails or stop that kind of dreaming. I need to ask my parents if that's typical 80s parenting, because that's just like, thanks. Yes. Thank you so much. Helpful. The next day, Tina, her friend Nancy, and Nancy's boyfriend Glenn are all on their way to school when they pass these little children in all white singing the iconic song that will come up over and over again. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you. 3, 4, better lock the door. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, gonna stay up late. 9, 10, never sleep again. And that's bars. And I've always said that. I love the way that Wes Craven writes teen banter. And on the way to school, Tina is describing her dream. And it turns out that Nancy had a dream about the same guy. He has finger knives and he wears an ugly, tattered red and green sweater. Nancy and Glenn spend the night at Tina's house that night so that she doesn't have to be there by herself. And while they're there, Glenn kind of alludes a little bit to the fact that he might have also had a dream about the same guy that night. They hear this metallic scraping sound outside that is eerily similar to the sound they would hear in their dreams when that guy would drag his fingers down anything metal. They decide that they're going to go outside to investigate. This is not a video about horror movie logic, so don't start with me. But it's actually just Tina's, I guess, like situationship rod, even though this movie exists before the time that we were cursed with the phrase situationship. Back then, I guess it was just called guy who doesn't like you that much. So Tina and Rod disappear upstairs to fulfill their situationship duties, and that leaves Nancy and Glenn there by themselves downstairs. Rod lets slip while they're up there that he also had a dream last night. So all 4 of them have speculatively dreamed about this same weird-ass guy. Now, if you'll recall, I did just say that they fulfilled their situationship duties, so you know the rules. Somebody's got to die. Tina is the one who starts the dreaming, but even then, she's really not the only one affected. Over the bed that Nancy is sleeping in, this guy, like, comes in and leans down over it and, like, pierces through the wall and then just raises back up. And then also the crucifix falls off the wall. 5, 6, you know? She ends up waking up though, so it retreats off of her. And then back in the dream with Tina, we get kind of our first face-to-face interaction with Freddy Krueger. That ugly man right there. When I say first face-to-face interaction, I mean, I feel like this is the first time he's like fully lit and just like doing all of his random little antics to mess with her. I think that's one of his favorite pastimes, is just like fucking with people. Because he's terrible. All of this is taking place in the neighborhood that's like right outside her house, and it's pretty disjointed, as most dreams are, and we don't really have a very concrete sense of what's going on. But what we do know is that the first kill of the franchise belongs to Tina. Ooh, go Tina, go Tina, go Tina. She's dead. I don't know why I'm cheering. I'm cheering for her because she does get one of the most iconic deaths in the entire franchise. There's even like an homage paid to it in one of the later sequels. So, essentially, what happens is, I'm glad I'm going to draw this upside down and holding a mic the whole time. Great. She's kind of laying in bed, right? She's right here. Fucking Rod's right here. She's in a nightgown. Okay, so she starts to like levitate above the bed and like go around in a bunch of circles, right? Okay, so this is like her. And then all of a sudden she gets like flung into the wall. And then there's blood starting to happen. And then she's like getting drugged up the wall. And then like over across the top of it. And she's like screaming and like blood's getting everywhere. And she's just like being dragged all the way around. And then all of a sudden she just like falls right back down onto the bed. And then these 4 huge slashes pop up right in the middle of her chest, and then this blood is like everywhere. It basically like explodes. She's got a bunch of blood on her. She like falls back down on the bed so hard that blood smacks up onto Rod. It's crazy and it's gory, and that's why we're doing this way, so you don't have to see it. Now, the thing that Rod decides to do after this has occurred is flee. Just go out the window, leave the house, not tell anyone anything that has happened. Glenn has to break the door to the bedroom down for the two of them to get in and see what has happened to Tina. So, naturally, Rod is the main suspect for this murder, as he has disappeared and has gone AWOL. I understand running. I think that makes a lot of sense, considering that, yeah, they're going to think you did it, but like, I think that you're not helping your case. But he also would have gone to jail either way, because what is he going to say that anyone's going to believe? So Nancy's father, Nancy is our main character, you have probably assumed at this point, because I'm dressed like her, and the other girl is dead, and it's always a final girl. Nancy's dad is the police lieutenant for the town of Springwood in Ohio. He meets her and her mom down at the police station. I would say that Nancy's mom is like Katniss's mother's level of like detached and unaffected. It's just like so that's kind of how she is. Not negative about the actress at all. She did wonderfully, but that's just like who the character has to be. And illustrating that, the next morning, Nancy is going to leave for school and her mom is already like hitting the bottle. So, obviously, something has happened. Something big has occurred that this lady is not dealing with in a good and healthy way. Her mom is very adamant that she should not be going to school that day. Nancy is like, I'm going to go to school. So she goes. On her way there, while she's walking, Rod pulls her into the bushes, which is not the least guilty looking thing that he could be doing, but I digress. And they're having a conversation. He's trying to explain to Nancy that he didn't do it. Something else did it in the room with them. It sounds crazy. It is crazy, except it's not in this case, but most of the time it would be. But it turns out that Nancy's dad kind of set a trap and knew that this would happen, because he walks up behind the both of them with his gun drawn. Rod tries to run, doesn't work, so he is arrested. Nancy is very upset with her dad because he used her as a pawn. Nancy did not sleep at all the night before, so while she is in class, she inevitably dozes off a little bit. When that happens, she is greeted with the image of Tina in a clear body bag filled with blood, standing out in the hallway, whispering like, Nancy, over and over again. It's incredibly creepy and very well done. Nancy gets up out of her desk and follows the bag out into the hallway, and it's being like drugged down it, and there's like blood trailing all the way behind it. I'm not going to show you the gore. I'm going to have to describe the blood is happening, but I hope that just like the word blood doesn't make you go crazy. I hope that you're fine with hearing the word blood. Nancy is like running down the hall. She turns the corner and she runs into the hall monitor, who's like, "Where's your pass?" And then Nancy says a very iconic line that is quoted constantly. "Screw your pass." That's what she says. And she means it. But the thing about this hall monitor is that she is wearing a red and green striped sweater, and Nancy turns back around, and the hall monitor is wearing the glove, and a man's voice is coming out of her mouth. It's like, "No running in the hallway," and it's very creepy. Nancy is obviously taken aback by this, but she moves on. She's still following the trail of blood, trying to figure out where the hell body bag Tina's going. She's being led farther and farther down into like the depths of the school, and she inevitably finds herself in the same boiler room that Tina was seeing in her dreams. Obviously, Freddy has lured her there, and he's taking his time toying with her, as he often does. He's getting closer and closer. He starts like flicking his tongue at her suggestively, which is gross because she's 16, but like that's fully purposeful. We'll get into it. She yells, "It's only a dream," because that's what her useless boyfriend Glenn told her to do. Obviously, nothing happened, so she ends up having to purposely burn herself on a pipe that's right beside her to force herself to wake up. And then she's in class and she's freaking the hell out so much. And then she is sent home for the day. When she walks outside, she looks down, and that burn that she gave herself is actually there on her arm. So it's giving a lot more credence to what Rod was saying to her about something being in the bedroom with them. So she decides that she should go visit him in the jail to get kind of a breakdown of piece by piece what he saw happen to Tina. So Rod explains that he saw Tina get murdered. It was almost like it was an invisible force that was yanking her around the room, and then all of a sudden these 4 cuts just appeared on her and she was dead. He says that he wishes he had reacted quicker, but he didn't because he thought he was just dreaming, because the night before he had seen a guy with 4 knives on his fingers, so he thought that that was just happening again, and he didn't react quick enough. When Nancy hears this last part, she is now convinced that something out of the ordinary is going on, because why are they all dreaming about this guy? She leaves the police station. She is feeling a little dazed. I'm about to abandon this bandage. It is going down my arm so bad. All right, it was there for the intro. It looked cool. It's gone. She decides to take a bath when she gets home, and she inevitably falls asleep because she is very sleep deprived. This is another very iconic shot from the movie. So from like between her legs, it's like not in that way. Like it's not necessarily shot in a way that's suggestive to the actress or the filmmakers, but like it is that way to Freddy, if you know what I mean. That's why it's like it's difficult, because I feel like there's like a lot of exploitation in horror movies that I'm trying to explain, like this happens, but there's a reason. It's purposeful. It's not just like doing it to do it. This is different. That's why it was kind of revolutionary when it came out. But basically what I'm saying is we're not supposed to take it that way, but Freddy Krueger's nasty. So he definitely is getting some sick joy out of the fact that it's between her legs in a bathtub. But her mom knocks on the bathroom door at this exact moment, inadvertently saving her life without her knowing it. And she tells her, "Don't fall asleep in there. You could drown." Which is probably the least of her worries. But, you know, she's had a stressful time. She's trying to relax. And I really appreciate that. I really do. I love that for her. The issue is that when you relax, you fall asleep, which she does do on accident again. And when she does that, this time she gets pulled completely under the water, and she's fighting and forcing her way up, and she finally is able to. She looks in the medicine cabinet and sees that they have these stay awake drugs in there, and she starts popping those shit like they're candy. When she's back in her room, she looks outside and she sees that her boyfriend Glenn is waiting for her out on the trellis, so she lets him in. And she asked him if he had any bad dreams that night. He says no. I'm a little doubtful. And then she starts asking him questions like, do you think dreams can predict the future? Do you believe in the boogeyman? Kind of the beginning of a very long spiral, except I think you can't really call it a spiral when it's really happening. Glenn is not hearing any of this, and he firmly believes that Rod is the one that killed Tina. Nancy has begun to hatch a plan, though. She has decided that she is going to lay down and go to sleep and purposefully go out and look for this guy and get some information on what's going on. She asked Glenn to sit there in that chair beside her bed and wake her up if she starts freaking out in her sleep. There's a pretty hard cut to Nancy just being inside the dream, but she's kind of just walking around outside at this point. It starts to get really disjointed, though, so you can tell it's working. At one point, she goes down an alley, and then she opens a door, and she's like in front of the police precinct. So it's like, okay, we are cooking with gas. She walks up to the window that looks down into the holding cell, and Rod is asleep in there. The door opens, and it's Freddy, and he's making his way into Rod's cell. Freddy is aware that Nancy is watching, though. He is enjoying this, and he is like standing over Rod. He is standing over Rod, and Nancy starts yelling to Glenn to wake her up. No response. And then it seems like maybe Rod wakes up or something, because when she turns back, Freddy is no longer with him. But then she starts to hear her name being whispered again, all creepily, and she turns around, and it's body bag Tina. She's back again, and there's these like snake eel situations on her, and there's like a centipede coming out of her mouth. It's quite gross. So this is freaky to Nancy. She's still calling for Glenn. He's still not answering. He has fallen asleep, completely neglecting his duties. The one single thing he was not supposed to do, he has done almost instantly. So she starts screaming out, like, are you there? And then Freddy says, I am. So that's a relief. That's good. Woo, thank God. That's what we wanted to happen. Yeah. Problem solved. She is getting chased to a very slay 80s soundtrack that I love, and she makes her way back into her house, but this is the dream. So that's not really safety. She's trying to make her way upstairs, and that's when we encounter what I like to call goopy stairs. This is a practical effect that was used where it's like Bisquick mix in a hole that she steps in. It's supposed to simulate that, simulate, not assimilate, lol. Simulate that feeling of like when you're stuck walking in slow motion in a dream. I think it's very effective. Apparently there was a fight over whether or not this was going to be in there, and Robert Shea wanted it in there, and Wes Craven did not want it in there, and then it ended up in there, and unfortunately for Wes Craven, everyone does really love that part. But I will agree with Wes Craven on anything else that he says, and I will take his side in most situations, but I will not in this one. Freddy straight up just like punches a hole through the window in the door. She finally gets free, and she runs up the stairs. Of course, good for nothing Glenn is sitting there asleep in the chair. So she's looking in her mirror. She's saying, this is a dream. It isn't real. This is a dream. It isn't real, which would be very like slay and positive thinking of her if in that exact moment, Freddy did not bust through the mirror and tackle her to her bed. He is fully on her, knife hand, like above head, ready to strike. And then Glenn doesn't do anything to save her. Her alarm clock goes off, and she wakes up. So thank you, technology, and fuck you, Glenn. The first thing she does is call Glenn a bastard, which I fully support 100%. He deserves that so much in that moment. Her mom wakes up from all the screaming, so Glenn has to hurry outside for a minute. And then once she's looking out the window and she's alone for a few seconds to gather her thoughts, she realizes that the last thing she saw in her dream before Freddy was with her was him standing over Rod's bed. Ugh! So they are both running down to the police precinct, and they're like, we need to see Rod right now, immediately, right now, immediately. The night shift cop is, say it with me, useless. Complaining that they're there. I took this shift so I wouldn't have to do anything. Well, sorry, it's time to do something. These two things are kind of intercut simultaneously back and forth. It really raises the tension in a really nice way. So Rod fast asleep in his bed. Upstairs, Nancy arguing with this night cop about letting her downstairs. Back to Rod. We start to see that his sheet is slowly inching its way up his body towards his head. I'm not drawing this one because that would be very rude of me to do. It almost has like a slithering snake quality to it. It's very eerie. We can't see Freddy at all while this is happening. I think that's honestly pretty standard in the first movie. You don't really ever see Freddy do the killing. That's interesting. I kind of like that. Maybe it should have stayed that way. It's fine. So we can't see him, but we do hear him laughing. Creepy. While this is all starting to slowly happen, Nancy is upstairs still arguing with this stupid cop, and it turns out that her dad is also still at the precinct, so now she has two adult men being needlessly snarky with her for no reason, and at the same time, downstairs, the sheet is starting to wrap itself around Rod's neck. She's begging her dad to please just go down there and check on Rod, and he finally relents, but then Bozo bumbling night cop cannot find the keys, so he's like rummaging around for those for a little bit. At this point, now, this is going to be a little probably, I guess, it's like not actually this, but it looks like this, so I guess a little bit triggering. The sheet has fully made a noose-like structure around Rod's neck. A noose-like structure. It's a fucking noose. Around Rod's neck. And he is being dragged out of bed. And then essentially, Freddy is able to make it look like Rod killed himself. That way it doesn't draw suspicion to, well, how did this man locked up in this cell all by himself die? This is the first time this will happen in this series of movies, but it is certainly not the last. The plot of one of them is very heavily tied to this, so talking about it is going to be a little difficult, but we're going to make it work. So they attend Rod's funeral, and while they're there, Nancy decides to try to be upfront with her dad and tell him what she's been seeing. Just be completely honest. In all of their dreams, they're seeing this guy. Weird hat, burned face, ugly ass sweater. They don't really react. Their faces are almost unreadable, but not quite enough. There's this muted shock that both her mother and her father have at hearing the description of this man that is definitely suspicious. Something has happened. Her dad is like, keep her at home. Her mom says, I'm gonna go get her some help, and takes her to a sleep institute so that a study can be ran on her. AKA, she's gonna sleep and they're gonna put some wires on her and see what happens. And this could be good. There are plenty of witnesses, so if something happens, she can be like, well, did you see me freak out over nothing? Obviously, something has occurred. At the very beginning, when she is like lightly laying in there, everything is looking normal. So she's falling into a deep sleep, and then she's in REM sleep, and then the dream begins. We're on the outside looking in, so we cannot see what's happening in her dream, but we do hear that metal scraping sound, and her readings on her charts start going absolutely crazy insane. The highest readings this guy's ever seen. He is absolutely shocked by what he's seeing. He says it should be impossible. Nancy is at a point where she is fully thrashing and screaming around, so they go in there and wake her up. She now has a streak of white in her hair. I did mine in dry shampoo, so I'm pretty sure it's already gone. But, premature gray aside, she also has something in her hand. From under the covers, she pulls out Freddy's hat. She has managed to bring this hat out of the dream and into reality. This is obviously a very important revelation as far as what Nancy can do to affect this man's scheming. But the other interesting thing about this is that her mom sees this and has an instant look of recognition, and it's like she's seen a ghost. The next day, Nancy catches her mom in the kitchen on the landline, and she sounds mildly panicked on the phone, and she's talking about how she has no idea where Nancy could have possibly actually found that hat. So Nancy decides it's time to confront this lady, because what the hell is going on? Why are you being so shady? So she's like, hey, Mom, you ever heard of a guy named Fred Krueger? His name is literally written on the inside of this hat. which is a very 80s thing to do. Her mom is like pleading with her to trust her, and Nancy kind of pops off and she's like, oh, maybe I should just get drunk and forget all my problems like you do. And then her mom slaps her across the face, which is a very 80s thing to do. But her mom says it is absolutely impossible for Fred Krueger to be coming after Nancy, and she knows it. Nancy is flabbergasted by this. What do you mean you know? What information do you have? Like, you've known about this guy all along. I'm not fucking crazy. She takes her bottle, smashes it on the ground, and then goes to meet Glenn. This scene it's a bit filler. I think it's supposed to go to the total ethos of the movie. It's really just them having a conversation about different cultures and what they do when they have nightmares or see the boogeyman in their dreams. So I think it's Balinese culture, I think is the one that it is. And they were talking about how what you do is turn your back on them and that takes away their power. And then also Nancy is showing him her little book that she has of all of the home booby trap devices. When Nancy returns back home, she realizes that somehow in that short amount of time that she has been gone, her mother has managed to put metal cast iron bars on every single window of the house. Nancy is pissed. Her mom is drunk, which is annoying, but is also good because she's about to start spilling some secrets. Her mom is like, follow me down into the cellar. And she does. And here is what we learn while Nancy is down there. Please excuse me while I look at my laptop a little bit closer because there's a lot of information. So Fred Krueger was in fact a real person, which I'm sure at this point we already all assumed. He was a child murderer. Read PDF file. Like it was the 80s, and I think there was some big case in the news where that was happening that came out around the same time, so that's not explicitly said, but that just know that that's what's really happening. He killed at least 20 children in their town from their specific neighborhood. When he was caught, he was put on trial, but someone forgot to sign a search warrant somewhere, so he was let off on a technicality. He was completely free. So after that, all of the parents in town decided that they could not stand for that, and they all hunted him down and burned him alive in the boiler room that he lived in and would take children to when he murdered them. So Nancy's mom is very reassuring to her in this moment that he's dead and there's no way he can hurt her. And she even shows her that in their furnace downstairs in the basement, she has his finger knife glove. In there. It's the exact glove he's been wearing in every single dream. So later that night, Nancy calls Glenn while he's wearing his slutty little crop top and tells him that she has a plan of a way that she is going to go and get this guy and that he needs to be at her house at midnight. She has not slept in 7 days at this point. Her plan is solid though. Since she was able to get Freddy's hat out of the dream, she assumes that if she were to be in a dream, grab Freddy, and then wake up while she's holding on to him, he should also be able to come out of the dream and be in the real world where he is susceptible to real world rules and could be killed. She is enlisting Glenn's help. I am viewing that as a mistake, considering the last time she did that, he fell the fuck asleep and was completely useless. I will not confirm or deny if he is going to do that again or not. His job is supposed to be that when she grabs him and pulls him out, he should be there to knock him out with a baseball bat or something. That way she's not having to do it all by herself, because that's a lot more dangerous. So she tells him that he needs to be at the house at midnight, and she says explicitly again, do not fall asleep. Nancy is popping more stay awake pills. Glenn's mom is going into his room and waking him up because he has already fallen asleep. Nancy is hiding a whole ass coffee maker in her room, which I just find very funny. It's not important. Nancy calls Glenn. I really don't know what occurred. All I know is that I heard like 4 popping sounds and then I didn't have a light. And then I touched the block that the light was plugged into and it burned me. And then I touched the adapter that's actually part of the ring light and it also burned me. Not like actually. Is Freddy Krueger real? Is he mad that I'm talking about him? Were my fears well founded? If y'all see that glove move, you need to tell me fucking immediately. Holy shit. It's fine. So now the lighting is gonna be a little bit ass for the rest of this, and that's fine. Nothing is shadowed and it's still legible, so that's what matters. The board, at least. I feel like I look probably a little bit more like the Crypt Keeper. But it's Halloween. Ooh, spooky. Nancy calls Glenn on the phone, but he does not answer because he is asleep again. Instead, his mom picks up, but then his dad takes over and is like, he's asleep. Bye. Takes the phone off the hook because he doesn't want Nancy to be hanging out with Glenn anymore because he thinks Nancy is crazy, which I do a little bit understand why that outside perception would exist. Now, for anyone who is like young Gen Z into Gen Alpha or someone who is just like unaware of anything that has ever come before them, change that first of all. But second of all, when you take a phone off the hook, like an old landline, like one of these bad boys, what happens is it makes it where it's basically reading as busy. So no one can call in. You can't call out. Anyone who does call is going to get a busy tone. It's impossible to communicate. So basically, this means that Nancy is completely on her own. But that also means that Glenn is completely on his own. And he is asleep. And he is about to start dreaming. Nancy might not be able to talk to Glenn, but she is still getting phone calls. They are very fun. The first one is just metallic screeching. Cool. When she hears this, she freaks out and pulls the phone out of the wall. Phones used to only be able to work if they were plugged directly into a wall. That's where the phone line was. I am only 26 years old. Just no one knows anything anymore, so I'm covering all my bases. Anyway, after that has happened, she still manages to get another phone call. It rings. She picks it up. He says, one of my favorite lines ever, "I'm your boyfriend now, Nancy." And then the bottom part of the phone turns into his mouth with the tongue sticking out, like right on her mouth. And she freaks out again, and this time she slams it on the ground and she crushes her phone completely. So it is completely out of service forever and ever, amen. Except I now have it. This isn't a phone I got for $19 off of Amazon and then painted blue. It is Nancy's phone. So, but here's the thing. She thinks back on what Freddy just said to her, and he said, "I'm your boyfriend now." So something is about to happen to actual real life boyfriend Glenn. All she wants to do is run over to the house. She goes to her front door. Her mom has locked everything up like Fort Knox. All the bars are on the windows. It is impossible for Nancy to cross the street and go save her boyfriend. Here's what happens to Glenn. This one I will draw, and it will be very shadowed because now the light is directly over my head. Tee hee hee. I'm so excited that this just happened. So, Glenn. That's like a front view of his bed, right? That's like his feet. And he's like laying, well, shit. Don't worry about that. That's his bed. He's on it. Yeah, there we go. There's the edge of his feetsies. That's what that is. That's his little feetsies. So he's laying on the bed. From out of the bed, the little hand comes up. That's the Freddy Krueger glove. And it kind of wraps around him and pulls him down into the bed. Weird. This is another iconic kill done with a crazy practical effect. So, he is pulled fully down into the mattress. He is gone. There is just a hole left where he was. And then, out of the hole, geysers of blood. So much blood. Fills the whole room, goes onto the ceiling, comes down the sides of the ceiling. This is achieved with a rotating room, just like Tina's death was on the set when this was made. It's crazy. There's so much blood. And then you never see Glenn again. Nancy is trapped, so all she can do is watch this occur from across the street and see her father go into the house to investigate this murder. She calls over there, and her dad picks it up and answers it. And she's like, I know who did it. I need you to do something for me. I'm going to go get him, and I need you to be here when I do that. And he's like, just tell me who it is. And she's like, it's Fred Krueger. Instantly, he does not believe her. And so she's like, please just be here at 12:30 to arrest him when I bring him out of the dream. It's obvious to us and to her that he does not believe a word of this, and he will not be actually doing anything that he is being asked at this moment. So she starts to set the house up with a bunch of the booby traps, and then she sets her watch and is about to go into her dreams. Her dad does send one of his little underlings over to keep a watchful eye on the house, so I guess that's something. Nancy also has one final conversation with her mother, where her mom is like, your nature is to face things, but sometimes you have to turn away. It's 12:20 a.m., and Nancy has now entered her dream. She walks down to the basement, looks in the furnace, and of course, the glove is no longer there. And around her, the basement starts to turn into the boiler room. She's yelling for Freddy, telling him to come out and fight her over and over again. And of course, he's not really doing it. He's kind of hanging out in the periphery, just out of view of her, but she can hear and feel him. And then it also turns out that apparently he keeps little trophies for each of his kills, because Tina's crucifix is down there and Glenn's still covered in blood headphones are down there as well. So her watch beeps. 10 seconds left. He appears and she grabs him, and then her alarm goes off. She wakes up, but she is alone. There's no one there with her. Damn, she is crazy, is what she's thinking when he pops up from behind her bed, there in the room with her. They have a chase sequence that extends throughout the whole house. At first, she has him trapped, and she's yelling for her dad's lackey, who is stupid and of no help whatsoever. Freddy ends up escaping, so then he gets Home Alone before Home Alone existed by all of the booby traps in the house. And she lures him into the basement and sets him on fire, aka the only thing that he is afraid of, because it killed him. Her dad finally makes it into the door, but in the confusion of trying to get into the house, Freddy is no longer in the basement, and there are fiery footprints leading up the stairs into her mother's bedroom. When they get up there, he is still on fire on top of her in bed trying to kill her. Then her dad takes a blanket and smothers the fire out, but then when he pulls it back, Freddy is gone, and her mom has turned into this like mummified thing basically, and the bed opens up into this big blue lighted cavern, and her mummified body just sinks slowly down into it and closes back up with her inside. The bed now looks completely normal. There is no trace of her mother. Nancy sends her father downstairs and has another fierce look of determination on her face. Something is very obviously not right. It doesn't feel correct. And then, from behind her, out of the bed, straight up, making the whole thing start to rip open, Freddy starts to rise out of it. He asks her if she really thought she was going to be able to get him. He actually says, you thought you was going to get rid of me? He's like really a little bit extra country in the first one. I don't really know what that was about. It's an interesting choice, though. I like it. But Nancy is pretty much completely unfazed by this. She says that she knows him too well now, and she knows what he's about and knows his game. She says she knows this whole thing has been a dream and she wants her mother and friends back now. The movie is not over. Do not start groaning and rolling your eyes. She, listening to both Glenn and her mother, turns her back on him and goes as if she's about to open the door, and then he completely disappears in some really not great sparkly 80s CGI. When Nancy opens the bedroom door, she is somehow immediately outside with her mother. It is bright and sunshiny, and it looks like the world has just become like crystal clear, perfect again. She's getting ready to go back to school. She looks like she's slept for the first time in weeks. Her mother has also said that she is going to stop drinking because she hit rock bottom. Then Glenn and Tina and Rod pull up in Glenn's convertible, and Nancy goes and gets in the car with them. They start to drive off. They close the roof of the convertible, and it's red and green striped. The car starts going berserk. Doors locking on their own, engine revving like crazy. It drives away on its own. Glenn cannot control it. Nancy is looking back and hitting the window, yelling for her mother. And then, through the tiny window in the front door, a finger knife gloved hand punches through it, wraps his arm around her mother's neck, and pulls her mother, well, a really not great looking dummy with really skinny legs, pulls that through the hole in the door. And as they pull off, the little children are playing jump rope and singing the song again. And that is the end of Wes Craven's original A Nightmare on Elm Street. Okay, I know I talked this one to death at the beginning, but I do want to take just a second to talk about the ending. So it's a little disjointed and a little strange. You're probably thinking that, at least that's what most people think when they see it. This is a result of ongoing tensions throughout the entire process between Wes Craven and Robert Shaye. In an ideal world, Wes Craven, and when he wrote the original script, wanted it to end with Nancy walking outside, getting in the car, it's a bright sunshiny day, and she goes to school, and essentially the whole entire thing was a dream. That may seem like an overplayed trope to you, and that's fair, but I would just remind you that this was like 1984, so I don't think that at that time it was overplayed, and if anything was gonna do it was all a dream concept, I think that this one would be the most allowed. Shaye, however, wanted the audience to leave with a hook that would leave them with excitement and give them something to talk about. He is adamant that he did not do this for sequel potential. I am honestly inclined to believe him, because I don't know how he knew there would ever be a sequel of this. They didn't know it was going to do as well as it did. Everyone is kind of mean to Robert Shaye, and I don't know how warranted that is. I can't tell how I feel. But everyone kind of likes to make everything Robert Shaye's fault a little bit, and I think I don't like that. Regardless, Shaye got his way, and the whole thing at the end where the car becomes Freddy, and then Freddy pulls her mom through the little hole in the door, that was all added to appease him. The only thing that Wes ended up contributing to the very end was the little girls jump roping. I think that you honestly could have just done that and it would have been enough, but I get that it's like much more flashy and in your face if it's the other way. I get it. I don't love it, but I get it. And listen, here's the thing. I think we all have to admit at this point in time that Robert Shaye was correct. Look at how it ended up exploding. And also, after this movie was released, that kind of thing where it's that little hook where everything is normal and then something kind of bizarre happens is a staple in every single one of these movies after this. It happens every time. The last thing I want to reiterate is that every single crazy thing you just heard me talk about in that movie, every effect, every moment, was 100% practical. I have such respect for the filmmakers of this movie operating on that small of a budget, getting all of that done, and making all of these honestly amazing looking effects happen completely with their own hands and like the trick of a camera. They don't make them like that anymore. I really hate to tell you, they just don't. And I just think that I have such respect for someone who is doing it for 100% the love of the game, because during the filming process, there was a period of time where no one was getting paid because New Line had no money, and they still showed up to work every day because they loved it so much. And I just think that's wonderful. Our next movie also tells us a little something about the love of a game. The game being baseball. Or more specifically, the men who are playing the baseball. Welcome to A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. The gay one. This one was written by a man named David Chaskin. He has since admitted that he was trying to put gay subtext into his script when he wrote it. And then somehow every other person working on this movie did everything they could to bring that sub completely out of it and make it just text. And I mean that literally, like taking the sub out, because this movie is also very kinky for some reason. I don't know what was going on. Everyone else besides Chaskin denies the fact that they knew that anything gay was going on. And I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't see how that's true. It's egregious. Not in a bad way. I don't say egregious to mean like, I hate that it's gay. I would love that it's gay. I think that what they were going for is interesting, considering that it's the 80s, the AIDS crisis was going on. I think that that's very interesting. It is, however, just not well done. And that's where it becomes a problem for me. Like, it doesn't fit within this franchise. I wish someone had written another movie that didn't try to bring Freddy Krueger into it. Because then when you tried to bring Freddy Krueger into it, I'm lost and I'm not with it. I'm not with it at that point. The star of this movie, Mark Patton, was also gay, but I don't believe he was out at the time. He has his own documentary that he produced called Scream Queen, and then there's something in the subtitle. Oh God, I can't remember what it is. I think it's on Tubi. If you look it up, it's about being the first male Scream Queen, basically, because what this movie does also is it kind of flips the dynamic on its head. So you kind of have a guy in the more like, save me role, and then a girl is kind of doing the saving. Which I would, again, really love if it was done well. And I think that Mark Patton did not have a good time when he was making this movie, and I believe that that is what he talks about in the documentary. I did not have a chance to watch it before I was making this video, but it is on my list, and I do intend to watch it very soon. I mean, honestly, they're like, my main gripe with this movie is that the plot is just bad. I would love everything else it was doing if the plot was better. I also kind of can't tell if it is taking the sensitive subject matter of like the gay subtext seriously or if it's making fun of it, and that's a little bit annoying. I would like them to be a little bit more clear about that, but apparently no one who worked on the movie had any idea that it was gay. I don't believe them. Audiences seem to agree because this movie released on November 1st, 1985, and it had very mixed reviews. It was, however, still a very anticipated sequel, so it ended up making $30 million in the US on a $3 million budget. A school bus traveling down the road to the most ominous music you've ever heard in your life. A bus driver, who looks oddly familiar, is dropping kids off after school. There's 3 students left on the bus, and the driver has officially gone off the rails. He's speeding through children's bus stops, and he doesn't stop when he hits the end of the road. He is driving at top speeds through the desert. Something on board short circuits, much like this damn light, and all of a sudden, he's no longer wearing the crisp uniform of a bus driver. He's wearing a dirty red and green striped sweater and a glove with knives coming off of the fingers. As you've probably guessed, Freddy is back, and we are in someone's dream. But who? Nancy is nowhere to be found. The bus has been driven down into a pit, and the ground is crumbling away around it, leaving it teetering on 2 tiny, thin things of rock. Freddy gets up out of the chair, goes back towards the students, of course making the weight distribution change completely, and the entire bus is about to fall off of its very precarious place. Freddy is getting closer and closer to them, and he raises his hand to swipe, and then our new main character, Jesse, wakes up from his dream. He lets out a absolutely blood-curdling scream. This guy is so good at screaming, and he is drenched in sweat. I really do not think drenched is a strong enough word. It's like full rivulets running down his body. You could tell me he just went swimming and I would believe you. Jesse and his family, including both his parents and his sister, have just moved into a new house. 1428 Elm, to be exact, which is, as you're probably assuming, Nancy Thompson's old house. We don't know exactly how long they've lived there. Jesse's room is nowhere near unpacked, but also he does seem to already have a friend named Lisa who is not Meryl Streep, even though she could be Meryl Streep's twin. Rumors are swirling. Everyone wants to know if they're sleeping together. The answer at this point in time is no, they are not. They drive to school together every morning, and once they get to school, Jesse is on the baseball team. He seems to be practicing, and he gets hit in the head with a baseball and gets into a huge fight with a guy named Grady. I'm sure I have already told you in the precursor to this section that this movie is really gay. I just gonna reiterate it for you again. This movie's really gay. It's 10 minutes into the movie, there's already an ass. His pants have already been pulled down in this fight, and there's his ass. I don't think you can say that about a single other Nightmare on Elm Street movie, but you sure can say it about this one. Besides the asses and the overtly gay overtones, this movie is also very different on a general level. The color grading is much more bright, and it just has an overall tone that is incredibly different from the first one. It's honestly like a very striking, not in a good way, odd difference. Anyway, their baseball coach, Coach Snyder, who apparently frequents S&M clubs downtown, makes both Jesse and Grady sit in these like prolonged plank positions as punishment. After they are dismissed from their long ass planking exercise, they're in the locker room having a conversation, and we get a pretty decently sized exposition drop from Grady in this moment about what the public perception is of the events of the first movie. According to Grady, some girl went crazy in that house because her mother locked her inside and she had to watch her boyfriend get murdered by a maniac across the street. Which is not wrong, but is missing all of the important parts. Apparently the air conditioning is broken in this house, so Jesse wakes up drenched in sweat again and tries to go downstairs to get a drink of water, but he starts to hear this metallic screeching coming from outside, and so he goes to investigate. He hears some movement down in the basement, so he looks into the window that's down there, and he sees that Freddy is in there rooting around in his furnace. It looks like he's searching for the glove that Nancy's mom kept there. Jesse is trying to avoid detection. He kind of sneaks back into the house trying to get away from him, but he bumps directly into Freddy. But Freddy does not kill him. Instead, he says that he needs him and they have special work to do. This guy has, again, the most amazing horror movie scream I've ever seen in my life. It's crazy. He's so good at it. And he wakes up, obviously that was a dream and it wasn't real. The next day, Jesse is in health class and he is having a hard time staying awake. A falling asleep in class segment is an absolute staple in these movies. It will happen almost every time. Please get used to it. A rather large, I guess, python has made itself at home on Jesse's shoulder. He wakes up and starts screaming. The snake is real, though. I don't know what's going on in this movie. The snake is real. Apparently it lives in the classroom. The teacher is like annoyed that he has it. I don't know. And everyone is like making fun of him for his little outbursts. And I think this is a very big difference between like him and Nancy in the first movie. When Nancy starts going crazy and having her outburst, this is after her like closest friend in the world has died, so she kind of gets a bit of a pass for being overwhelmed with grief. You know, everyone's not publicly mocking her to her face as they are with Jesse in this moment, because he looks like he's just going insane on a random Tuesday. Jesse tries to go out with Lisa, but his dad makes him stay in and unpack his room. So he goes upstairs and anger dances. This movie is not good. Anger dances as he's doing that. It's kind of weirdly suggestive. He's got on these like shutter shades and he's doing all that, making a fool of himself, when Lisa walks in the room. She had told his mom that he had invited her over, and so she gets to see the tail end of whatever the hell that was. But she's not completely thrown off by this, as some would probably be, and she ends up helping him unpack the rest of his room. She is looking around in the closet, and she finds a diary that seems to belong to someone named Nancy Thompson. Apparently, she was keeping it the whole time the events of the first movie was happening. They're flipping through it. They're not finding much. There's something about Glenn being hot, something about just like her everyday life. But then the very first Freddy dream she has is chronicled in here. And this happened the night before Tina died. And Jesse is starting to put a lot more stock into the story that Grady told him. It is now so hot in Jesse's room at night, apparently, that everything that's plastic in there is starting to melt down into nothing. So I guess he makes the connection that his room is stand-in for the furnace. He goes down to the basement and he finds Freddy's glove in there. He's looking at it and he stands up and then he runs directly into Freddy, who asks him to kill for him. Jesse says no, and then he kind of like tries to run away, but he falls down. Freddy's gone. The glove is still there with him, though. When he goes to school the next day, Lisa comes up to him and asks if she can borrow Nancy's diary. She says she wants to take a closer look at it. Then Coach Snyder catches Jesse and Grady talking shit about him behind his back, and they are forced to do more really long planks. So Jesse definitely thinks he's going crazy, but the one thing he is not going crazy about is the heat. His entire family is now burning up, dying. His dad looks at the thermostat. It is 97 degrees in their house. So they have these birds as pets. And during this whole exchange where they're talking about how it's 97 degrees in the house, the bird cage starts shaking something crazy. And they lift the hood off of it, and one of the birds is already laying there dead, and then the other one like gets out of this cage, starts flying around, attacking everyone, scratches his dad right across the face in this huge gash, and then spontaneously combusts into nothing. I really could not tell you, so please do not ask. His dad tries to say that Jesse found a way to make all of that happen on purpose, to which everyone has to be like, okay, so you're being actually insane right now. That night, there is a huge thunderstorm happening over on Elm Street, and Jesse goes down into the kitchen, and then the dish drying rack is struck by lightning inside the house. And for some reason, this tells him that he should go outside in the pouring rain and go to that S&M club downtown that he knows that his coach sometimes goes to. They let him in, and he tries to order a beer, and then the coach catches him. The coach is there, leather clad. This movie's stupid. And the coach takes him to the high school in the middle of the night and makes him start running laps around the gym. This feels so illegal. It's crazy. He sends Jesse to the shower. He goes to his office. He starts hearing really strange noises. And then all of the sports equipment that's around him starts just like flying off the walls and at him. The jump ropes end up like tying themselves around his wrists and ankles, I think it was, and then drags him into the showers where he has sent Jesse. Oh my God. Where Jesse is, the showers are now all going like full blast hot water. The coach is dragged in there, and then the jump ropes kind of tie him up facing the showers on the other side of the wall. And then these towels come out of nowhere, and they like towel whip him, and you're like, what? And then you get on his bare ass. This is a real movie. Jesse's kind of just standing there staring, and then it gets so like foggy, steamy in there from all the showers being on that we kind of lose sight of him, and he's obscured by all the steam. But we do see Freddy make his way out of the shadows. He comes over, kills the coach, and then we lose sight of him. But we gain sight again of Jesse, and now Jesse is wearing the glove, covered in blood, lets out another A1 mint scream, and then there's a hard cut. So I guess that's what happened. What we hard cut to is some cops knocking on the door of the house on Elm Street, and him being there naked, wrapped up in a blanket, and the cops being like, we found your son wandering around on the road. Better keep an eye on him. Ha ha ha. Cops, man. Every cop in this movie is so bumbling and stupid. And then his dad's like, what drugs are you taking? And Jesse's like mad that he's asking this question and being like, I'm not taking any drugs. I think you don't get to be upset that someone thinks you're taking drugs when you're acting like this, even if it's like not your fault. Like, I think that you have to be like, yeah, this is insane. I'm sorry that it's insane, but it's insane. So obviously, when Jesse gets to school the next morning, the coach has been found dead. That's like a 30-second scene that exists, and nothing else happens at the school, and it is an instant hard cut to later that night, where he once again wakes up in the middle of the night, covered in sweat. He hears movement in his desk. He goes over and he looks, and the glove is in his desk, moving on its own. And he doesn't see Freddy, but he hears him ask to kill for him again. Just in the ether, I guess. He goes into the hallway and he hears noises coming from his sister's room, and he opens the door, and she is standing there in all white with the jump rope singing the Freddy song. The next morning, Jesse ends up confronting his dad about the history of the house. The lore that everyone thinks happened, part of it is that Nancy's mom killed herself in the living room, which I guess is what we saw when she got sucked in through that little door hole. And then his dad is adamant that there is nothing wrong with the house. And then immediately after he says that, the toaster catches on fire and it is not even plugged in. And you can say what you will about Freddy Krueger, but he has absolutely brilliant and amazing comedic timing. Lisa is convinced that Jesse is psychic, and that's why he had a premonition of Coach Snyder's death before it happened. She also has been looking at the diary, and she is taking Jesse somewhere off into the distance, and we don't really know why. So Lisa has actually found the power plant that Freddy worked at when he was alive, and that's where we have taken Jesse to kind of get a feel of the place. This is apparently where the boiler room was in the first movie, and also where he would take all of the children to murder him. I feel like this gets retconned really heavy after this movie, but I could be misremembering. But either way, honestly, thank God Lisa is doing all of this work, because this subplot is the only redeemable thing about this movie that applies to anything else, and I honestly think it might not even apply. So then there's this really long continuous shot that looks really cool but makes absolutely no narrative sense, where we kind of start in the power plant, we go down, and then we come back up, and then somehow we're in the Elm Street house, and then we're in his sister's room, and we hear Freddy's voice saying, "Wake up." And then when she wakes up, she's very nonchalant. She's just like, "What time is it?" And then we pan over, and it's not Freddy standing there. It's Jesse wearing the glove. So Freddy almost made him kill his own sister in the middle of the night. We come to the ever popular portion of these movies called the pill popping stay awake section. This one is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Lisa, who is like always clocking him, asks him the next day what's wrong, and they get into a big fight at lunch, and I feel like it's kind of crazy the way that they all react to him in this moment because they're acting like he said, I hate all of you, screw you, I hate your guts. But in reality, he's just like, there's nothing that can be done, and I have to figure it out on my own. And I fear that's true. So I don't really know what this reaction is about. Lisa is hosting a really huge party that night at her house. And when it happens, by the looks of it, she does know every single person lives within a 10-mile radius of her. There's that many random teenagers there. Her parents are also at this party. And then at a certain point in time, they like peace out and go to bed and leave all of these high schoolers unattended with a grill, which I just find really bizarre. Jesse is there, but he is moping really hardcore. I feel like he is allowed to be doing that under the circumstances. He gets up and like tries to disappear into one of the side rooms. Lisa gets up and follows him. They have an argument that boils down to, let me help you. You can't. Yes, I can. And then they kiss. And then they start making out. And then they're like feeling each other up. And then he's like, I don't know, kissing her neck, I guess. But then his tongue is replaced with this weird, long, undead, like purpley, I guess it's supposed to be Freddy's tongue. Like that, the tongue in his mouth is replaced with Freddy's tongue, basically. He is obviously and rightfully very freaked out by this. So he gets up and he bolts and runs out of there really quickly, which makes Lisa very upset. For some reason, the place that Jesse chooses to go is Grady's house. I don't know how he ends up in Grady's room. Since Freddy is living like inside of him, I'm kind of just chalking up any really big random thing that I cannot make any sense of to Freddy logic. Like, yeah, he's in there. He can do that, even though no one is sleeping. Just to, if you haven't caught it, no one is sleeping right now. No one is asleep. The whole premise of the movies, no one's doing that part. Jesse is confiding in Grady that he killed the coach and telling him what's going on. And he says that he needs Grady to stay up with him because he thinks that whatever's in him is going to come out again. And he needs Grady to watch and see and stop it if it's happening. So I think that that's probably really actually a really terrible idea because we're 0 for 1 on this working now. We just tried it and it didn't work, and now we're doing it in the second movie. It's probably also not going to work. Back at Lisa's party, she decides that she's going to go find Jesse, and then in Grady's room, Grady decides he's going to go to sleep. Good. A little baby bit of time passes and Jesse can feel it happening. He wakes Grady up and we basically watch Jesse become Freddy from the inside out. So Jesse like screams, open his mouth. We go into the camera goes into his mouth and there's an eye back there just hanging out looking around. So like from Jesse's hands, the claws start to like protrude from his fingers. And then basically Freddy sheds Jesse's skin like a snake. It like it's really gross. This is like the body horror of all of them. They're all very body horror, but this one really takes the cake to me. Sheds him like a snake. It's just him, and there's like a carcass of Jesse left on the ground. So now Jesse is basically gone at this moment in time. Freddy is now locked in a room with Grady. You can probably assume what's going to happen. He's going to promptly kill him. No one is asleep. I just hit the glove on accident when I put that up and it fell. It didn't do that on its own. Don't freak out. Freddy starts doing his little saucy laugh and he's like looking in the mirror and he's waving at Jesse because when it pans back, it's just Jesse standing there with the glove on, covered in blood again. And then he hears police sirens and he runs out through the window, and he ends up finding Lisa again and telling her pretty much everything. Outside, all of these kids are still partying, and the water in the pool starts to get so hot that it's boiling. All of these teenagers are awake. I know I've said that. I'm going to keep saying it. The premise of this movie is ludicrous. Lisa starts reading a passage from Nancy's diary, and it's kind of starting to happen again. And she is telling Jesse that she wants him to fight it, which is really silly because almost immediately Freddy completely takes him over. He bites Lisa on the leg, and then from inside Freddy's body, you hear Jesse's voice going, "Kill me, Lisa." And "I love you, Lisa." And then I guess now Jesse does have some control over it because Freddy is like battling against his own glove for a minute, and then he jumps through a window and genuinely disappears into thin air, and he's just gone. It gets silent, and all the kids are trying to figure out what the hell's going on, and then Freddy just like jumps back up from underneath the deck or something and kills like 10 or so children, I would estimate. Lisa comes outside, and then Freddy locks eyes with her and then just like calmly and peacefully leaves the party without hurting anyone else. The good news is that Lisa does know exactly where to look for him, though, because she read Nancy's diary. So she drives to that power plant into the boiler room, and there's these like weird ass dogs with human faces. It doesn't look scary. It looks just weird. And again, this is the final time I'll say it because thank God this movie's almost over. No one has been asleep for any real thing that has happened in this movie. They have all been awake. She's awake right now. Why are there dogs with human faces? She's awake. I don't know why this one was like, and also fuck every single rule we established in the first movie. Hey, that guy who created the whole thing, what does he know? A lot. Turns out a lot. Anyway, Lisa is walking around in the boiler room and kind of faking herself out. She keeps thinking she sees him, but he's not really there. But then he does eventually appear. She tells Jesse that she loves him, and it does affect Freddy. I guess he starts like actually bleeding. But he's still fucking with her because he's still Freddy Krueger. There's a very drawn out thing where it's like the same thing said 5 ways, where Freddy keeps being like, Jesse's dead. And then Lisa's being like, no, he's not. I love him. I'm not afraid of you. And then she kisses Freddy Krueger on the mouth. Ew. Fire sprouts up from all over Freddy's body for some reason, and he kind of just gets like burnt down to a crisp. It's looking like both Freddy and Jesse are dead, but then there's some movement that starts happening under the charred up Freddy, and it's actually Jesse from the inside. It's like he's molted, and he's got all this dried up Freddy carcass around him, and he's covered in like black soot, and I guess Lisa doesn't care. I mean, I don't know why I would think she would. She just kissed that man on the mouth. Do you see this person? She kissed him on the mouth because someone she liked was inside him. But that is what she kissed. That. Anyway, she just like holds burnt Freddy Krueger carcass Jesse, and then it fades out. What follows is a scene that feels very similar to the first movie. Every single one of these like main core movies will have one of these hooks. It's just like all of a sudden, Jesse is completely fine and good. His mom is sending him off to school. He's back on the school bus. This time he's not alone. He's with Lisa and Lisa's friends, and they're talking about how everything's fine. And then all of a sudden, though, it starts to get weird. Like, it seems like the bus is going really fast. And Jesse gets really nervous that it's like what happened at the very beginning of the movie. And he starts freaking out. But then the bus driver still stops. And also, the bus driver is just a normal guy. It's not Robert Englund. So he starts to believe what Lisa's saying, that everything's fine. And he's like, okay, yeah, it's fine. And then all of a sudden, Freddy's hand just shoves through Lisa's friend's chest. End of movie. So that was that. I think I might just let Wes Craven summarize this one up for us. When asked about the second movie, Wes said, "I didn't like the second script. I thought it was a silly script. There was not a clear-cut hero who remained intact. Freddy coming out of the hero really violated the viewer's ability to identify with him. I suggested they make the girl across the street the hero. I thought it would have been much wiser to make her the central character. I also thought they brought Freddy too much into the realm of reality and put him in situations where he was diminished. You want Freddy to be always threatening and overpowering, but when he's running around a swimming pool with a bunch of teenagers who are all bigger than he is, he starts to look really silly." Could not agree more. Serving as a much-needed return to form, Nightmare on Elm Street 3: Dream Warriors kind of expands upon the mythology we already know and also manages to bring back characters that we know and love in a very interesting and new way. So Wes Craven did actually have some involvement in this script. He created a first draft, but then ultimately two guys named Frank Darabont and Chuck Russell were brought in to kind of retouch it, and that was the script that ended up being used. Chuck Russell was also the one who ended up directing the movie. This was without a doubt the most ambitious Nightmare on Elm Street movie that had been made thus far. Throughout every version of the script, the thing that was always central is that it would be a group of people working together to defeat Freddy instead of one singular person. I would say that Russell is responsible for sending Freddy Krueger into the pop culture zeitgeist forever and ever. Amen. He kind of becomes a little bit more funny, a little bit more quotable, and kind of plays more into the tongue-in-cheekness of what a villain can be in this one. And I think that is what really elevated just Freddy Krueger as a character to cultural icon status. I will say, I'm going to keep bringing that up, and it does kind of get more and more egregious as time goes on. I think that this one strikes the balance very well between funny, cheeky guy and really, really cheesy. We are really like straddling a paper thin line there, but I think it's still doing it very well. This one is without a doubt the fan favorite. I think that kind of has partly to do with the fact that of the core Nightmare audience, this was the first one that they saw in theaters. Like, considering my dad, who saw the first two on VHS when it was bought from like a video rental store, and then he was old enough when this one came out to go see it in theaters, so he regards this one as his favorite. I think that might be partly why this one's seen this way. And also, it is a much more, I would say, teenish movie. Not really, though. It's still pretty dark. I will also say, to me, I see how this movie has a very obvious influence on Stranger Things. Specifically season 4 of Stranger Things. Don't kill me. I think it's great. I think it makes sense that it would be inspired by it. But after I saw this and like rewatched it, I was like, oh, this is, yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. There's a lot going on here that does remind me of season 4 of Stranger Things. On its opening weekend starting February 27th, 1987, the film made $8.9 million and set the record for the biggest independent opening in all time. Up until that point, obviously, since like 1980, whatever, like it's there's been a bigger one. But at that time, it was the biggest opening ever. Overall, it made $45 million domestically on a $4 million budget. For this movie, we actually get to start off a little bit different. We get a quote up on the screen. This is going to happen for most of the movies after this at this point in time. It is an Edgar Allan Poe quote that says, "Sleep. Those little slices of death, how I loathe them." And I think that's neat. This time, every single one of these starts with a very close-up shot of something that you can't really make out exactly what's happening until we zoom out. So this time, we're doing some arts and crafts. How quaint. The vibes are definitely off, though. There's this young blonde girl doing like some paper mache with old newspaper, and she's like drinking soda, eating straight coffee grounds, like very unorthodox methods of staying awake. And this time, we're sponsored by Diet Coke. We are meeting in this moment our new main character. Her name is Kristen, and her mom has come home, and we start to get an inkling right off the bat that they have a bit of an odd relationship. Kristen tries to tell her that she's been having really awful dreams, but mommy wants to get her rocks off with the guy downstairs, so she needs to shut the fuck up and go to sleep, basically, is what transpires. We do get a better look at the dollhouse, though, that she was paper macheing, and it looks a little familiar. Seems to be a pretty familiar two-story house. There's columns framing the front door. This version of the house, though, is very dilapidated, and it is not bright white with green shutters like we're used to. Suddenly, the wind starts to blow, and we get to hear the little children, who at this point I can only assume are his murder victims, singing our favorite song. And when Kristen sits up in bed, she is right in front of 1428 Elm Street. The tone of this movie is already much closer to the first one, and we are so thankful for that. Yes, we are. There's a little girl in a yellow dress sitting outside the door, and Kristen's like, "Who are you?" And the little girl just laughs, weird, and is like, "I have to go." Wheels herself on her little tricycle into the murder house. This isn't, no, not that one. This, I'm not talking about American Horror Story. Blech. Kristen naturally follows her in because she doesn't want the little girl to be in there all by herself. We can hear her bike bell in the distance, and Kristen follows it down into the basement where the little girl is waiting there, and she says, "This is where he takes us." And then the furnace just lights up super bright, and there's a bunch of bones in there. And then Kristen starts to hear some footsteps, and the little girl goes, "Freddy's home." They really dialed the creepiness up to 11. They really said, we are still that bitch. Do not forget it. Even if we just did whatever the hell that was. Kristen picks up the girl and tries to run out of the house, but she gets stuck in some sludge steps, not to be confused with goopy stairs. And she can't move. And then, there he is, back in the burnt off flesh, and hopefully this time less susceptible to the wiles of a girl that looks like Meryl Streep, Freddy Krueger. A classic chase that unfolds in the way that God intended happens, and they wind up in this room where there's a lot of people hanging out, if you know what I mean. She's still carrying this little girl who's like, "Put me down, you're hurting me." But when Kristen looks down, it is no longer a girl anymore. It is a skeleton in a yellow dress, and it is a dirty, grody skeleton at that. And Kristen yells and drops the skeleton, as she should. And this is very creepy. But don't you prefer it to watching a gym coach get towel spanked on his ass over and over again? I know I do, personally. This makes Kristen wake up from her dream, except it doesn't, because when she goes into the bathroom to splash some water on her face, the faucet handle becomes Freddy's hand and it grips her, and then, how to say? Similar to with Rod in the first movie, Freddy does something to Kristen that makes it look like she did it to herself, and her mom walks in, and she ends up getting sent to a psychiatric facility. At the psychiatric facility, we get a little bit of information from a radio in Max, the orderly's pocket. Apparently, there has been this huge upswing in teenagers themselves. This is going to be a really hard movie to talk about on YouTube, huh? Oh well. Max and Dr. Gordon, who's one of the main doctors at the facility, are kind of having a conversation about different theories that they might have. Max's most current theory is stupid, and it's that all of these kids' parents did acid in the 60s, and it messed up their chromosomes, and now they're in themselves. Dr. Gordon's kind of making his rounds. We meet a few of the kids that are living there, like Taryn, Jennifer, Philip, among others. He and the other doctor that works there, Dr. Sims, are discussing the new staff member who is about to be joining them. This person is a grad student, but they're being given a lot of leeway whenever they get to the psychiatric facility. She is doing groundbreaking research on pattern nightmares. Dr. Gordon is really not on board with this whole idea of bringing this random super young girl in to be consulting with these teenagers, but they don't really have time to finish that discussion because they have been called down to the examination room. Stat. They get there and it's none other than Kristen. She has completely flipped out when the staff has tried to sedate her for obvious reasons. She is like kicking, screaming. Max, the orderly, tries to hold on to her, but she grabs a scalpel and cuts Max. And then she backs herself into a corner, like crying, hyperventilating, and starts singing our favorite song, 1-2, Freddy's Coming for You. Kristen is hung up on the 9-10 portion and is not able to actually finish the song. And then from the doorway, we hear someone say, "Never sleep again," finishing the song for her. And it is none other than Nancy Thompson, looking mighty horrified to have ever had to hear that song again in her life. She is, of course, the grad student doing the research on pattern nightmares, and she will be the latest staff member at the facility. Dr. Gordon is filling Nancy in on all of the patients. They all have really intense sleep disorders, and they have a group psychosis of a boogeyman, a concept that Nancy is completely unfamiliar with, obviously. They discuss a bit, and when Nancy gets up to leave, a prescription for a drug called Hypnosil falls out of her bag, and Dr. Gordon picks it up for her, but you can tell he's kind of looking at it very like, what the hell is this? There is maybe a vibe happening between these two. Like, there's something undercurrenting their interactions, if you know what I mean. So then Nancy leaves, and Dr. Gordon, his name is Neil, but that just makes me think of the Santa Claus. Dr. Gordon likes to think that he is the most sane person that exists, but when he turns around and starts walking, he sees a nun dressed completely in night just standing in the corridor looking right at him. Did I say night or white? I meant white. Max walks Nancy around the facility, which is when we meet a few of the kids and kind of get to know a little bit more about them. So Philip is a sleepwalker, and Kincaid is a guy, and he gets put in the quiet room a lot. And then there's also this kid named Joey, who very obviously has a crush on a nurse named Marcy. He also is mute and does not speak. Nancy later goes to Kristen's house and is trying to have an interview with Kristen's mother, but she has taken the position that everything that's happened is not real and Kristen is just searching for attention, which pisses Nancy off, rightfully. So then Nancy's like, I'll go get her stuff, and goes up to her room, and sitting on her desk is a paper mache miniature of Nancy's house. So that's a little freaky to be seeing. Meanwhile, Neil has decided that he wants to get to know more about his new friend, Nancy. I cannot determine how much of this is crush behavior and how much of this is I just want to know more about this random person behavior. We find out the use of the drug Hypnosil, though. Hypnosil is used to suppress dreams. Kristen is drawing Nancy's house again, and she accidentally falls asleep and gets sucked into her drawing. So she is standing outside the house at Elm Street again, and the tricycle the little girl was on comes out, sans girl, and there's like bloody tracks underneath the wheels. We don't know why. She walks into the house, then gets locked in the house, can't get back out, and when she goes into the like dining room area, she sees that there's this completely rotting feast sitting on the table. I know the Duffers like this movie. I know that. And I can tell. There's a large variety of stuff happening to Kristen right now, but the thing that is important at this point in time is that she hits a point where she's being gobbled up by this big Freddy head that's like snake-like almost, and she starts screaming for Nancy. And Nancy hears her, wakes up, and then Kristen is able to pull Nancy into her dream. And then the minute that Freddy sees Nancy, he's like, you. And then Nancy's like, get us out of here right now, immediately. And she does. Apparently, This is an ability that Kristen has had since she was a small child, and whenever she was having a nightmare, she would pull her dad into her dreams, and they always got better after that. And that's very sweet, but not what's going to happen this time around. We meet a couple more kids in group that same day. So we meet Will, who tried to jump, and he is now wheelchair bound. Taryn used to be a drug addict and overdosed. And then there's Jennifer, who dreams of being an actress in LA. The doctors believe that these kids are having a mass shared psychosis of Freddy in their dreams. All of them are adamant, though, that they were all seeing him before they ever got to the facility, so that makes no damn sense. Dr. Gordon and Dr. Sims refuse to hear them on this. It's actually infuriating. Later that night, Will, Taryn, and Joey are playing D&D. They're not slick. Max goes in there to tell the boys to get ready for bed, and he kind of helps them get situated, but it turns out that they're actually taking turns sleeping so that someone can always be keeping watch to make sure that nothing weird happens while they're asleep. Nancy and Neil, I guess I'm calling him Neil now, go out to dinner. While they're there, she's talking a little bit more about her life, and she says that her mother died in her sleep, which, yes, that is true. And apparently after that happened, her and her father grew apart. She's toying with the idea of just being upfront with him and telling him that the kids are in danger in their dreams, and she's kind of skirting around the issue when he looks at her and is like, oh, we should just give them Hypnosil to suppress their dreams? Whoa. Chill out. Philip and Kincaid are both roommates, and Philip likes to make and collect marionette dolls. Freddy appears as one of those dolls and cuts himself off the wall and then becomes fully life-size in front of Philip once he is asleep. Oh, God. This is like, in my opinion, the worst death in the entire series. This one gives me I hate thinking, oh, like, I haven't even said it yet and I'm like already cringing. I really hate this one. It makes me unwell. I'm not going to fully describe it to you because it's literally that bad. But I didn't use this at all for the second movie. None of them are worth it. What was I going to do? Draw you the coach's ass cheeks getting whipped with a towel? No. I'm going to give you some context clues and you can come to your own conclusions. So you have Philip. Philip is a sleepwalker. Philip likes collecting marionette dolls. Freddy views all of his victims as playthings and turns Philip into his own marionette doll. Now the here's the part that I won't really give you details on. But I'll give you something. The strings that are used as the marionette doll are not from an external source. That's all I'll say. So Freddy marionettes Philip throughout the entire building, brings him up to this bell tower, and then basically gets him like teetering on the edge, and then cuts the strings and makes him fall. The next day in group, all of them are bickering amongst each other, and Kristen is like, he wants us to be divided, so we cannot work together to defeat him. The doctors are being completely unhelpful as usual. So incredibly frustrating. And Dr. Sims has decided that they're all going to be sent back to their rooms and sedated. Kincaid freaks the fuck out about this, rightfully so. But this unfortunately just ends him up with another stint in the quiet room, which will definitely end with him getting sedated. But in all the hubbub, Neil does kind of make the rash decision to go with Nancy's plan and says that all of the kids need to be prescribed Hypnosil. So we are making progress, not quickly enough to stop more people from dying, but we are making progress. Jennifer, the girl who wants to be an actress, is up watching TV really late in the common room, and Max catches her, and she's like, please just let me watch this. I can't go to sleep. And he allows it. At the same time, Kincaid is like singing to himself constantly in the quiet room to try to keep himself from falling asleep. One of the other orderlies that's not Max tries to proposition Taryn for more drugs, and she refuses. But back with Jennifer, she is really struggling to keep her eyes open. And when she got to the facility, she had cigarette burns, and we weren't really sure why. But in this moment, we are made aware because she's basically doing that to stay awake. Whenever she feels herself start to fall asleep, she will burn herself with a cigarette and kind of get that rush that keeps her awake. Unfortunately, tonight, that will not be enough. She is watching an interview on TV, and she's nodding off, and she's nodding off, and then suddenly, Freddy Krueger has replaced the host on the screen. He's yelling at the actress on there, looks like he's about to kill her, and the TV starts going crazy. Jennifer gets up and gets closer to the TV. Mistake, but it's fine. And as soon as she's close to it, all of the like wiring and gears or whatever it's in a circuitry in a TV, I don't know, starts coming out of both sides like arms, and then Freddy's head pops out of the top of it. I should be drawing this. TV. I'm not really exaggerating. His head comes out of the top with the TV antenna still attached to it. It's very funny. And in this moment, he says one of the most quoted lines from this entire series, which is, "Welcome to prime time, bitch." And then he takes Jennifer and slams her head into the TV. Smashes it completely through the screen, a la Stu Macher, except this came first, so Stu Macher's a la Jennifer, I guess. Max hears her scream and runs back inside, and she's kind of just like hanging out of the TV from where her head went in there. They're all attending the multiple funerals that have needed to be planned in the last like 3 days. Things are going great there. And the nun returns to Neil and talks to him again at this funeral. We learn that her name is Mary Helena, and she explicitly tells him that the only way to make sure the children are safe is to, what are her exact words? Make sure the abomination's soul is put to rest. Nancy comes up to him, and when he turns around, the nun is gone. Nancy and Neil are eating dinner together at her apartment that night, so like something is definitely transpiring. He's talking about how he can't make sense of anything that's going on, and Nancy decides that that might mean that it's time for him to actually learn the truth. And it is. And he listens. For once in this entire series, someone will ask a man to do something and he will do it. Relish in it. It won't happen that many more times, if any. He hosts an unofficial off-the-record Dr. Sims doesn't know about it group the next day, and Nancy tells everyone that she knows about Freddy Krueger and that every single one of them are the last of the Elm Street children. So of all of the parents that got together and killed Freddy Krueger, they are the last children of them that are left, besides Nancy, obviously. So all of them are in that room. That's why he is going after all of them with such fervor, and that's why they have all ended up in this hospital. She also informs him about Kristen being the key because she can pull other people into her dreams. So once she starts dreaming, if everyone ends up in her dream, they can all work together to fight him at the same time. One of the things that's kind of very 80s movie about this is that it's like, and you all have your own unique special thing about you that you'll bring into the dream for your powers, and they're very niche and very specific, and we're gonna get into them in a minute. Neil hypnotizes the group. It seems like nothing happens, to the point where Neil even tells Nancy that he did this to humor her, but her and the kids are really gonna have to like come to terms with reality. How rude. I just said nice things about you like 3 minutes ago. Why would you do this to me? As they're talking, Marcy, the nurse that Quiet Joey has a crush on, is off in the other room and whispers for Joey to follow her. And of course, he does, because he likes her. When they're in the room, she strips boobies. And before you ask, yes, you're getting faked out. I told you to get used to being faked out. They're in a dream. In the other room, after this happens, everyone kind of comes from the fact that it's a dream. And there's this really sweet moment of levity where like they're all just being kids talking about like their cool little power that they have in dreamland. And I just think that's very endearing and very sweet. This is a fan favorite of the franchise. I believe I've heard. It's up there for me too. It's definitely not my favorite though. And I can see why. Back with Joey, that damn long ass tongue shit is back. It's not used in the same way, but like the nurse basically like ties him to the bed, but she's like spitting tongues at him, and that's what's, I don't know. This is when we start to get like really quippy Freddy Krueger, which I hate to say I do enjoy. Because Joey's tied up with a bunch of tongs, and he goes, "What's wrong, Joey? Feeling tongue-tied?" Stop. But don't. But do. I think ideally a horror movie villain should remind me of Spider-Man, like just a little bit. Like I know that probably makes no sense, but like it makes sense to me. Like I should like think Spider-Man would say that. And that makes it good. I like that. I like when that happens. So at that moment, everyone else realizes that Freddy has Joey, and then like the group room itself starts to melt down into nothingness. It's catching on fire, actively in flames. But then, thank God, Dr. Sims enters the room at that exact moment and wakes everybody up. That's good. What's bad is that Joey is unconscious in a coma on the floor, and like Dr. Sims isn't believing anything, obviously. So Neil and Nancy are both fired immediately, and Joey is in a coma, not waking up. As Neil is packing up and leaving, he sees Mary Helena standing up, the nun, standing up in the bell tower, and he follows her up there. The creepy levels are off the charts up there. I don't know what he's thinking. Regardless, he finds the nun, and she tells him that everything that is happening to them right now started in the room they are standing in. He says, "Can you please give me some exposition, ma'am?" And she is happy to oblige. And now I will do the same for you. It's a lot. I'm holding this. So, that wing has been closed for years. But in the past, the worst of the criminally insane were kept in that building that they're standing in. Neil is aware that in the 40s it was shut down due to a scandal, but he had no idea what happened. The nun informs him that a young girl on the staff was locked in there with the prisoners over a holiday weekend once. They kept her hidden, and she was assaulted hundreds of times. When they finally located her, she was barely alive and pregnant. Her name was Amanda Krueger. Freddy is obviously her child. He was called the bastard son of 100 maniacs, which is fucking cold-blooded. The nun acknowledges that Freddy was murdered, but also his remains were never found. So she says that those must be located and buried on hallowed ground for all of this to end and never happen again. She leaves him with, "If your only faith is science, doctor, it's you who may be laid to rest." And she disappears, which is very much a mic drop moment, believer or non-believer. Nancy has been sitting by Joey's bed, and she kind of just says out loud, "Let go of him, you bastard," which, knowing what we now know, just burns extra. Holy shit. And then Freddy literally scratches into Joey's chest. "Come get him, bitch." Okay, rude. Nancy wants to instantly go into the dreams and find Joey, but Neil convinces her that it is a good idea to follow down his nun path first. The only problem problem is that they will have to locate the remains, and there is only one person that Nancy knows who could be able to do that. That person would obviously be Nancy's father, the police lieutenant. Back in the hospital, though, all of the patients find out that Nancy and Neil have been fired, and Kristen has a very strong reaction to Nancy's firing, and she has been put in the quiet room and sedated. So we are now on a very limited ticking time clock as to when we can do this without everyone dying forever. Nancy's dad is drunk in a bar. It seems that is his daily state. He is no longer a police lieutenant. He is now a security guard. He still refuses to acknowledge that this shit is real, even after all this time. And they go to leave when the hospital calls, and it's Taryn telling Neil about the fact that Kristen was sedated. So Nancy says, I'll try to go back to the ward, and Neil is going to stay there and try to convince her father to help him with the remains of Freddy. He tries to talk some sense into him. He does this by throwing him into a wall and yelling in his face, which is honestly very effective. Max refuses to let Nancy see Kristen, but he does allow her to see everyone else. So they kind of do another rogue group and try to all fall asleep at the same time and time it with Kristen as much as possible. They do this successfully and spawn, I guess would be a way to put it, into the quiet room with Kristen, and then the claws start ripping at the stuffing on the padded walls, and that's how they know that this is all happening for real. But then when Kristen wakes up, she is back in her room at the beginning of the movie and having the same conversation with her mom that she had then. I think for a moment, it's kind of sad. I think for a moment, she really thinks that this is real and that that whole thing really didn't happen. And that is really sad to me, honestly. But then Freddy does appear, actually, cuts off her mother's head in the dream, not in real life, because we're back to following the actual logic of the series now that we are back in a movie that makes sense, and it's a dream, so it's not happening in real life to her. It's only happening in real life if it's your dream. But after that happens, she ends up back in the abandoned house on Elm Street. Unfortunately, all of the kids ended up completely separate in the actual dream world, and they're trying to find their way to each other. With them being all alone, this has made it a little easier for Freddy to divide and conquer. Taryn is in the most stereotypical 80s alley you've ever seen in your life. When Freddy first gets to her, he tries starting a fight with her, but she has knives of her own, because in her dreams, she's beautiful and bad. And so that doesn't work, so Freddy decides to try another method. He kind of gets quieter and closer, and then turns his fingers into syringes full of drugs and injects all of them into her arms. And that is also very sad, because it's kind of made clear multiple times throughout the movie that Taryn was working really hard on her sobriety, and then for that to be used against her as the way that she died. That sucks. That's really sad. He's evil. We all know that, though, right? We understand that. I'm going to get into that more later. Next, we have Will. In his dreams, he has the ability to walk again, and he is a wizard master. Freddy finds him in a dark corridor and presents him with an old-timey wheelchair. It's got some kind of torture devices attached to it. I would like to just take a second to say that this represents Will's specific feelings towards his chair. That is not indicative of everyone's feelings, but this character and this person is allowed to feel the way he feels about it. He's using his wizard powers to ward Freddy off, and it is working until it isn't. And then we kind of end up in a situation where he sneaks up behind him and kills him really easily. Nancy manages to find Kristen, and then from within a wall, Kincaid busts through. So all of them have fortunately found each other, and Kincaid starts actively antagonizing Freddy, trying to get him to come out. And then this large steel door appears before them, and they get to just walk right through it, and they are kind of being lowered down into a hybrid boiler room hell situation. Like, it's the boiler room, but it's definitely also hell. There's like, metal pipes on the walls, but then like a burning fiery pit of nothing. Boiler room hell. Back with Neil and Nancy's dad, who I also kind of forgot about, so don't feel bad. They have made their way to an car impound lot, which is apparently where they put Freddy's remains after they killed him, however many years ago that was. Remember how at the end of the first movie, they are all in a red Cadillac and then it drives off murderously? Wouldn't you know it? In this car impound lot, the trunk of the car that they have Freddy's remains in, yeah, it's a red Cadillac. Yeah. Yeah. He's pretty spiteful. He's pretty spiteful. If he wasn't like the worst, I'd say it's deserved. I guess he still gets to be spiteful, but like it's not justified. And I'm glad that he's dead. That picture's kind of like Mona Lisa-esque, actually. I do feel like Robert Englund is looking into my soul no matter what angle I'm looking at it. Wait, it really is. I was making a joke, but it it really is. Ooh, that's freaky. Robert. Nancy's dad tries to sneak away and like get in the car and drive off, which is very low of him. But Neil has taken the keys and makes him stay because they need to have like a proper funeral, according kind of to what Amanda had said. That's what needed to happen. I will say, though, Neil says something about this being long overdue, which gave me a little bit of pause because I will not lie. Guilt tripping someone over a child killer is a little wild to me, but it's okay. Back in Boiler Room Hell, we find out that Joey has been like suspended over a lava pit. I will also say this is the movie where I feel like it's very concretely seen that Robert Englund is having real and actual fun with the part of Freddy Krueger. And that will be the thing that carries the next 3 movies. So get excited for that. Someone, I was typing when it was said, I didn't see who said it, sorry, says let him go, which is absolutely atrocious word choice for a man like Freddy Krueger, because I'll bet you can guess what happened. He says, okay, and just like releases the ties that are on him. So Nancy has to like dive forward and get him and pull him up at the last second so that he does not fall into a fiery pit of lava in Boiler Room Hell. During this process, Freddy has managed to grab Kincaid, and Nancy takes a pole and stabs Freddy through the chest with it, and he totally fakes her out and makes it seem like he is like completely debilitated and is like slowly crippling into nothing, and then he just pulls it out of him and licks the blood off of it. Freak. And when Nancy says that she's never seen him this strong before, he kind of like rips open a sweater and reveals that all of the souls of all of the children that he kills kind of like lives there. Like their little faces are there. This comes up in like every movie after this, so that's why I'm making sure you understand. It's like actual, their faces are there and they're kind of like moving. Like it's kind of like they're stuck in perpetuity until they're released. Like they're like, oh, this happens every time. But because he has all those souls in there, that gives him extra strength, is the lore that they're going with now. In that moment, Freddy sense starts to tingle and he realizes that someone is fucking with his bones somewhere else. So he just like boop, disappears from Nancy and Kincaid and Kristen and Joey, which gives them a reprieve, but gives Neil and Nancy's dad a threat. So Freddy has appeared and he is making like every single car in that impound lot go actually insane. So then Freddy's skeleton is badly computer reanimated and he kills Nancy's dad. And he also like really wounds / knocks out Neil and then throws full shovels of dirt on him, still as just a skeleton. And then the skeleton gives like this battle cry like it won something and then just like drops back into a pile of bones again. I don't know. So we're back with Nancy, Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey. And Kristen is trying to find a way to pull them out, but because she was sedated, they're all stuck. Freddy reappears. He duplicates himself in this room that's just made out of mirrors and starts like jumping out of them and trying to grab every single one of them. And it's kind of looking a little dire. But then Joey is able to finally use his secret dream power, and that is his voice. He was mute like the whole entire time, and then he kind of lets out this big scream, and every single mirror in there shatters, and they all think that that means Freddy is gone for good. Nancy specifically is the one that is convinced that that means he's gone forever. She loves to think that, I guess, because this is the second time. She's wrong this time too. Her father comes down and appears to her in a 1998 PowerPoint transition of gold sparkles. He says that he's sorry and wants her to know that he has died and that he loves her, and then they go in for a hug. But it's actually not her dad, it's Freddy, and he stabs Nancy directly in the stomach with his freaky fingers. But Neil is not dead, and he instantly wakes up and somehow knows that Nancy has been gravely injured. I don't know. Freddy starts to go after Kristen in the dream world, and then Nancy, summons the strength to get back up and stabs Freddy directly with his hand. At this same time, Neil is crawling along on the ground and manages to get to the pit and pours his holy water he stole from a church on there. And then once he does that and kind of throws a little bit of dirt on him, Freddy disappears into this big beam of, again, it's like 1980 whatever, it's bad animation, but he disappears into a beam of light. It is, unfortunately though, too late for Nancy, and she dies in Kristen's arms, leaving her, Kincaid, and Joey as the only survivors in this batch. At Nancy's funeral, the nun shows back up and Neil runs after her. He turns the corner to where she should be, but there's no one there. When he looks down, there is a single headstone for one Amanda Krueger, born 1907, died 1968. Her name in Christ, Mary Helena. The nun was the ghost of Freddy's mother the whole time. I think I maybe called her Amanda earlier and spoiled that. I'm not sure. I'm thinking I maybe did now that I'm thinking about it right this second. And if so, terribly sorry. Neil obviously felt a deep attachment to Nancy, even though he 100% certainly did not know her that long. But it seems that he took a trinket from her house and the model home that Kristen made. He also took that as well. He is sleeping so soundly and peacefully in his bed because he's never had to experience a Freddy Krueger dream. Not a care in the world. And then a light in the miniature house turns on. End of movie. I said before we started discussing the plot that this is one of the ones where Freddy kind of fully becomes a more fully fledged comedic character, and I hope that you can kind of see what I mean by that now. I also think that he becomes much more specific in this one. The way that he chooses to kill the children seems like it delves a lot more into their individual psyches, and I think that becomes a defining character trait for Freddy. Just fucking with them to fuck with them in all aspects, not just to scare them very specifically. That specificity and using the children's fears to kill them is kind of why I say I think there's an influence on Stranger Things season 4 in this movie. Plus, I know that the Duffers like this movie, and also Robert Englund is in season 4 of Stranger Things. I'm really not pulling it out of my ass, I promise. It's similar. Which, isn't it crazy that Robert Englund had to audition for that part? Now, it wasn't anything shady. They just truly didn't think of it. And as soon as he sent it in, they were like, oh my, yeah, oh my God, whoa, shit, immediately, yes, say yes right now. So, they knew once they saw it. But, imagine a world where he didn't send a tape. We would have been robbed, frankly. A Nightmare on Elm Street 4, The Dream Master, had the biggest opening of any of the core films of the series at almost $50 million. I do think a majority of people bought tickets because they were hoping to see this movie expand upon where we left off at the end of Dream Warriors, and it really does. It delivers in that way. There are multiple characters that cross over from the last movie to this one, namely the 3 survivors at the end, even though Kristen, who was played by Patricia Arquette in the first movie, is recast to an actress named Tuesday Knight. It's still very good, and it develops more into the mythology that was established in the last movie. And I think all around, it is a very good sequel. To me, it delivers one of the most direct sequels of the franchise. Like, it doesn't feel like we're kind of pulling something out of nowhere. That is not common in these. A very direct sequel where I can tell what's happening, not common. So I'm high praise for just the ability to keep it going consistently for at least the first 20 minutes of the movie. I've been very spoiled by Scream, I've learned. When I was watching these, I was like, another main character? Yeah, no, it keeps changing. Yeah. No, you see, we don't just get Sidney Prescott for 20 years here. We get random fucking people. But they're very good, and I do like watching it change. It's just, I think I like consistency. Anyway, I'm a Scream girly. We've already discussed this. Okay, this version of Nancy now wears glasses and has a mild air of exasperation with the filming process about her. Let's get into it. So this time, instead of getting just a normal quote, we get a Bible verse instead. It reads, "When deep sleep falleth on men, fear came upon me, and trembling, which made all my bones to shake." And that is Job 4, verses 13 and 14. The first shot of this movie is a little hand drawing a house in chalk. It is 1428 Elm, of course. This random blonde lady approaches her. Just kidding, it's Kristen. But she looks very different here. She's standing in front of the house on Elm Street, and the door creaks open as if to invite her back inside after all this time. She ends up down in the boiler room and ends up pulling Joey and Kincaid, the other 2 kids from Dream Warriors that survived the movie, into her dream with her because she still has that power. They are both adamant that there is no way that Freddy is alive, but Kristen staunchly believes that he is coming back. They show her that the boiler room is completely cold, none of the pipes are hot, nothing is in use, there is no reason for them to think that he is alive. And she kind of starts to agree with them, but at the very end of the dream, this weird thing happens. Somehow, Kincaid's dog ends up getting pulled into the dream, and it launches itself through this tunnel and bites Kristen on the arm, and then they all wake up in their respective beds. Kristen has gotten herself a boyfriend named Rick, and Rick has a sister named Alice. Alice is very interesting, and she seems to be very prone to daydreaming. And then they also have a friend named Deb. Right off the bat, we know that she is terrified of cockroaches, which will, I'm sure, bode very well for her as this movie progresses. When they're at school the next morning, Kincaid and Joey come up to Kristen in the hallway, and they're like, "Hey, can you, stop pulling us into your dreams for no reason? It really disrupts our peaceful nights of rest." But no matter what, Kristen firmly believes that Freddy is coming back. Nothing that they say will convince her that this is not the case. That night, we learn that Rick, Kristen's boyfriend, apparently really loves doing karate, and his sister, Alice, is upstairs washing dishes. They have a single father, and he comes home from work, and he just has a rotten energy about him. He is currently basically a barely functioning alcoholic. He comes home at 10 o'clock at night, and he fully expects his daughter to have dinner ready on the table for him at that time. And when she does put his bowl in front of him, he insults the food to her face. He sucks. This is another instance where Alice's love of daydream returns because she imagines herself telling her father off and then smashing the bowl of food down on the table so hard that it shatters, making him so shocked. But of course, she's just off in her own little world, and when she comes back to reality, he's just sitting there saying her name, annoyed, over and over again. It seems that in her head, she's a much more confident and forward person who is capable of standing up for herself, and she does not, at this moment, have that ability in real life. We find ourselves back with Kincaid, and he is starting to doze off in bed, which in these movies is never a good sign. While he's laying there, his bedroom door starts to creak open ever so slightly. But it's just his dog, so it's okay. His dog comes in, named Jason, by the way. Not important, I just think it's funny. And then gets up on the bed with him, and he lays back down to go to sleep. As Kincaid has fallen asleep, though, the dog has started really weirdly whimpering. And when he opens his eyes again, he is trapped in the trunk of a car in that same impound lot where Freddy's bones were found at the end of the last movie. Kincaid's dog, Jason, has also made his way into the dream, and he is digging a hole in the ground, which is not good. But then he pees fire. Don't ask me. I don't know. And the earth starts to crack and crumble and open up beneath him. After the earth opens from the pee, we see that Freddy's bones are still lying there, right where they were when Neil covered them up, in their final resting place. There's a pretty cool sequence here where Freddy's body basically pulls itself back together from the bones up, but it also looks a little gross, so I will not show it to you. For some reason, Kincaid is just like still standing there watching, like half in horror, half in shock, and then Freddy is right there again in the flesh, and he says, "You shouldn't have buried me. I'm not dead." And the first nightmare of the fourth Nightmare on Elm Street movie begins. Kincaid does manage to drop a car directly onto Freddy, but I'm going to throw a flag for excessive and premature celebration because, as we know, Freddy has done nothing but get stronger since this movie has progressed. All around Kincaid, cars are starting to kind of explode and move around on their own, and when we look again, he has been completely surrounded by these cars. He screams Kristen's name out just into the ether, hoping that maybe somehow it will be able to reach her. But nothing happens quick enough because the next thing he knows, he's trapped. Freddy is in this little circle with him, and then he kills him. As of now, based on the way Freddy is being, it would seem that his main plan is to go after the last three people that survived the last movie, aka the very last three of the Elm Street children. So that would be Kristen, Kincaid, and Joey. Kincaid is now obviously dead, so 1 down, 2 to go. Kristen feels like some kind of disturbance. The wind starts to blow weirdly into her room, but we don't really have any indication that she senses something worse has happened at this point in time. She gets up to smoke a cigarette, and it is here that I realized that we have at some point lost the Coke sponsorship because we are drinking a very nondescript can of diet soda. Something that I love, I think is just so funny and so 80s, is that Joey's defining character trait is likes hot women. Like, we are able to know instantly that Joey is Freddy's next target because of a single establishing shot of a woman in a gold bikini on a poster. It really just feels like a thing where everyone who knows him is probably like, yep, that's our good friend Joey. He loves boobies. Joey has a waterbed, another very 80s thing to have, and it starts moving and wiggling around a lot, and when he pulls the cover back, he sees that the model from the poster on his wall is now in the waterbed, like underneath the top covering of it. Do you think the lady in the water has a shirt on? No, she's topless, of course. She, much like in the last one, I don't know why this kid's falling for the second time, disappears completely, and Freddy takes her place, slicing through the top covering of the mattress and pulling Joey down into the water, effectively drowning him. And then all of the water turns bright red because he's drowning him, but he also still has knives for fingers and can inflict double damage in different ways. To me, this kind of felt like a homage to Glenn's death in the first movie. I don't know if that's true. I haven't found any evidence that that was what they were going for, but just like the entire bed turning that color and it just like sprouts up from nothing, it made me think of it at the very least. Oh, mother, and there Freddy says, "How's this for a wet dream?" They will try to use that again in the remake, and it will not land nearly as well. When Joey's mom comes into his bedroom, everything looks completely normal. There is no sign of a struggle. The bed is completely intact. It's not until she pulls back the cover and sees that Joey's body is trapped underneath the covering of the mattress that she even knows that something happened. But even the body itself is just like a normal body. It's as if he just like got like kerplunked under there and died of his own accord. I don't really know. They've kind of messed with the main conceit of the movie a little bit in this one as well. Back with Alice and Rick, we're in Alice's bedroom and she has her entire mirror covered with photos of her and her friends, which is a sweet gesture, but you cannot see her in the mirror at all. So it's obvious that there's something that she is hiding from. We learn that Alice and Rick's mother is dead, and Rick really just wishes that Alice would find a way to stand up for herself. Thankfully, Kristen, who I'm sure Kincaid and Joey both wish they listened to at this point, was sure that Freddy was coming back, so she purposely did not fall asleep that night, meaning she manages to make it to the next day. Her and Alice find each other once they get to school, and Kristen is like, "Have you seen Kincaid or Joey?" Answer is obviously no. They have this long conversation about dreams. Obviously, at this point there's one really on the nose conversation about dreams per movie, and Alice is talking about how there is a way that you can control them, and she is really good at that because she spends most of her time awake daydreaming as well, so it's just like second nature to her. They make their way to class, and when Kristen walks in, she sees that Joey and Kincaid's seats are both empty, and that earns her a royal freakout that is absolutely deserved. But she kind of pushes herself back rapidly and hits her head against the wall and knocks herself out, which is really not what you want to experience under these circumstances. Kristen wakes up in the nurse's office. She is being cared for by someone who has a bit of a familiar looking face shape, even though there's a wig and some lipstick on, and also these long red acrylic nails. The nurse turns and we can see Freddy laughing, and when the nurse opens her mouth, we see that the nurse has fucked up Freddy teeth. And then Freddy turns around, he's himself again. He says, "I want to draw some blood." But thankfully, the real and actual nurse does walk into the nurse's office at this point in time, managing to wake Kristen up before her demise can come to her at this precise second. Alice works pretty consistently at the diner downtown, and the boy that she likes, who is named Dan, walks into the restaurant. They actually get to have a bit of a conversation, and Dan is like, "Will you please tell your brother that I'm looking for him?" Which is probably not what she was hoping he would say. And she's really considering going over there and talking to him some more. Like, I think she took what her brother said about putting herself out there to heart. But Deb walks up to her and is like, "Sorry, kid, your shift's over. It's my turn." And then she goes and talks to Dan instead. And I thought that was weird. That seemed kind of mean and not like what you would do to your friend, but maybe the 80s were a different time. Their friend Sheila also makes her way inside the diner. They have some fun banter. What we learn from this conversation that will become pertinent later is that Deb is a weightlifter, and Alice's biggest fear is that she will grow old working in that restaurant and will never be able to get out of it. I'm telling you these little flashes because, just as a secret between us, the back half of these original 6 movies is a lot more fun if you treat it as a bit of a puzzle, trying to figure out what thing about these characters it is that Freddy will use against him, because the psychological aspect of his kills increases exponentially as time goes on. Rick and Kristen come into the diner. Kristen obviously looks like she has seen a ghost, and they tell Alice that Kincaid and Joey are both dead. Kristen is like, "We have to do something now before something bad happens," aka Kristen gets absolutely wrecked and murdered. And then Alice, Kristen, Rick, and Dan all leave the diner together to go try to gather some information. They go to 1428 Elm, but they do literally nothing that is site specific. Like, none of this needs to happen at this location. They're really just there to get the house in the movie, I'm pretty sure. Alice does see the sidewalk chalk that the little girl was drawing at the beginning of the movie. So if nothing else, we know that she is joining in like the Elm Street dreaming hive mind, because these things are starting to be visible to her. While they're outside the house, Kristen's mom, who is still a bitch, comes and is like, get in the car, we're going home. She's being really flippant with Kristen and the things that she's experiencing still all this time later. And she says that Kristen hasn't been sleeping and she thinks that Kristen needs to sleep. So she has drugged Kristen's drink with like so many sleeping pills. These fucking parents, bro. Oh my God. But I will say, Kristen is pretty badass in this moment. So she tells her mom that it's her fault this guy is even after her and says that her mother just signed her death warrant and got her murdered. And then she struggles her way up the stairs. She's trying to fight the sleep that's like coming at her because she was given so many sleeping pills, but she is not able to fully do that. When she gets in the room, she picks up the phone to try to call Alice at the very last second, but before she can call all the way through, she falls asleep. In the last moments before she passes out, there's like a camera shot that goes on for way too long for my not vertigo having, but just like motion sickness at times having ass, where I was like, stop showing this room spinning. Like, I liked it because it was a very nice visual representation of what was going on, but it went on so long that I was like, and if I throw up on my rug, what then? Alice had given Kristen advice earlier that day that she should dream up someplace fun. So when Kristen wakes up in her dream, she is laying on the beach peacefully in a swimsuit, just soaking up the sun waves. And for a minute, she's like, it worked. Thanks, Alice. Unfortunately, though, there is one of those creepy little girls on the beach with her being like vague and extra giggly for no reason, which just never bodes well at all in these situations. It looks like a shark has appeared in the water. There's this like weird brownish leathery looking fin sticking up, and it keeps getting faster and faster as it heads to the shore. Obviously, it's not a shark though. It's Freddy. So he pops up out of nowhere. Kristen tries to run, but sand starts to swallow her up. It reminds me of the ROUS's scene in The Princess Bride. And Freddy is like using his foot to push her down further. And for a second, you're like, okay, so she suffocates right here. But no, he's basically just pushing her through and down into the 1428 Elm Street, and like that turns into once again the boiler room as it always does. Freddy is really goading her in this moment and is like, maybe you should call up one of your little friends for help. And I'm not exactly sure if he knew that just like suggesting that would make it happen on accident, but that is what happens. And because he said that, Kristen immediately starts thinking about Alice and accidentally pulls her into her dream. This is a huge deal and a big uh-oh, because this essentially allows Freddy to break containment. Kristen was about to be the very last of the Elm Street kids. Every single person that he would have ever had access to, based on the principle of how this whole thing started, would have been gone, and then Freddy would have been gone too. But Alice is now aware of him, which opens up his world to a brand new crop of people. Especially because at the very last second, as Freddy is about to kill Kristen, Kristen looks at Alice and is like, take my power. I didn't know this was possible, but this movie tells us that it is. So for the purposes of this video, it is. Kristen says, take my power. And it like shoots off her fingers in this 1980s computer animation dazzle. And it goes directly into Alice. And now basically Alice has the ability to call other people into her dreams just as Kristen did. And then Freddy throws Kristen into a furnace and kills her. When Alice wakes up, there is a postcard on her mirror with the rest of the photos of Freddy holding on to Kristen, and it says, greetings from hell on it. And when she takes it off, it just like burns to a crisp on the floor. There are little gags like this throughout the last half of these movies, and they're very fun. Like if I'm comparing these to the first one, but if I'm just like, look at Robert Englund having such a good time, then I'm enjoying myself also. That's kind of like what these boil down to for me. Rick comes into her room and they run over to Kristen's house, but they are obviously going to be too late. Her entire bed has been engulfed in flames. They are at the cemetery for the funeral, and the very strange thing about the setup of the cemetery is that, you know, you have Nancy and her dad, but instead of like those two being buried with her mom or like with other family members. They are buried with like Kincaid and Kristen and Joey, these like random kids that Nancy knew for maybe a week and a half. I don't really get that, but it's a really nice, easy, cohesive shot if they're all buried beside each other. So I will respect the budget filmmaking in that regard. Alice is watching old videos that she has found of when Kristen was still alive and like interacting with Rick. Rick comes in while she's doing that, and at first it seems like he might be a little bit upset that she's doing it, but once he sits down and watches it with her, you can tell that he just gets very sad, and he really, really blames himself for the fact that Kristen is dead, but he also refuses to hear anything that Alice has to say about the existence of Freddy and tells her to shut up and stop thinking about stuff like that. He's a little nicer than that. I'm paraphrasing. Alice starts asking the rest of her friends a lot of semi-vague questions at school the next day, and what she gathers is that at this point in time, none of the other ones have seen Freddy but her. So it's not like he broke containment and then all of a sudden he's in every single person's dreams immediately. Also, it seems that when Kristen passed her powers along to Alice, she wasn't just passing her powers, because as soon as Alice is alone in the bathroom, she pulls out a cigarette to start smoking. But the thing is Alice has never smoked before that exact second in that bathroom, and she is very confused by this like complete muscle memory, not thinking twice about it thing that she just did. But Kristen did smoke. So there's something inside of her that's a piece of Kristen. They go to class and get ready to take their physics exam, and Sheila has asthma, and you can tell that she's already kind of having a little bit of struggle with it. She stayed up all night studying for this exam, so she's a little sleep deprived, and I am currently right now a little sleep deprived, and I can tell you that even if you don't feel bad, it does just start affecting all of your basic like ways that your body functions. I feel like I'm explaining things really poorly now, and that is part of that. I hope it's just because of that. Once the exam starts, Sheila looks down at the page, and all of the letters and equations start to shift around. And then on the paper, in this very specific font that will become synonymous with Freddy Krueger in these last few, it says, "Learning is fun with Freddy," and then blood starts to drip down onto the paper, and it turns out that at some point Sheila's nose has started bleeding. Alice has also fallen asleep, and it is probably her fault that Sheila is currently in this dream. But when Alice wakes up, she looks over, and she is completely like locked into her desk. So she cannot get up. She is forced to just sit there and watch what is about to unfold. Freddy is up at the teacher's desk, and he gets up and starts stalking his way over to Sheila. He takes her glasses off her face, looks at her, and goes, "Wanna suck face?" And then literally like sucks the life out of her. Like her body turns into this like shriveled up, flattened, like I don't even know how to describe it, like flat Stanley, but like also kind of like petrified, if that makes sense. It's quite a gross visual. I was not a fan of it. In the real world, this presents itself as a very intense asthma attack, and she passes away. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting to put these deaths on the board. Alice is now the one who has to take over, being completely adamant that all of this is Freddy's fault, with no one else really believing her. She feels guilty because she feels like she basically served Sheila up on a silver platter by thinking of her and pulling her into her dream. She is a little bit correct. The good news is that it seems that Rick, her brother, is starting to actually believe her, because he's like, "We're dropping like flies around here. I can't really think of another good explanation." And that is probably the most sane thing that anyone could think in these circumstances. No one else really ever does, though. So kudos to Rick for being the only one who can adapt as new information is made available to him. I feel like this movie really likes to be like hitting us directly in the face as hard as possible with its like theme and message. So as people that Alice knows are dying, she is removing photos that she has with them off of her mirror, which is making her own face more visible as time progresses. She's picking up double shifts at the diner constantly so that she doesn't have to worry about accidentally falling asleep. Dan, the boy that she likes, comes to visit her while she's working, and she's kind of telling him all of this, and it seems that he mostly believes her, which is good on him. She's kind of started to theorize and figure out in her head that she probably has to be present in order for Freddy to get into anyone else's dreams. She has to be the conduit, which is bad because she's essentially responsible for accidentally killing her friends, but is good for her and no one else because that means that most likely there is no version of reality where Freddy would ever kill her, because then he would be completely SOL with no one else that he could ever murder and souls he could take for the rest of his life. Rick is fully on board with what Alice is saying now. He fully believes her, and he's been staying up with her all night, and neither of them have been sleeping. Alice is in the most boring class that has ever existed, and she is dozing off, and unfortunately, at the same time, Rick is doing the same thing in the bathroom. He starts having a nightmare. It begins with him seeing a burnt up Kristen, which is terrible enough. And honestly, it kind of gets silly from here in comparison to that being the start of it. He walks into this like open, airy, breezy dojo. If you'll recall, he's the one that was doing karate at the beginning of the movie. And Freddy is completely invisible for like this entire sequence. So he's just fighting the air. And then all of a sudden, Freddy's glove, like, again, just the glove, Robert Englund, nowhere to be found, launches through the air and just goes right into Rick. And then Rick dies. When they're at the funeral, Alice has another one of her daydreams where she's thinking about Rick kind of like making his way out of the coffin and being like, don't worry, it was just a trick. I just wanted Freddy to think that I was dead. And she kind of becomes very resolute in that moment when it's happening and is like, no more daydreaming. I can't do it anymore. So after Rick's death, Deb and Dan have both become fully on board with the Freddy situation. Alice also says mind over matter to Deb as she walks away, which is something that Sheila always says. And she also is like at home in the mirror and is now all of a sudden really good at karate. So it isn't just Kristen's personality traits that she has absorbed. It seems that every person whose murder she witnesses, she absorbs pieces of them every single time. Alice tries to leave and go to Deb's. That way all of them can be together and not falling asleep. But her father like physically bars her from leaving. Honestly, at this point, not because he's trying to be a dick, just because it's very obvious that he is absolutely terrified of losing her, especially after just losing his son. So I understand and I feel for him in that moment, but she is not allowed to leave the house. So all three of them are left completely to their own devices to not fall asleep. And this never goes well when this is what occurs. Debbie is starting a workout in her home gym, and Alice sneaks out the window. Alice decides that what she should do is go to the movies to try to occupy her time, and there's a cinema showing late night showings. This is what I did when I got my COVID booster when Spider-Man No Way Home came out. I went and I saw it by myself, and my heart was beating so fast, and I felt like shit. But I was like, I don't want to sit here and just feel like shit. The COVID booster fucks me up bad. I'm like, oh, I'm dying every single time. I'm like, this is it. This is it for me. But I lived. I survived. I'm still here to talk about it. So it's fine. That's not me being anti-vaccine. Don't think that that's me. It's not. She's sitting there watching the movie and the screen starts to change and it starts to look like the diner that she works at, and like the wind picks up something crazy and she gets pulled into the screen. I also noticed in this moment that the cup that she has the Pepsi logo on it. So this franchise just has no brand loyalty. We've just switched to fucking Pepsi all of a sudden. I think that's crazy. That's some Regal Cinemas ass shit. They did that. They used to be Coke and now they're Pepsi. And I never hear the end of it from my friend Caroline every time we go to Regal because she is a Coke girly and nothing else. Don't take that out of context. I mean the drink. So we're in the diner, but we're also not really in the diner because this one is very run down, dilapidated, looks gross inside. And the person who is at the counter serving Alice is actually just an older version of Alice. So it's almost like she's looking at her worst fear right in its face, the fear that she would never be able to leave that diner and would be stuck there until she was old. He appears soon after, and she is served a pizza with all of her friends' dead faces in it, but they're not dead at this point. They're like talking, like they're moving around and talking and being like, "Help me, Alice. Help me. Help me, Alice." Like they're all little meatballs. And then Freddy's like, "I love soul food." And like plucks the Rick meatball with one of his little freaky fingers and eats it while he's sitting there. God, these are getting like cheesier as time progresses. I'm well aware. Don't think that I'm sitting here trying to tell you that what I'm describing to you is like high art. I know. Believe. Freddy tells her that he would like for her to bring him more souls to take. And we kind of look over and we see Deb laying there on her bench press. So unfortunately, it would seem that she has fallen asleep and accidentally opened the door for Alice to invite Freddy in. He waltzes his way over to Debbie, and like the scene kind of closes around him, so we can't see exactly what he's doing. But Alice gets up and runs out of the diner, and Dan is out there. But it would appear that he has put Alice and Dan in a bit of a time loop. So they get in. Alice is explaining what's going on. She gets in the truck. She starts driving. They're kind of explaining and explaining it. They get there. She gets out of the car, runs into where she's supposed to run into, and then she runs right back around the corner and she's in front of the diner and she is telling Dan what is going on. This happens about 3 or 4 times before they start to realize they are in a time loop. So that means all 3 of them are asleep. All 3 of them are getting fucked with, but at various levels because Freddy is, as we've established, with Debbie in this moment. He is pushing down on this is a really gross death. So she has the bar like lifted up as if she's mid lifting weights, and then he starts pushing down on the bar and putting a bunch of added pressure against it, and he puts so much pressure against this that her like elbows basically like dislocate and like start to like rip. I'm not gonna say any more about that. It's really gross. It looks terrible. But that's not really all that's happening because if you'll recall, Deb was really afraid of cockroaches. And so once her arms basically fall off her body in like the half nubs that she has left, cockroach legs start to grow in their place. Oh, it's so bad. This is almost as bad as the marionette, but it's a little more absurdist, so it doesn't make me feel as gross, but I still really hate this one. So Deb is standing there, and then her arms just kind of become those are like little cockroach feelers, I guess, is what that is. Her arms kind of become that, and then she starts growing more of them until she has like the 8. Cockroaches have more than 8, but I think in the movie she has 8. No, they don't have more than. I don't know. I don't really look at cockroaches that hard when they're in front of me. I would like them to be gone forever once I see them. So she has like fully become a cockroach at this point, but it's like this forced perspective thing is happening where she's going down a smaller and smaller hallway. And once that happens, she ends up being stuck in a glue trap. She's in a little roach motel as a roach. And when she's in there and she's stuck, that whole thing also is horrific looking. I hate the way that looks too. And then Freddy squishes that in on her and she is dead. Goodbye, Deb. I'm sorry you became a squished cockroach. There is a really cool shot like from the perspective of looking into the roach motel from the other side, so like you can see a little miniature version of Deb struggling in the roach motel, and then on the other side you just see like Freddy's big ol' eye like peering into it, and it looks really cool. It also looks a little out of place, I won't lie, but I like what they were going for, so I'll give them their props. Back with Alice and Dan, they have realized that they are in a time loop and they're kind of driving around, and then they swear that they see Freddy standing in the middle of the road, so Dan swerves at the very last second and they run directly into a tree. And this is where the logic of this movie starts to fail me, but I'm going to talk about this more in the analysis after this part. But they run into this tree, and Dan is very badly hurt. This ambulance comes and takes both of them to the hospital. Of course, they're trying to sedate Dan in the ambulance, and then that means that they both have to start acting crazy, and everyone that works in the medical field has to look at them like they're crazy. And this is just a staple of this franchise at this point. It happens every single time. They will need to do surgery on Dan, which means Dan will need to be put under general anesthesia. So while they're about to start doing this, Alice steals her dad's car keys and runs as fast as she can back to her house because she is going to try to find a way to defeat Freddy in this moment before he can get to Dan and do anything to him. It's weird because the vibe in the operating room, like the way that it's shot, is incredibly ominous and sinister, and like not in a way where you're waiting for something to happen. It's in a way where it's like, oh, something sinister is actively happening. Like it makes every doctor that's in that room seem like they are completely evil. And I don't know if that was purposeful as like a fake out, but like they're just normal doctors. They're not doing anything the whole time. There is a hard cut to a very 80s Alice getting ready to go into battle montage, in which basically she starts to dress a little bit like each of the dead people that she knows, and she finishes kind of like setting up the mirror the way she wants it to be, and now the mirror is completely blank and she can see herself fully, and then through the mirror she can see that Freddy has appeared in the operating room and Dan is screaming for help. So she sees this through the mirror. She just like kicks through the mirror, and then she's right there in the operating room. I don't know. They end up in this thing that looks like a kaleidoscope. I'm pretty sure that's what they were going for with that effect, by the way. I think that it looks really cool, and I instantly like knew what they were trying to kind of like imitate, and I liked that a lot. But they kick through this, ends up being a stained glass window at the end, and they are in a church. They being both Dan and Alice, and of course that means Freddy is there as well. Things are getting a little bit dire in the operating room, it would seem, and then Dan is like, it's too late. But instead of just like dying, he starts to slowly fade away. So the good news is that it's not too late in the sense that Dan has died. It's too late in the sense that they were able to kind of like stop any hemorrhaging that was going on at the last minute, and he is doing better. So he's being pulled off anesthesia, which means that he is no longer going to be there to help Alice, even though he is alive in the real world, so she must face Freddy by herself. We get to hear our favorite song start to play, and the doors to the church open on their own, and Freddy walks in. I feel like based on like most kind of like biblical principles that they kind of draw on for this franchise, he should like burst into flame, but he does not. They fight for a while there. Alice has become very skilled in combat because Rick, but she's just like punching Freddy over and over again, and it's doing nothing. He's just like laughing really crazy every single time. He says, well, you may have their power, but I still have their souls. And he is getting a great amount of enjoyment from everything that's transpiring right now. But then Alice remembers the Dream Master poem that her mother told her when she was little. And in that poem, it says that when evil sees itself, it dies. So she picks up a little piece of the stained glass that's reflective and holds it up to Freddy. And then a bunch of stuff starts happening kind of all at once. This really powerful beam of light comes out of the piece of glass and is just like directly at Freddy's chest. And instead of like him combusting or turning into the light or disappearing like we've seen before, instead, it's almost like this light has freed the souls inside of him because they are fighting their way out. Like he's being pulled to pieces essentially by these random souls that he's taken. For some reason, there's fucking boobs in this shot, man. This got off the rails. I'm sick of it. We're going to talk about it at the end. But all the souls finally get freed, and it ends up being that it's just like Freddy is completely gone, and just his clothing is left behind. Like, Freddy got raptured, y'all. Imagine. Alice is able to exit the church after this, and she steps into our very typical bright and sunshiny day. By now, we know where this usually goes. So, Alice and Dan are walking around in the park. They are holding hands. They are officially a couple. That is wonderful for them. Dan is back to sleeping pretty soundly. Alice still barely can. They make a wish on the fountain, and as soon as Dan goes to throw the coin in there, it ripples out. But in the ripples, Alice can make out just a little bit a red and green striped sweater visible in the reflection. End of movie. One of my favorite Easter eggs from 4 is that the diner that Alice works at is called the Crave Inn Diner, like Wes Craven. It shouldn't be a surprise to you that that is one of my favorite things about this movie. When I hear the words Wes Craven, my ears kind of perk up like a dog, and I'm locked in instantly. So I really like that it's called the Crave Inn Diner. Sue me. All in all, when I think of that movie, I go, yeah, that was fine. I think that the Freddy sequences are the most inventive they have been, and I do enjoy watching it. I really think that once you hit the back half of this franchise, you kind of have to separate the original from the rest of them because there's not much carryover. But don't worry, in a couple movies, you're going to be able to think about the first one again. And it's going to be really fun when we do that because I'm obsessed with that movie. For A Nightmare on Elm Street 5, The Dream Child, the budget was now 8 times the one for the first movie, clocking in at around $8 million. I think that is insane. But based on the runaway success of the entire franchise, this seemed like it would be warranted. But unfortunately, the 5th installment of this franchise only grossed $22 million. That is almost $28 million less than Dream Master that released right before it. I personally think that they viewed this franchise as an unstoppable force, and I can see why. It was so incredibly successful and no one was really expecting it, and then it happened and they were like, oh my god, we can just keep like growing and growing and trying different things and being inventive with it. And I love that. I think that taking creative risks is part of the creative process and you have to do it. And especially when you're having to make multiple ones of these, you have to find new things that you can do every time. However, there is, a balancing act that must be done between finding new fun ways to have your characters be and also not changing your underlying ethos enough where original fans are going to get mad at you and not want to watch anymore. And I feel like this is the point where they did too much and then all the original fans were like, that's stupid, fuck that. Probably not that mean about it. And I don't want it to sound like I think that anything is like bad or like shitting on the creative team. This movie's fun. I like to have fun. Fun is fun. But your original fan base still needs to feel appreciated or they will abandon you. I think that starting with 4, that is when this franchise starts to fall into that pit and it is unable to claw its way back out. No pun intended. And then The Dream Child, which released on August 11th, 1989, absolutely seals this fate, introducing a new element that is interesting on the surface, but very convoluted in its execution. The close-up that we start off with in this movie is a little bit different. Instead of it being like, oh, this creepy child, or like Freddy himself is doing something, we're getting this like kind of nondescript sex scene, basically. Like it's just really close-up shots of skin. Like it's not any specific body parts, but where one of them is pretty close where I'm like, Jesus, I feel like that's a lot going on right there. And it's just like that for the entirety of the opening credits. It goes on a little long. So after that opening sex scene ends, we see that Alice is trying to get into the shower. She is in there, and then all of a sudden, from within the drain, it starts to bubble up this like brownish, almost reddish, could be blood, I guess you could say. Liquid starts coming up, and then basically every single like crevice of this shower starts having water come out of it, and water isn't draining, so it completely fills up and it's about to start drowning Alice. When she's like right on the verge of drowning, it turns into another place completely, and she's trying to figure out where the hell she could possibly be. She seems to be in a prison of some sort, and there is a very young nun there too. So at this moment, we are flashing back to the 100 maniacs who are all in this prison. Any single one of them could be Freddy's father, except one of them is Robert Englund without the makeup on. So that one's definitely his father. What's happening is that we're catching a glimpse of the day that Amanda Krueger was locked in that prison with all of those people during a holiday weekend. This ended up happening basically because this one guy was like, I want to make sure this count is right. And the other guy's like, fuck the counting. Come on, that's it. They're all in there. Everybody's there. Let's go home. It's the weekend. And obviously that was not correct. And they really basically ruined that girl's life forever and ever and ever and ever. Not basically, they did. Their actions caused all of this to happen to her. Alice wakes up screaming at the same time that Amanda has started screaming in the dream. And Dan is there beside her in the bed, and he starts to comfort her. Except in a flash, it's not Dan anymore. It's Freddy's father, aka Robert Englund without the makeup on. And he kind of like gets on top of her, and then she wakes up for real, thank God. And there is no one there with her, not even Dan. On a much lighter note, it is their graduation day, and we get a chance to get a first look at their new friends, aka Freddy's new crop of victims that they have just made perfect for him to have. I'm sure every single one of them will be alive and well by the end of this movie. One of her friends is named Yvonne, and she is on the swim team, and then the other one is named Greta, and she has a very overbearing mother who wants her to be a model, to the point to where she makes some very disparaging comments about the things that Greta eats and like what she puts into her body and what she looks like. There's a couple other friends at this point in time. None of them have distinguishable personalities or traits. So Dan finds her after the graduation. He gave a speech during it. I don't know exactly what he was. I don't think they ever really said. But it turns out they have very extensive summer travel plans. They're discussing both the plans and the dream that Alice had the night before when a college football coach approaches with Dan's father and mother and tries to pull him to the side and away from Alice so they can discuss his future. He ends up being pulled away. Alice thinks that no one is at the graduation for her, but her dad did come. Apparently he has gotten sober, but he was kind of standing back and away from everyone else because he was afraid he was going to embarrass her. I just thought that this was a very sweet moment that they put in there. I like when these movies do anything to humanize these characters and make them like multidimensional. It does not happen that often, so I like to relish in it when it does. Alice still works at the diner. She is on her way there after the graduation for like one last final shift before she leaves for the summer. And while she's there, she cuts through the park and she finds, do you want to guess? All of the children singing the song and jumping rope as we are used to at this point in time. That's really weird though, because she's awake. And while there have definitely been other movies in the past where we have not really stuck to that principle, everything that we've known of when we've had Alice as a character has stuck to that. Like the last one, they had to be asleep when they were happening. In 3, they had to be asleep. It really was just 2 that fucked that whole thing up, and they retconned that immediately. She follows the children deeper into the woods, and somehow it is now the middle of the night. And she comes upon the nun. It appears to be the same nun from Dream Warriors, except she is a lot younger this time. She's not old like she was in that movie. The nun is on some old gothic looking steps. She starts running. Alice follows her. I guess we're in the prison. But, like, it was established in Dream Warriors that, like, everything that happened to Amanda Krueger happened at that psychiatric hospital, just in a different ward. And we are now in, like, this expansive gothic looking structure, so I don't really, it's not important, but it does make me laugh because it's different directors for each of these movies, so you can tell when someone's vision is just like really out of left field. This dream is a little convoluted, so I'm gonna probably quote it a little bit. So Alice sees this weird baby stroller pushing itself, and she soon finds herself on a stretcher that is being wheeled into a dirty, dirty ass hospital room. She is now no longer on the bed, but standing at the foot of the bed, looking down at a woman in the bed, currently giving birth. That person is obviously Amanda Krueger. So it's the birth of Freddy, obviously, but instead of like a actual human baby comes out, what happens is this weird shaped alien looking thing that like has the really textured skin of Freddy, like that weird like pinkish sloughed off flesh look and like shaped weird, comes out of her instead, and kind of like it's like really looks like little freaky alien. The weird freaky alien Freddy runs out of like the delivery room that he's in, and we find ourselves back in the church from the end of the last movie where his clothes are still located, and then this freaky little baby alien situation scurries itself into the discarded clothes, and thus Freddy begins to return. Freddy says something really vague to Alice about how he now has a key, so he will be ready to come out. No one knows what he's talking about, and Amanda is also there saying a bunch of shit to Alice, like mother like son at this point in time, honestly, and is like, you need to find my body and like free me from my earthly prison so that I can be of assistance to you from the other side. She says, look for me in the tower. And then Alice finds herself in the diner. Somehow 4 hours have passed, and she was not even asleep. She calls Dan in a panic, and he is hanging out with the rest of their friends at this pool party waiting for Alice to get off. But once she's like, I had a Freddy dream, he gets in his truck and runs as fast as he can over to see her at the diner. The problem is, I don't know if you ever graduated high school or college, or I guess to graduate college, you have to graduate high school. So if you've done one or more graduations in your life, those are very long, long days. You're getting up very early, getting yourself presentable, putting the fucking cap and gown on, doing all of this. They've been awake for a while. So while Dan is heading over to Alice, he starts to fall asleep behind the wheel. There's another scene that's like a singular time loop. I guess that's not a loop, but like a bunch of stuff happens. He's trying to control the car radio to try to keep himself awake, but it doesn't work, and then like Freddy's hand comes out and tries to get him, and then he ends up back at the school. But there's a motorcycle sitting right there, so he's like, okay, I'm just gonna take this motorcycle. And so he takes that and he starts his way towards Alice for real this time. While he's driving this motorcycle, though, I'm not going to attempt to draw this because it is such a complicated thing that happens. There's no way I could even make it funny. It would just look like a blob. The wiring of the motorcycle starts to kind of like make its way out of where it's supposed to be and like untangle itself and get loose and just like start going into Dan. And by the time all of this is done happening, he looks like he could be like a Mad Max Fury Road character. Like it's just like all wiring and like this thick, gross skin thing that ends up on like a bald head. Like truly, it's very Mad Max. That's the thing it instantly makes me think of every time I watch this movie. He is completely overtaken by these wires. Basically, he has no control over what's going on. And so Freddy takes the motorcycle and swerves it directly into an oncoming 18-wheeler. And this happens right outside the diner. So Alice hears this and also has this flash of a vision where she sees something terrible happens, and then she runs outside and Dan is laying there bloody and basically dead, but then his body reanimates itself really quickly, and the Freddy voice says, "Hey Alice, want to make babies?" Ew. Alice passes out right there on the road, and she wakes up in the hospital. Her friend Yvonne works at the hospital as like a candy striper. which is basically like high school student who volunteers to like give people things. I don't think that really still happens, but it did at this point in time. She's trying to explain the concept of Freddy to Yvonne. It obviously doesn't work. A doctor comes in to talk to Alice, and he's being like really super overly patronizing, even for like a male medical professional talking to a woman in the 1980s. Like, he keeps going on and on about how she's having emotional outburst, and she's like, so what the hell are you talking about right now? And then she is told that she is pregnant. They keep her overnight for observation, but in the middle of the night, Alice wakes up and she looks outside, and in the doorway, this random little boy is standing there. This boy says his name is Jacob, and Alice is like, oh, I've always loved that name. He's just like, sorry about your boyfriend. And then he leaves. And we find out the next morning that the hospital doesn't even have a children's ward, so there's no reason a child should ever be anywhere remotely near her in this scenario. She's discharged from the hospital that day. She gathers her friend Yvonne, her friend Greta, and also her friend Mark, who really loves comic books, over to kind of explain the Freddy lore to them. They are like, girl, absolutely not. Which I understand, especially in this context, because even when Alice is explaining it, she uses the caveat of like, this stuff happens when I'm sleeping, but they all know for a fact Alice was not sleeping when this happened. She was actively working at the diner, and she had basically a vision and saw what was about to happen or had just happened to Dan. But that evening, Greta's rabid, obsessive mother is throwing a dinner party in her honor to try to just get random people that she knows to like wine and dine and schmooze. Greta is absolutely miserable. You can tell very plainly that she does not want to be who her mother wants her to be. She ends up dozing off at the end of the table, and she finds herself, this death is also gross, basically being force fed like everything at the table by Freddy. That in itself isn't necessarily that gross, but they gave the actress this like prosthetic piece that made her cheeks look really big and stuffed with food, and it's just kind of like a very haunting looking image that I really do not like, and I can very plainly see in my head as I describe it to you now, like multiple days after I saw the movie. Alice is made aware of this death happening instantly too, in a different way this time though. So she opens the fridge and every single thing inside of it is rotten, and then Greta, with like that prosthetic that I hate thinking about, is like in the side of the fridge, like reaching out to Alice. Then she closes the fridge. No, she doesn't close the fridge. Freddy like closes the fridge for her really forcefully, because left on the front of the fridge is just a note where like a grocery list would be that says, die, bitch. Very Freddy Krueger of him. Very Freddy Krueger thing to do. So Yvonne and Alice go to visit Mark, the one that likes the comic books. Mark was definitely in love with Greta. So her death has really shaken him up, and it is obvious that he is now fully 100% on board with Alice, believes the fact that there is something else going on here, and that is what has gotten Greta killed. Yvonne is not as convinced. She's like, I have to go to the pool anyway and practice, so that leaves Alice and Mark there on their own to kind of debrief and go over everything. So he says that he wants to be told every single thing about Krueger, and Alice is like, well, let me go make us some coffee. So she goes and does that, but when she comes back, she sees that somehow Mark has known what 1428 Elm Street looks like, and he has drawn it onto this big sketch paper. And also there's this little cartoon version of him walking towards the front door of the house. So Alice takes this random like magic marker and draws this little stick figure version of her, me, for half this video that you're currently watching, and puts herself in there and follows him into the house. When she walks inside, she finds Mark dangling at the edge of this pit that descends into what I can only guess is, once again, hell. Alice is able to pull him out, and it seems like Mark will be safe, but then everything shifts again, and Alice is back with the little boy. She's still in like the decrepit version of 1428 Elm, but Mark is pretty much gone completely, and it's just her and this little boy having a pretty long conversation. He says that he has been having really terrible dreams and that he is there because he is waiting on someone, but this little boy is chronically vague, so we do not really get any more good information out of him besides that. He does ask Alice why she doesn't care about him and why she doesn't like him, because he likes her, and she's like, who told you this? And he says, the man with the funny hand told me. Well, that's not good. He can hear Freddy calling for him even though we can't, and he just like abruptly leaves. And then Alice tries to follow him, but she ends up back with Mark, and he is, thankfully, at this point in time, still alive. So Alice has realized through this interaction that Jacob is her unborn child, and somehow, she's not sure exactly how yet, but Freddy is using her child as a means to make all of this happen. Her first instinct is just to completely run away. And then Mark is like, I think you should maybe just like go back to Yvonne and the doctor. So she does that instead. She probably would have been smarter to run away, although Freddy would have just continued to follow her, I guess. Yvonne is still not on board at all. Like 0%. But when Alice asks her outright, do babies dream before they're born, when they're like still in the womb? And the answer is yes. Babies can spend up to 70% of their time dreaming before they're born. So she's there for an ultrasound. Yvonne is like, you need to keep your mouth shut and not say anything crazy while we're here, which is really hard to do whenever something really frantic and scary starts happening to you. So she's sitting there getting the ultrasound, and the monitor starts to go berserk. Like it just becomes complete TV static, and everything starts to look like it's just discombobulated all over the place. While this is happening, Alice herself gets turned into like buzzing electric particles and goes into the ultrasound machine and gets like a very close-up look at what's happening with her baby. Freddy is unfortunately in there too, and it turns out what's happening is he has been directly feeding this baby the souls of her friends that he is currently killing. His goal is to make the baby come out exactly like him. This makes Alice freak out. Yvonne takes her home, but is like, I told you not to do that. Mark actually meets them back at Alice's house, and this is where Yvonne hits a point where it goes past like a very normal skeptical friend, and it hits this point of like absolute denial that feels almost mean-spirited and like refusing to see the truth. Like Mark has brought with him an entire huge folder full of information about Freddy Krueger that would be just straight up evidence. And instead of like looking at it at all for 2 seconds, Yvonne just knocks the entire folder out of his hand and is like, I'm going to go swimming, and leaves the house. Now, at this moment, Mark and Alice have a bit of a conversation about whether or not Alice wants to keep the baby. I personally do not read this conversation as some like hardline conservative opinion. Personally, I think that it's not like anti-choice to say that you want to keep a baby because it reminds you of your dead significant other. I think that that's personal preference, and it doesn't come across as preachy at all, so I don't want that to become what this is about. It's just a fact of life that sometimes conversations like these happen, and they're hard, and they're a little nuanced, and we don't do well with nuance, but that's what's happening. Now, speaking of Dan, Alice's dad calls her downstairs, and when she gets there, it is Dan's parents, and they are looking really just like kid caught with the hand in the cookie jar. Like so much guilt, but also this weird indignation. They are there because they want to adopt the baby from Alice, to which she says, hell no. What makes you think that would ever happen? And they're like, well, we can sue. She's very confused, like, why the hell would you sue me? It turns out that when she kind of freaked out at the hospital when she was getting that ultrasound earlier, the doctor called them and told them that she might not be fit to be a parent, which has to be illegal on like so many levels. There's no way that man was allowed to do that. So Alice leaves in a huff and Mark follows her. They end up going back to his place so that they don't have to worry about being anywhere near Dan's parents at the moment. They are going through all of the files that Mark had found, and they're going over specifically one about Amanda Krueger. All the papers and official publications were saying that after Freddy's trial, Amanda Krueger hung herself, but there are no actual records proving this to be fact. Her body was never found, and Alice is suspicious that Freddy is the one who like actually killed her when he got off on the technicality and was able to go be free in the world after killing a bunch of children. He obviously has resentment to his mother. He calls every single woman that he meets throughout this entire series a bitch. And Robert Englund agrees with me on that. He said it too. So, like most times, Alice decides that it is time to purposely go into a dream. This one's a little different though, because we're not trying to find Freddy. We're trying to find Amanda. Mark is supposed to keep watch. I'm hopeful that he will do this because I really like Mark's character. Like, he does not have that like weird off-putting vibe to him that most of the other leading male characters in this have had. She crawls up into Mark's bed and lays down to go to sleep, but before we can figure out exactly what transpires when she fully gets there, we end up being with Yvonne at the pool. Oops, Yvonne's fallen asleep in the hot tub, and at the same moment, Alice is going to sleep, which means it's time for another nightmare, baby. She fell asleep in the hot tub, but I don't think she realizes it because she gets out and makes her way up to the top of the high dive, and it starts to crumble underneath her, so she has to jump down into the pool. But on her way down, the pool turns into a crusty, dusty, muddy nothing with this tiny little hole full of just water. But she must be a very accurate diver because she dives directly into this little tiny pool of water and into this vat of like random standing water. Alice ends up being there too. She can hear the ruckus happening and finds them. They are kind of battling back and forth with him for a bit, but when they finally are able to drag themselves out of this like vat that he has them in and roll back over kind of to where Alice was, that was kind of more in the Amanda Krueger realm of things, he is completely like stopped. He is not able to get any closer because he's afraid of his mother and afraid of what she will do to him. So they know that this is like a safe space for them, and they are able to wake up naturally from there. And I have something very important to say right here, and that is that Mark stayed awake. It seems like every single comic book that he owns is now sprawled out on the floor like he's already read it, trying his hardest to stay awake. But then he picks one up that's called Nightmare from Hell. Oh. Okay. It would appear that maybe at this point in time he has fallen asleep, but he lasted much longer and tried a lot harder than anyone else I've seen in this series, so I'm going to give him a little bit of credit, especially because I don't like to speak ill of someone who's about to be murdered by a crazed child murderer. He opens up the book and he is instantly sucked into the pages where he will have to face Freddy again. He brings out Greta to torment him, but this time, like, the sight of Greta makes Mark a little more brave. He is able to turn into his superhero alter ego. I don't remember the name. It's not important, but he is a comic book artist, so it's basically his character that he has created. And he starts kind of going in on Freddy, and it seems to be working. But then Freddy transforms into Super Freddy. I love this sequence. It's very cheesy, but I do love it simply because it is shot completely in black and white, but Mark and his clothing, which is always very colorful the whole series, is also in color. So there's a bit of a fight sequence, and then basically at the end, Freddy uses his claws and like rips into this completely like flat paper version of Mark and then completely drains him of his color. And that's how Mark dies. When Alice wakes up, she sees Mark's body laying there. The police are called, and they are blaming his death on, like, the faulty setup of this room in his father's building that he's in. Like, it really is just, like, really precariously stacked things on these high metal shelves. So it does make sense that, like, if those were to fall over, it would be the thing that would kill someone. So this isn't like the most bird-brained any cop in this movie has been. I will say that for sure. Yvonne pulls up, now obviously completely on board because she has had her own brush with death in the form of Freddy Krueger. And Alice's dad is forcing her to go home. So Yvonne has to be the one that kind of does the real world part of the final mission, which is going to find Amanda's remains. So back at the house, Alice lays down to go to sleep and she kind of puts herself into the asylum. So they are basically tag teaming this issue in the same place from different sides. Alice within the dream, Yvonne in the real world. She has taunted Freddy enough, Alice I mean, to kind of bring him out of hiding, but there still is something about being in this place that is making him a little bit more wary. He's kind of lanking about a little bit more, and he already lanks about quite a bit. So, like, for it to be worse, he is a little scared, you can tell. He's definitely not on his A game, and she is able to kind of lure him into the room with all of those 100 maniacs, and it looks like they're about to overtake him, but he does end up escaping. It's just like he misses part of his arm is gone. After he escapes, she's not sure where to find him, but she hears him talking to Jacob in the distance. So she's like, oh, I got it. Dead this immediately. This sequence is very cool because when she does find him, Freddy kind of turns the world into an MC Escher painting. If you don't know exactly what that means, one of the things that MC Escher is famous for is these stairs that kind of are optical illusions, upside down, all angles leading to nowhere. It doesn't really make any logical sense. It's just kind of like stairs. That's a main thing in his artwork. So all of these stairs are like combining and twisting and going up against each other, and it creates this very interesting thing where all three of them, meaning Freddy and Alice and her unborn son Jacob, are trying to find their way towards each other, but they keep finding themselves on these other staircases. And I just think that's a very neat sequence. The one thing I will say about this ending is that it feels like the stakes are a little bit lower than they are most other times because Alice has not yet given birth, so Freddy cannot really do anything to hurt either of them at this point in time. At least I would think that, but he doesn't really move that way for the rest of this scene, but I don't know. I don't really know what the logic is here. I need to think about that more when I have slept more than an hour and a half and figure out why that could be and talk to you about it in my analysis portion. According to Jacob, Freddy has been hiding inside Alice's body, basically like cuddling up right beside Jacob this whole entire time. She decides that she's going to force him out, and boy, howdy, does he make his presence known, because he starts to just like split out of her completely. It is almost reminiscent of the one in Freddy's Revenge where he kind of like makes his way out of Jesse. It doesn't look exactly like that, but it's that same vibe going on. I can't believe they reused that whole situation. It's definitely done a little better this time where I can believe it a little bit more. I think just because you have it more directly related to the original characters, even if at this point we are like fucking like tertiarily removed from the plot. It does seem that Alice is starting to like lose this fight pretty badly though, but luckily at this moment while this is going on, Yvonne has made her way to the sealed up wall of the asylum that they're pretty sure Amanda is behind. She has to do a lot of maneuvering, a lot of like breaking up, but she is finally able to get through the brick wall, and there is a nun just standing there in the room facing the window. It is like just her bones, still dressed as a nun, stood up and looking out a window as if it's a real person. So I don't know if we have like some kind of Norman Bates situation going on here or what has made this occur. But regardless, it's not important. When Yvonne touches the skeleton, it disappears completely, which frees Amanda's soul, and Amanda immediately shows up within Alice's dream. Here's the thing though, it does seem like Amanda is not actually that helpful in this moment, because she's kind of just like standing off in the distance being like, Jacob, You have to do something. Bitch, why are you there then? What are you doing for this situation? If that's like what you're doing right now. It's useless from my outsider perspective, but in that moment, it does resonate with Jacob and he knows what he needs to do. So he somehow has his own little Freddy face that he can put on, like with the burnt skin. I feel like as this franchise goes on, we kind of lose the fact that like he's like that because he was burned really badly by a bunch of parents who were mad that he murdered children and got away with it. And that's not just like the way his face is, because everything kind of has that face all of a sudden. I don't know. I know it's just to like be a visual representation of like being that way, but it's still a little funny to me if I were to think about it from a very like analytical sense, which is not what this part of the video is supposed to be. So I should shut the hell up. Jacob is basically faking Freddy out in this moment. He's like, I want to learn from you. Come with me. That's kind of like the voice that he's doing for some reason. It almost gives like a little bit of a Chucky vibe. I've never seen the movie Chucky, but just based on what I know, that is what I would compare it to. Then he's like, let's go do that right now and you can teach me. So Freddy falls for this. And he starts kind of like letting his guard down and walking towards Jacob. But then in the distance, Amanda's like, Jacob, now. And I guess Jacob knows what that means because like he like opens his mouth and it's like it's not anything that's like physical, but it's like something on a metaphysical level that he like expels from him. It looks like it's just like vomit or spit, but it's something that's deeper than that, I'm assuming. And it goes on to Freddy and it kind of pushes him back really far. And what that ends up doing is that it is just another round of like all of these souls being expelled from Freddy's body, this time by like metaphysical child throw up. And that little freaky thing, alien baby looking Freddy situation from the beginning of the movie, that also comes out of him and it like starts running around, and Amanda Krueger, the now ghost nun, picks that up and reabsorbs it into her body. And then Jacob is like no longer like a toddler 5-year-old age boy. He becomes like an actual baby. So Alice picks him up and does the same, like reabsorbs him in. I don't really know. Alice kind of starts to walk towards Amanda to talk to her, but Amanda's like, you need to leave immediately right now. And she's like trying really hard to seal herself behind these like metal walls. But Freddy is fighting her from the inside so bad. Like we keep seeing like these random movements and his hand keeps like popping out of her as if he's trying to swipe and claw his way out, but she's able to push him back in, and it's like door after door after door after door, trying to get to a point where like there's no way for him to escape. And it seems like we finally hit that point because they stop like opening really quickly, and it seems like she's got him fully contained. And I think that that is kind of hit home because we have another jump cut to another bright sunshiny ending. This little end button hook, whatever you want to call it, is happening shortly after Jacob has been born for real. So it's Alice. For some reason in the very tail end of this, I started referring to Alice as April. I don't know what that was about. It's Alice. So this is Alice, her father, and Yvonne, and all three of them are there with little baby Jacob. And it's a very nice scene. It's sweet. They're all hanging out with the baby. But you start to notice that behind them, there's this swing set, and every single one of the swings is like moving back and forth of its own accord. And not enough where it's like, oh, it's the wind barely blowing them. No, they're like swinging. And also, the farther that the shot zooms out, we see that there are also some little girls dressed in all white playing jump rope and humming a very familiar tune. And then you hear the disembodied voice of Freddy laughing in the distance. And that is the end of the movie. As I hinted at before talking about the plot of this movie in detail, this one adds the element of Alice's pregnancy, which as a concept, I really, really like. Producer Sarah Risher had recently had a child during the making of this movie, and she thought that, you know, all of the people that were original fans were growing up and getting older, so they might like to see themselves reflected on screen. And they were all at an age where they would be having children and settling down, and she wanted to apply that. I think that that makes a lot of sense. I see why you would think that would work, but it obviously didn't. And I think that that's because a lot of this, the thing that makes it work is like the teenagers. I also really enjoy the insights we get into Amanda Krueger in this film. I thought that was very interesting, but all in all, I do not love this one. It does not work for me, and obviously, based on the numbers, I am not that alone in that opinion. I really like the unique production design in this one. I like the segment with Super Freddy. I like how the ending is set on like these MC Escher stairs where nothing really makes sense, but I also can see why other people would absolutely hate it, even if I can like and appreciate it. At the end of the day, I really appreciate the originality and the way that everyone is always trying to find something new that they can do. I just wish they had found a better balance between that risk and a faithfulness to what came before. Listen, Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare was really, really, really intended to be the final in the franchise. Dream Child had done poorly, it did not make enough money, and they realized it was time to probably quit while they were still a little bit ahead and put this to bed so that everyone wouldn't end up hating it forever and ever. Nightmare 6 was directed by Rachel Talalay. She actually had been a part of the production of the series since the very beginning, and I think that that is amazing and wonderful. I am such a proponent of like promoting within your ranks and people that have been dedicated to the entire process and have moved up in the film world should be able to do things like direct a movie. She's also the only female director of any of these movies, and I think that is very awesome. Going from being just involved in production in the first movie to make it all the way up to being the director of the finale of the franchise seems very poetic to me, and I love it. I will say really quickly just on the directors of these movies, it's really cool that this one was the only one directed by a woman. Also, though, like every single one of these was also directed by a very up and coming first time director. Now, was part of that because they were very cheap and New Line was always operating on a tiny budget? Yes. But also, the people that directed these movies got their careers absolutely jump started from this franchise. The director of 4, I cannot remember his name off the top of my head, he ended up directing the second Die Hard movie after that movie that he directed. Like, for a lot of these directors, Freddy Krueger is the reason that they have a career. And I think that that is very wonderful. Anyway, sorry for the tangent. Freddy's Dead. That's really all you need to know. This movie did better than its predecessor, but that was mainly, I think, based on the marketing that this would be the very last Freddy movie ever made. LOL. It released on September 13th, 1991. We've entered the 90s. And it brought home about $35 million. Critics absolutely hated this movie. And I also have a lot of problems with it, but it is probably one of the most fun times I have ever had watching a movie. Oh my God, almost forgot. One more thing I need you to know is that the very last 10 minutes of this movie were shot for 3D. This was pretty groundbreaking at the time, and it had not really been done that much before. This was also one of the very first movies to employ CGI, even though it's used in a very small amount. And that is also something that I really admire about Rachel Talalay, is that she seemed to always be on the cutting edge of technology. And I think that that should be celebrated, because if people do not use these technologies and see them come out not the greatest, we don't know how it needs to improve to make it better. So there has to be rounds where you see something and you're like, I mean, that was kind of a little janky, but that's okay. If no one knows what's janky, then no one knows how to make it look less janky the next time. Like, this has to be trial and error with brand new technology, and I really applaud directors who are not afraid of jumping directly into that fire. We are lucky enough to get 2 quotes at the beginning of this one. So firstly, we get a Nietzsche quote. "Do you know the terror of he who falls asleep? To the very toes he is terrified, because the ground gives way under him, and the dream begins." And then we also get, "Welcome to prime time, bitch, Freddy Krueger." I fear I laughed out loud when I saw it on the screen. From the very beginning, it is clear that the vibe is going to be very different here, because we are looking at an outline of a map of the US, and there's text exposition on the screen, which is not normal for these movies. But essentially, what that text on screen is telling us is that 10 years have passed and every single child in Springwood, Ohio is dead. Some are seen as murder, some are seen as suicides, but regardless, all of them dead. We are in an airplane for the first shot of this movie, which is very Final Destination of them, except this came out before Final Destination. So Final Destination is very Nightmare on Elm Street 6, Freddy's Dead, the final nightmare of them. What a mouthful of a title. There is a terrible storm and the plane is kind of going haywire. In front of this guy, we do not know his name, there is a girl and she turns around in her seat and looks him dead in the face. Great, another creepy little girl in a dream. And she says, "He's gonna find you, you know. You're the last one." At that moment, his seat drops out of the bottom of the plane and is just free falling through the air. He wakes up in bed. Great. Except he's not actually back in bed, because when he looks out the window, his house is still free falling through the air. There is then this extended homage to The Wizard of Oz, which I'm a little bit obsessed with, including like Freddy riding by on a broomstick with a pointy black hat on, going, "I'll get you, my pretty, and your little soul, too." And I just think that he's really excited for Wicked to come out, just like I am. The house crash lands at 1428 Elm, of course, and then this guy, we still don't know his name, takes a tumble down the biggest, longest hill I've ever seen in my life. It reminds me of that part in The Princess Bride where they're like going down the hill and down the hill as you wish. It's that long. It honestly might be longer. When he reaches the road at the other end of the longest hill in existence, he gets hit by a bus that is driven by, obviously, Freddy Krueger. And Freddy kind of like starts speeding up really, really fast with him kind of like attached to the bus, and then all of a sudden slams on brakes, which launches the guy through this. I don't know if it's a real barrier or if it's supposed to be just like symbolic, but it almost reminds me of a Looney Tunes cartoon, because it starts as like nighttime and then this guy busts through and it's like a perfect cutout of a body, and it's sunlight on the other side. Either way, he's like broken through containment of Springwood and he is on the other side of the town line. He hits his head on a rock though, and he's like instantly concussed. Apparently, we don't know exactly what the purpose of this is, but it is 100% a part of whatever Freddy's current dastardly scheme is. I'm going to just use Looney Tune terms for this entire movie, because that's kind of the realm that we're existing in the whole time. Because Freddy tells him to be a good doggy and go fetch before the actual opening closes. So dude wakes up from his nice little comfy nap on a rock pillow and he starts rooting through his pockets and he finds cash, stay awake pills, our favorite candy in this universe, and a clipping of a newspaper article about a missing Krueger woman. Weird. He kind of just like stumbles off onto an open highway, and we find ourselves after that in a wayward youth's home. There is a woman who works there. Her name is Maggie, and she seems to be one of the main doctors there. I don't know if she's a therapist or it's not, her job is not well defined to me. I don't really know, but she works there and she talks to the kids a lot. 3 residents of the home, Spencer, Carlos, and Tracy, are concocting a plan because they don't really want to stay there, but also they do not want to go back to their families because a lot of them have really terrible home lives. That's kind of what half ended them up there, besides like the choices that they made that were like delinquent. So the plan that they've concocted is that they have paid someone who works there off so that they can kind of sneak away in the van that the youth home has. So I don't really know exactly what Maggie's job title is, but I do know that the main therapist, who is just referred to as Doc throughout the entire movie, is very interested in dreams and dream therapy at this point in time, and he thinks that looking at these kids' dreams is like a window into their souls. This is a very directly on the nose movie. Like, I've said that about other ones, but this one is like, whoo, they're really hammering the point home. He also makes this offhanded remark that with his dream therapy and dream analysis, he could probably help Maggie with her little problem too. But Maggie just brushes it off and she's like, it's just my little reoccurring dream. And that's all that she'll say about it. One of the main new concepts that this movie introduces is something called dream demons. I think it's a little bit silly. Basically, the doctor tells Maggie that there are these ancient entities that kind of had the ability to pick the most like worst fucked up guy you knew and give him the ability to blur the line between reality and dreaming. That's kind of all the information we get about them at the moment, but I think it's very obvious where we're going to go with that. And then the guy from the beginning of the movie has been brought to the Wayward Youth Home. And the reason that I've been calling him the guy from the beginning of the movie is that he has amnesia and does not know who he is or why he's there or anything about anything at all. Maggie is looking at the stuff that's in his pockets and she comes across the article about the missing Krueger woman. She sees from the byline that it was written in Springwood, Ohio. And she also notices that there's this very quaint water tower in the back. And apparently this sparks a memory for her because she kind of starts drifting off at her desk. And then the picture of the lady on this article kind of pops out of it and is like, I won't tell. And then, that's not in the dream though, that's just for our benefit, I guess. Then we go into Maggie's dream. The dream is honestly really short and we don't get much concrete information from it. It is always just a little girl in the backyard with her dad, but we're seeing it from her straightforward eye level, so we never really see the top half of the guy. And then there is a scream in the distance. She turns around and wakes up. That's what happens every single time she has the dream. So back with the beginning guy, he eventually falls asleep, and then that same little girl from Maggie's dream comes to him. That's also the girl who was in the plane at the very beginning of the movie. And he's kind of following her around this home, and then he somehow meets himself in a padded room, and he's like, wake up, you don't remember who you are, you don't remember who you are. And it's kind of freaky. He accidentally knocks a security guard out the window. They're on the ground floor. Don't worry. But he knocks the security guard out the window, and like the sound of that is what wakes him up. Maggie starts asking him about his dreams, and like they kind of are comparing notes and realize that they seem to be dreaming about the same place and the same little girl both times. Now, Doc thinks this is an absolutely terrible idea, but Maggie has decided that she is going to take this guy back to Springwood so that they can figure out what's going on in his head and help him remember. It's definitely because of that and not anything to do with the fact that she would also like some answers. It's definitely purely just for this random guy's benefit. When they cross the border into Springwood, the freaky little girl shows up in the middle of the road, which makes Guy kind of like grab the steering wheel and pull it really hard. And then that sends the van into a tailspin and like into the ravine a bit, and all of the commotion dislodges our three stowaways who were planning to leave the home, who are in the van with them in Springwood. So now all 5 of them are continuing this journey into Springwood. We are bringing more people for Freddy Krueger to kill than we originally thought. And they come across this really run down, abandoned looking almost roadside carnival, but there's a bunch of adults still there, so it's not abandoned. The only people there are adults. Obviously, from the beginning of the movie, we know that this is because every single child in Springwood is dead and it's just adults walking around, but everyone that just got there doesn't know that, so they don't really understand why every single adult is acting like an NPC and like just continuing to like do a very rudimentary carnival thing over and over and over again. But they're behaving like NPCs, but they definitely still have like a consciousness about them, because when they realize that there are a bunch of kids that have just appeared, they all start freaking out. This one lady, it's Roseanne Barr. It's Roseanne Barr. So Roseanne Barr, it's not like she just likes the series, and so she has a little role in the movie. So this one lady comes up to them and is like, "Come be my kid. I'll hide you better this time so he can't come and get you." Like that's how any of that ever worked. And then her husband starts arguing with her and they fight, and the 3 stowaways are like sufficiently very creeped out, and they're like, "I would like to go back to the Wayward Youth Home now, I think." At a school, this bell tower rings 5 times. There's 5 of them. I'm just saying, I feel like that might have been like a signal situation, but I don't know why he would need that. But I just thought that was an interesting detail. I rewound it and listened again to see if there were exactly 5 chimes, and there were. So I feel like that probably is purposeful. But I could be really wrong. They could have just like gotten there at 5 p.m. But I feel like that would be a waste of subtext. But the husband who was like arguing with the wife is like, do you see what you did by talking to them? So that also makes me think that that's supposed to be some kind of signal of like, there's 5 new pieces of fresh meat here. Maggie gives the key to the van to the 3 kids that aren't supposed to be there, and they're going to get in the van and go ahead and drive back and call and tell them. That way someone else can come pick Maggie and the guy up. And then Maggie and the guy decide that they're going to go to the school because someone had to ring the bell, in theory, if we were following logic and not dream murder guy. So they want to go see what is going on there. Oh, on the way to the school, they do come across this huge sidewalk chalk drawing of Freddy that was obviously done by a child. But all the children are dead. So I guess it also doesn't rain ever in spring. I don't know. Maybe it's just perpetually there. Maybe Freddy didn't. Maybe he's exploring his artistic side. So back with the 3 that were stowaways in the van, they are like profoundly lost. They have tried about 20,000 different routes to get out of that town, but somehow they always end back up near the town square, and there's just this like lone statue of this child, and underneath it is a plaque that reads, "The children will endure." Evidently not. One of the kids, Tracy, begrudgingly asks another one, Carlos, for a map, and he hands it to her, and he's trying to unfold it, but he's like unfolding it and unfolding it and unfolding it, and it's never ending. It ends up taking up like the entire back of the van, and when he finally gets to the center of it, it says, "You're fucked," in the Freddy Krueger font. Something that I think is interesting to think about is that these 3 kids have never experienced anything even remotely like this before. They just got into town and they immediately have like had their dreams basically infected by the parasite named Freddy Krueger. When she asks him again, it wakes him up for real, and then he's able to actually take a look at the map. I think this movie is very fun and camp, and it is a little cheesy, and at times I'm like, okay, chill out. But I do have fun when I'm watching it. So back at the school with Maggie and this guy, they are kind of in all the classrooms, and there's teachers in there still teaching to no one. One of the teachers kind of has this timeline set up on a chalkboard of Freddy Krueger's entire existence, and he's sitting there talking to absolutely no one with this like visual aid of a timeline telling them everything there is to know about Freddy. I guess I'm also doing that. Well, might as well just keep it going. Anywho, this guy is talking about how in the year 1966, Freddy Krueger, who apparently had a child, had that child taken away from him. Our 3 stooges have tried many different drivers to figure out if they can actually make their way out of this town, but they still end up right back in the town square. So they look up and they see that there is this like row of houses that are looking empty but are in good condition. And they walk up to one of them that has a for sale sign out front, and they decide that they are going to stay there for the night instead of trying to do this all night long and keep going in circles. So they're able to kind of force the door open. They get inside and close it behind them, and then the house starts to transform. I'll give you one guess what house they're in. They're, of course, at 1428 Elm Street. So it changes all around them, and then it becomes the red door that we're used to seeing and the green shingles. Something that I want to just say, the slight gripe I have with this series at this point in time is that I do feel like they are trying to gaslight me into thinking that the door was always red, because in every rendering of it, the door is red. The door was blue in the first movie. Do not let anyone make you think differently. That door was blue in the first movie. I have a picture of that fake doll's dangly legs to prove it. Now, it is just as nasty in that house as you remember it, but they still try to settle in for the night. The outside definitely did not match the inside once they got through the door. Carlos goes upstairs to this kind of like dingy mattress that's there, and he decides that he is going to lay down and try to sleep for a bit. He wakes up to Tracy calling for him, but when he turns the corner, he's back in the hallway of his old apartment building looking at his mother. And there's this look of fear on his face, so you can tell that, like, whatever transpired between them was probably not great. I mean, they are all in a wayward youth home, so something is weird with all of their parents. She throws him up against the wall, and a little bit of blood shows up on there. So we get the impression that the reason that Carlos has a hearing aid, I think I maybe didn't mention that. It wasn't super relevant until now. The reason that he has a hearing aid is because of like probably his mother hitting him or doing weird stuff to him when he was a kid. There is also then this part that I really don't like at all of this. The mom like brings out of her little apron that she's wearing the longest Q-tip you've ever seen in your life, and she's like, "Let me clean out your ears," and he's like, "No, please don't do that." So again, I'm assuming this is kind of how he ended up having hearing loss. And then all of a sudden, it's not his mom anymore. It's Freddy. And Freddy takes this Q-tip and, like, sticks it, like, through his head. Like, all the way through his head. Like, in one ear. Swab comes out the other side. I hate looking at it. It makes everything in my brain hurt really bad. Then Freddy cuts the ear off and kind of just like has his hearing aid dangling on the ground. Freddy picks it up. Then Carlos runs away from Freddy, but it's kind of getting really mazy and we end up back in the boiler room. This entire segment from the moment that Freddy cuts his ear off is pretty quiet. We just have like the sound of Carlos's heartbeat and just like muffled sound effects of like things that would be really loud that we can hear like barely since he doesn't have his hearing aid anymore. There is a very long sequence that is honestly pretty fun if you don't think of like the context of what you're seeing. But Freddy is following right behind him, literally just like goofing off. Like he's like shouting and doing like this, and of course Carlos can't hear him, and he's like dancing behind him basically. It just brings him so much joy to know that he's about to kill a child. Like really, that's what it comes down to. Like it is such a joyful experience for him to be able to know that he's about to wreck somebody and kill them in the most graphic, crazy, loony way possible. Eventually, Freddy is up on a platform above Carlos, and Carlos does kind of see him out of the corner of his eye, so he looks up, and Freddy is kind of dangling his hearing aid over to him, and Carlos is like, "Yes, please give me my hearing aid." So Freddy drops it on the ground. Carlos picks it up and puts it in his ear, except it's not actually his hearing aid. It is some kind of, it's gross. It is some kind of like bug parasite situation that gets in Carlos's ear, and you just kind of see it like bulk up around it, and it's just like got little like things just like it I'm not going to show you because I don't like how it looks. It makes me feel very squeamish. um I'll draw it. So like, oh god, how do you draw an ear? That's fine. If this was an ear, so the hearing aid kind of starts regular, but then it kind of just like grows and grows and grows, and it's taking up most of his ear, but also like against his head there's these little like spiky parasite leg looking things that are like attaching to his ear. I realize that was actually probably not helpful at all, but feel free to look them up if you'd like at your own risk. I'm not doing it because someone's going to get mad and yell at me for it. What this little parasite does is basically make Carlos's hearing too sensitive. Like it's giving him too much ability to hear, because even the sound of like water dripping over in the distance is sounding like thunderstorm levels of loudness. Like it's like banging two pots and pans together. Then there's like another good length segment where Freddy is just saying, "And now I've done this to you, and I'm gonna really make your life miserable after I've done it." So Carlos is like, "Please don't do anything," and Freddy has like a single like pen, like a little sewing needle type situation, and he drops it, even just the sound of it falling through the air is creating this like loud as if it was a bomb dropping, like this loud whistling sound. And then Carlos manages to catch it, and he's like, "Oh, thank God, I caught it. I don't have to hear this." But then you look back up, and Freddy has an entire handful of those needles and just drops all of them, and it just like crashes around. It's so loud. It's incredibly loud. And Carlos's ear is like basically bleeding at this point because that's how loud everything is. Then Freddy kind of like starts slowly approaching him, and Carlos knows there's nothing he can do, so he's just standing there like, "Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't." And he pulls out this chalkboard. It's like tiny, but he just like pulls on it, and it becomes like this like portable little like torture chalkboard that Freddy can just carry around with him. How convenient. And he takes his little knife fingers and he starts like scratching them down the chalkboard, and then he just goes like absolutely crazy with it and is just going like on and on and on and on and on with it. And then Carlos' head explodes. He does it so much, and it's at such a high frequency essentially that it makes Carlos's head explode off of his body. And then he's like, "Nice hearing from you, Carlos." Foul of him. Back in the real world, Tracy walks into the room that Carlos was sleeping in, and he's not there at all. It's just his hearing aid. So she walks downstairs past Spencer, who is now laid out on the couch extremely high, and says that she is going to go looking for him. When I say that Spencer is high, I mean Spencer is high. He is watching the broken TV with nothing on it, being like, "Oh man, that's crazy." He's like, "This show is great, man." And then Carlos actually appears on the screen in front of him and is like, "Do not fall asleep, dude." I don't really know logistically how this happens and the logic of how anything in this world works, but we're not going to worry about it. He does not listen to this because he is very high, and he falls asleep pretty much instantly after he hears Carlos say this. But taking a break from all of the murder happening in 1428 Elm, we are back with Maggie and the guy. They have located the orphanage that Freddy's child was apparently taken to in 1966. The woman who ran the orphanage is still there. She is acting like the place is still filled with children. And she's like talking to no one, being like, "Oh, you're doing such a good job riding that little rocking horse." They're kind of looking around at everything that's in there while she's in her state of delusion. And they find this drawing, and written on it as like a signature is just K. Krueger. So whoever K. Krueger is, that's his child. Oddly enough, though, the woman who works at the nursing home says that she remembers the guy, and then she also says that she remembers Maggie, too. But then after that, she says that she remembers like a bunch of imaginary people that aren't in the room also, so we don't really know how much stock we can put into anything that she's saying at this point. Tracy ends up locating them while they're outside the orphanage, and she's like, "I cannot find Carlos. He is missing," and they go back to the house. Spencer is awoken by the TV signal noise. And, okay, really quickly, though, just as like a reminder, I'm talking about these movies right now and things that happen in these movies. And anyone that might appear in these movies, just because I'm saying that they're in this movie is not me condoning anything that they have done. All right, you can probably know who's about to pop back up based on me saying that. Johnny Depp is on the screen. So This Is Your Brain. This Is Your Brain on drugs commercial pops up, but Johnny Depp, who plays Glenn in the first movie, is the one who is doing the commercial. It's a very fun meta moment that I, again, in context of the movies, enjoy seeing. I like when movies do stuff like that. But then in a very rare Freddy W, he hits Johnny Depp in the face with a frying pan and tells Spencer that they should trip out together, which then leads to this like psychedelic drug sequence where all the color in the TV becomes very like trippy 60s, 70s vibe and takes over the entire room. This also pulls Spencer into the TV, so when Maggie and the guy and Tracy return, Spencer is nowhere to be found. And they're searching the house for them, but what they don't know is that Freddy is basically using him as like a video game character as they're doing this. Like, Freddy is sitting there with a little like joystick situation looking at a screen, and Spencer is on the screen being used as his avatar. Spencer bursts in through one of the windows of the house, but it's not really him because he's still being used as a video game character for Freddy. Like, he's still being controlled as he walks around. So Guy decides that he needs to lay down and go to sleep and go into the dream to try to save Spencer. I guess this is now something that anyone can do, and it isn't limited to the person who is established to have a power to be able to do it, because he like makes Tracy knock him out so that he can go into the dream. Terrible way to do that, because now you are unconscious. You cannot actively wake yourself up if necessary. And then Tracy kind of just uses different techniques that the therapist has given her at the Wayward Youth Home, and she kind of just puts herself into a trance to do it because she's smart. The guy has determined that the reason he was spared by Freddy and why he cannot remember anything about himself is that he is Freddy Krueger's kid. He is K. Krueger. So whatever the fuck K stands for, like Kyle or whatever, probably, that's him. And so he's like, I'm going to go into the dream because Freddy won't hurt me. I'm family. And we are putting a lot of faith into this very weak hypothesis. They unfortunately are not able to save Spencer. I honestly at this moment cannot recall exactly what Freddy does to him. It's in the video game though. Maggie is able to pull Tracy out of the dream, but because Guy got himself knocked out, he is not able to be woken up, and they're trying to get out of town as quickly as possible. So they're basically carrying him into the van. Guy wakes up in his bed, which is not a good sign because no one knows who he is or where he lives, so there's no way that they have taken him there. He must be dreaming. It's almost like dream inception at this point, because he feels like he just woke up from that first dream, and then he looks outside and, oh, okay, the house is still falling down into nothing though. Great, okay. So there's something with the parachute that happens, and they're both falling through the air, both being the guy and Freddy. And the guy's like, I know why you saved me. I know why you sent me out. It's because I'm your kid. And then Freddy's like, bitch, I am not your dad. What the fuck? And he tells him that he only let him go so that he could go retrieve his daughter and bring her back to him, which he did. So he is no longer useful to Freddy. Again, that flimsy hypothesis sure is stupid now. And he kills him. He like cuts the straps of the parachute, but that isn't all that he does, because again, we have to remember that this movie takes place in a Looney Tunes-esque universe. So then we get this cutaway of Freddy like pushing the biggest, most exaggerated bed of like spikes you've ever seen in your life that's on wheels into frame. It's so campy that it hits a point where Freddy like does it. He's exhausted by the weight of it, lays down against it, and looks directly in the camera and goes, I personally love it. I laugh every time. I think it's very fun. I like to have fun, so it's good. So Freddy does something, and I don't really know how to describe it other than like he beams himself up and puts himself into Maggie's brain, like the essence of him. I don't really know. I guess like, because obviously Maggie is his daughter. So I guess the fact that they're related allows him to do different things. So he can just kind of insert his consciousness into Maggie's brain. Then when they drive over the border and out of Springwood, essentially Freddy has broken containment and he can now do anything he wants, I guess is what the movie is telling us will be happening from this point on. When they get back to the youth home, Maggie is trying to explain herself to the program director because multiple children have died on her watch. And he's like, you must be really overworked because none of those kids even exist. I don't know what you're talking about. So apparently Freddy can erase people from existence now. That's part of his ability. Maggie does hear that children are still dreaming of Carlos, even though he is not a real person at this point. The only person who remembers Carlos, and I guess also Spencer, even though we don't really talk about him as much, is the therapist, Doc, because he is so into dreams and everything that he has figured out how to control his. So before Guy ended up dying, he was able to get out to Maggie that Freddy's child was not a boy, which kind of tells Maggie what she thought was true. So she goes to her mother's house and kind of roots through some stuff, and she finds some adoption papers. She confronts her mother with them, and her mom is like, I don't know who your parents were. We were not allowed to know. They would not tell us any information. Maggie falls asleep and starts having her dream again, but this time we are able to see more of it. The scream that we heard in the distance turns out to be Maggie's mother, who is also the woman from the article, The Missing Krueger Woman. So this is Freddy's wife at this point in time, and she comes out of the basement being like, I won't tell, I won't tell. So obviously she has found his secret child killer lair where he keeps all of his weird shit. Maggie, whose original name was Catherine Krueger, is told to go inside. When Maggie turns the corner, the version of her as a child has been replaced with like the version of her that we know now, and she is able to have a face-to-face chat with her dear old dad. Freddy's plan is essentially world domination. So he starts coming out of the basement storm cellar away from his little creepy lair, and he looks at Maggie and he says, every town has an Elm Street. And he laughs maniacally, and this wakes Maggie up from her dream. Tracy has also fallen asleep, and when we get into her dream, we are met with her father, who we find out has been abusing her in more than just a physical sense, if you catch my drift. Freddy is obviously posing as her father, and the fun thing is that Tracy does get to beat the ever-loving shit out of him. They go back and forth. Tracy is a trained boxer. That's something that she's found to be able to get her aggression out. So it does seem like she's winning, but then, dream logic kind of always makes Freddy come out on top. So she has to purposely burn herself over the stove in order to wake herself up. It would appear that Freddy is really on a roll tonight because he has found his way into the therapist dream next. But this guy knows his stuff, so he is able to fight Freddy off for a bit. Freddy then starts monologuing to Doc about being immortal. Freddy gets like threateningly close to Doc, but then he's able to grab a piece of his sweater as he wakes up, which then allows him to come to the same conclusion that Nancy came to in the first movie, that, okay, I can bring pieces of him out of the dream, meaning I can bring him out of the dream as well. So he decides that what they're going to do is send Maggie into a dream to pull him out into the real world. So Maggie is sent into a dream, 3D glasses in hand and all. You should put those on now, by the way. The first place that Maggie goes when she is in her dream is literally inside Freddy Krueger's brain. We learn a lot of information about his backstory and his entire life, and there's multiple things that we're going to go through, so I am going to reference my laptop a little bit more in this part. The absolute first thing we see is him killing a mouse. Everyone circles around him and starts taunting him, going like, son of 100 maniacs, son of 100 maniacs. And I feel like this is supposed to make me feel sympathetic towards him. But the issue is that I simply do not feel that way because I just watched him murder a mouse. Then we see him as a teenager. The man who took him in, who is played by Alice Cooper, by the way, is trying to hit him with a belt. But Freddy is just like standing there laughing the whole time that it's happening, completely unfazed. And then it's not shown on screen, but we get a very high inkling of the fact that Freddy kills him afterwards because he kind of holds up a razor at him and then it cuts. Next, we see the night that Freddy was murdered by all of the original Elm Street parents. This is the moment where we see the little dream demons come in and like tell him that they can like save him, and he says yes, and so then he has to do their bidding. There is a hard cut back to Maggie as a little girl. She walks into the backyard and can see her dad is essentially in the process of killing her mother in that moment. Maggie promises that she will not tell anyone, and then she's transported back into the boiler room as an adult, face to face with Freddy, and Freddy is like, but you did tell, didn't you? Well, yes, because she's smart and has some sense. But Freddy is not happy with her, obviously, for foiling all of his plans in the way that she did. And then in that moment, Maggie grabs a hold of him and is able to pull him out of the dream and into reality. Now, when Maggie wakes up, Freddy is not there, which really freaks her and Doc and Tracy out, but shouldn't freak us out because as we know, when Nancy did this, he did not appear directly on top of her as we would think that he did when she like pulls him in like this. He was lurking in another part of the room and then made himself known to her. So the same thing will transpire, this logic would seem to say, and that is true at this point. We are still following the logic of the first movie for once in our godforsaken lives while we're watching this movie series. Okay, so then Maggie, Tracy, and Doc go down to, for some reason, this Wayward Youth's home has a full armory. Oh, I bet it's because like they confiscate things from the kids. That actually makes sense. Okay, I can let that point stand. Okay. That just hit me in this moment. You can have that one. It's probably a stretch that there would be that many weapons. Like there's a crossbow down there, but I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Maggie is rightfully the one that's able to find him. And when she does, he is a regular guy with a regular face, just like normal Robert Englund, which I do find that very annoying because I don't know how or why that needed to happen, but it's like fine, I guess. He's doing this very like pitiful boy act and she sees right through it. Thank God that she did because he's like holding his like knife gloved hand behind his back the whole time. She hits him directly square in the chest with the bat and knocks the glove off his hand. She thinks she's won, so she turns back to Doc and Tracy, but then from behind her we can see that like Freddy that we're used to seeing burnt with hat on is crawling on the ceiling above her to get down over to her. And you probably can guess if you've been following the way that this is going. I have a very big problem with this because we are in the real world. He should not be able to do this shit. The whole point is that he's a human. When he was with Nancy, he couldn't do that shit with Nancy. I don't know why he is changing his appearance at will and crawling on ceilings if this is like it's supposed to be using like real world gravity and human logic, and he's supposed to just be pulled directly into the new world with no changes occurring. Whatever. Either way, he chokes Maggie and is like, I don't need a glove to kill you. I killed your bitch mother without one. I'm quoting. I'm not saying that about her mother. I'm sure she was wonderful. We won't know like ever really for sure because she never had the opportunity to go tell the police. So, but I think she probably would have told. Actually, I don't know if she would have told them. But we don't have to know that. We're not burdened with that knowledge of whether or not this woman would have actually told the police or kept her husband secret because instead he killed her dead. They struggle for a good long while, and there's a lot of quipping, which is fun, but not for this. I say not for this because it does just feel like it goes on way too long. Like we're at the point where it's like, okay, you're saying he's gonna die. We're all knowing he's gonna die. This is like going on for an eternity. Let's get to the point where we know the conclusion here, possibly. She eventually gets him attached to the wall with throwing knives. She puts the glove on. And I guess Freddy thinks that he can kind of reverse psychology, like bring her over to the dark side or something, because he's like, put it on. Yeah, it feels good, doesn't it? Um, but she doesn't fall for whatever he's trying to do. She takes the glove and just stabs him directly in the chest and then takes a stick of dynamite or an explosive or something like that. Remember, this is a Looney Tunes movie. And puts it directly into his chest, lights it, and then her and Doc and Tracy all run out of the room and there's a huge explosion. The dream demons even like come out of him and they're like floating around on the screen and they disappear. So it would appear that Freddy really, really is dead. And the last line of the movie is Maggie like looking not really into camera, but like essentially into camera and just like smiling and being like, Freddy's dead. And then it's a hard cut to the credits. I know I said this while I was talking about the plot, but I do just want to reiterate that like Freddy Krueger pushing a comically large bed of nails and then huffing exhaustedly played all completely to camera is something that I am probably always thinking about just a little bit. Like I'm obsessed with it. After hearing all of the antics of that film, where I kind of said multiple times we're kind of in a Looney Tunes universe, I want to let you know that another thing about Rachel Talalay that is very interesting is that she got a lot of her start in John Waters movies. And I think that makes everything that just occurred make a lot more sense. And if you think of it stylistically in that way, it is fantastically done. Fantastically done. At the very beginning of the movie, the nameless guy is sitting by this woman in the airplane. And actually, that was supposed to be played by Divine, who was in Pink Flamingos, a very famous John Waters movie. But unfortunately, Divine passed away right before filming started, so it was a very last-minute stand-in for her. I kind of like how kooky this movie is. I think that's because I also let myself view it as a completely different entity than the rest of the franchise. the way that it's shot, and also the fact that we're in the 90s in a brand new decade, so there's a lot of newer tech references that are happening too, make that pretty easy for me to do. Like, the look is just so different, the vibe is so different. I can very easily say, this is a movie that has nothing to do with anything else that I've watched. And I'm pretty much right, because there's no character crossover either. So it can just exist in its own little world in my head. And I can say, oh my God, that was so much fun. Oh, make sure that you take your 3D glasses off now, by the way. What do you do when you've told the whole world that a beloved pop culture villain is dead and gone and will never come back, but it's the 10th anniversary of the first film, and the original creator has agreed to come back to write and direct? The answer is you let Wes Craven do whatever the fuck he wants. To me, this movie is Scream's big sister that took on all the bullying so that its little sister could shine. Because in the box office, this movie did not do well. It opened October 14th, 1994, and it only brought in $19.2 million, making it the lowest performing movie of any in the franchise, which is crazy to me because it is the best one. I cannot stress that enough. Even though it is just my opinion that I am stating as fact, because it is, in my opinion, fact, it's the best one. Now, I am a Scream girly to my core, so I'm a little bit biased, but I'm not alone though. This is also Robert Englund's favorite of the franchise, and everyone that was involved seemed to just have a really great time making it. No one seems to have walked away with this one with the horror story about something bad that happened to them on set. This movie dips its toes into a meta-commentary narrative, and it is obvious from the way that it is formatted and everything inside of it that Wes Craven very obviously probably had something new and different starting to cook in his brain at this point in time. The transition from this movie to Scream is, to me, the perfect, I guess you guys aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are gonna love it, thing from Back to the Future. Okay, I'm actually really excited to tell you about this one. This one's one of my favorites. Okay, we open on a new robotic Freddy hand being built from scratch. Freddy raises up a meat cleaver and chops off his own hand. Then, Wes Craven yells cut, and the effects team wrap up for the night. I love this movie. We meet Chase, who is the head of the robotics department and the special effects. He's working on this new hand, and he is married to Heather Langenkamp. Together, they have a son named Dylan. The hand seems to be malfunctioning, going a little crazy, and Chase reaches for it, but it kind of moves at the last second and cuts his fingers in the process. Not anything dire, but it probably hurts and he's bleeding. Funnily enough, though, the hand is not currently powered on, so it should not be able to do any of the shit that it's doing. Unfortunately, though, it also isn't quite finished wreaking havoc because it ends up jumping off the table and stabbing itself right into the robotics team member's neck, Chuck, and kills him. And then it starts attacking everyone else. There's this other guy that works for Chase named Terry, gets him too. And all of that's happening, and it seems like the hand's about to go on a rampage and kill almost everyone in this room until Heather Langenkamp wakes up from her dream and sees that there is a crazy, intense earthquake happening around her. Apparently, there have been quite a few of these earthquakes lately, and both Heather and Chase run down to their son Dylan's room to kind of cover him up. Everything is okay, but oddly enough, Chase does have some cuts on his fingers. He brushes it off as being from like a painting falling off the wall that he has to pick up really quickly in the chaos. Heather is obviously a little slightly freaked out by this, but she accepts it and they move forward with their day. At breakfast, we look into Dylan's cereal bowl and he has some oatmeal in there and he has formed it into the shape of Freddy's face. Heather is incredibly on edge, and when Chase gets her alone, he asks her if there have been any more phone calls. Apparently, there's someone prank calling the house. This is like a stalker situation, and harassing her for weeks. It's been a couple of weeks since one has occurred, though, so they've kind of mellowed out about it, and Chase feels comfortable enough taking a job that he has to drive a good hour and a half out to. So he still decides that he's going to go do that because she says there hasn't been any new calls. So he leaves for the day to go do a special effects project out in the desert. Right almost directly after he leaves, though, there is another earthquake aftershock, and this one leaves 4 cracks down her bedroom wall. Like that guy. When Heather gets downstairs after this aftershock, Dylan somehow has the original A Nightmare on Elm Street on the TV, and he's watching it in almost a daze. She's like, I do not want you watching this, and turns it off, and he starts screaming his head off immediately after she turns it off. But then the phone starts to ring, which immediately, almost like a switch, causes Dylan to stop screaming. And when she picks up the phone, it is her stalker calling again. And he goes, 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you, and then hangs up the phone. Dylan is then like, someone's coming, very ominously, and like he's not wrong, but it's just his babysitter, so he's being really fucking weird. Heather has agreed to give an interview for the 10th anniversary of A Nightmare on Elm Street, and so she gets in the car with the limo driver, and he's kind of grilling her about that movie she was in when she was a kid the whole way there, and she rolls up the partition on him, which I thought was very funny. A bit of a through line in this movie that I really like what I think they're trying to say, and I'll talk about that more in a bit, is whenever she is doing an interview or talking to anyone, they start asking her weird ass questions about like being in horror movies and how she feels about the fact that she was in a horror movie, and would she let her son see a horror movie? Does she feel differently about that now that she has a child? Almost like they're trying to shame her for doing that because she was capable of giving birth. Like those two things have anything to do with each other. It really annoys me, but I know what they're trying to say, so I'm fine with it. But when I hear a character say it, I hate that character instantly. Then the interviewer is like, would you leave your co-star alone with your son? And she's like, Robert? And he's like, yeah, why don't we bring him out and ask him? Why don't we call Robert up? But surprise, the interviewer has invited Robert Englund, and he comes bursting through the back of the set, full Freddy makeup, full Freddy outfit, glove on and everything. Everyone in the audience starts going crazy, and Heather is like amused, but also like, I cannot fucking believe that this is happening to me right now. Her and Robert do talk afterwards, and obviously she is excited to see him. They get along fine. But she is like, I do wish you would have told me that was going to happen. And he's like, it was better as a surprise. Which I'm sure to a viewing audience, yes, that's very true. But not to someone who you've known for 10 years and you've been in movies with and you know very well. Probably should warn them. Movie version of Robert Englund. As soon as Robert leaves, Heather gets a call from Sarah Rubin at New Line Cinema, and Sarah is telling her that they would like for her to come by the New Line office because they have a proposition for her. When she gets there, she meets with Robert Shea, the president of New Line Cinemas, and he tells her that Wes Craven has approached him with a new script and they want her to star in another nightmare movie. Apparently, once upon a time, Wes had told Heather that he only writes the movies and stuff like that whenever he has a nightmare enough to write them. So what this tells Heather in that moment, as someone who has just experienced a creepy ass Freddy nightmare, is that Wes Craven must also be having nightmares again to ever have the idea to write a new script for these movies. Bob also informs her in that moment that her husband Chase has already been working on a prototype glove in secret, which is super interesting considering Heather just had a dream the night before of Chase working on a prototype glove and it going absolutely insane before she ever had any knowledge that this was actually happening. Based on what Robert is saying, Heather can kind of deduce that Wes has been working on this script for a couple of months, which oddly lines up pretty well with when she started receiving threatening phone calls. She asked Robert if he's experienced anything like that, and he is incredibly evasive with her, which when people do that, you know that the answer is yes, absolutely. That is exactly what is happening to them as well. When Heather gets home from the studio, before she even walks in the house, she can hear Dylan is like screaming in bed. And when she walks in, Julie's in there trying to calm him down, but he's thrashing around like crazy. He finally wakes up when she gets there. But, before he's fully lucid, he manages to go, never sleep again. Never sleep again. I have a really great Dylan impression. I don't. It's actually really bad. But I do love the kid that's in this movie. It's very funny. She asked him if he's all right. And then he's like, yeah, I'm fine. Rex, his stuffed dinosaur, saved me. And then she pulls him out from under the covers. And this dinosaur has 4 slash marks down it. Just as a quick aside. Obviously, you know what the plot of this movie is going to be when you start watching it. You know anything about it. You're like, okay, that's what's going to happen. This movie is so good to me that when she pulled that dinosaur out from under the covers, I gasped the first time I watched this movie, as if I didn't know that that was gonna be what happened. Like I didn't know that the whole point was that Freddy was gonna be real. That's you read the 2-second plot summary and it's gonna tell you that. But I still gasped because that's how good Wes Craven is at his job. The next thing Heather does is call Chase. She does not chew his ass out enough for me to have been purposely working behind her back on a prototype for a movie that you can kind of tell she has weird feelings towards. He's saying it's impossible for him to be able to leave and come back because for some reason, no one else on his special effects team decided to show up for work that day. His phone starts breaking up. They have a bit of like a tiff, I would say. It's not really that serious. As soon as she does tell him that she had another phone call, though, he does say, okay, I'm coming home. And he immediately gets in his car to start the long drive back. Unfortunately for Chase, though, it would appear that while he has been on the phone, the new Krueger glove that he's working on that was in the trailer is now completely missing and no longer where it was approximately 40 seconds ago. But he looks a little confused, but there's too much going on and like he doesn't really consider that to be a real world threat and he considers the threatening phone calls his wife is getting to be a real world threat, which I do appreciate that about him. So he's like, who gives a shit about this glove? And he starts the 3-hour drive back immediately. Heather and Dylan are reading Hansel and Gretel that night as their bedtime story. I'm sure that's completely coincidental and not because it will become an important plot point as the story progresses. He also tells her that the mean old man with the claws tries to come up from the bottom of his bed at night, but he puts Rex down there to keep him at bay, which is how Rex ended up with all of those scratch marks on him. Heather is obviously very uncomfortable about all of this because she doesn't really want to believe it. Because how could that possibly be real? But there's more evidence mounting that it's gotta be real. And also, if you think about, like, imagine playing that character and the whole point of that character is that, like, no one believes her. So she's kind of lived in that space of playing someone who no one believes and is always told that she's crazy and making things up. And then like your own real life son starts saying the same thing that you were once scripted to say as a character. Just bumped that, sorry. But like where do you go from there? Because if you start responding in the way that you were like the knee-jerk reaction to respond as a parent, then you're going to be like, I sound exactly like these stupid characters in this movie I was in. I just think that's so interesting. This is such an interesting I love Wes Craven. God, I love Wes Craven. Anyway, back with Chase, he seems to be doing a little bit of light falling asleep at the wheel, which is going to be me in like 4 hours when I have to drive back to South Carolina to get my hair cut. I think he tries to call Heather to just like have someone on the phone to talk to, but his cell phone has absolutely no service either. He is trying to fight it so hard, but unfortunately it just doesn't work. And Freddy's hand comes up like between his legs on the car seat, kind of like the bath scene in the first movie. Are you seeing the vision? And he gets him. It would appear that this isn't really his nightmare. They're like, Heather is having the nightmares almost as a form of premonition because as soon as she sees it happen, it goes like directly into his stomach. She wakes up gasping like she's seen it in her own mind. Dylan has also somehow woken up at around the same time, and then the doorbell of the house rings and they open it up and it is police officers standing outside. They ask if she is Heather Langenkamp. She says yes. And they inform her that there was an accident and her husband fell asleep at the wheel and he is dead. These movies made me really not want a character to die again, even though I knew it was inevitable. War is over. We are so back. Heather is so adamant about going to see Chase's body. I think she's trying to confirm what she already knows deep in her heart, and she needs to see the claw marks to know if it's real or not. So she goes to the morgue. As soon as she gets there, the first thing they do is just like show his face, and she's like, I need you to pull the sheet down more. And then, of course, as you can assume, when the coroner pulls the sheet down, as soon as it gets to like his mid-chest stomach area, there are 4 slash marks just running down, and she can see them, and she instantly throws up, and the guy's like, that's why we normally don't pull down the sheet. But she's throwing up because her husband's dead, but also because like the full realization of what has to be happening hits her in that moment. And again, I just cannot imagine. That must be the craziest thing in the world. That would be like if when I stopped recording this video 2 days from now, this shit started happening to me in real life. I'm not putting that out into the ether, actually. Please don't let that happen to me. My ring light already mysteriously popped and stopped breaking 2 days ago. So stay over there. There is another earthquake while they are at Chase's funeral. Dylan's dinosaur kind of tumbles off his lap, so Heather tries to like run up to get it, but then like it's still shaking, so she hits her head on the bar like that surrounds the casket before they lower. I haven't been to that many funerals where there's an actual real life casket. It's mostly cremations because those aren't as expensive. She lifts her head though, and it seems like the casket has become completely dislodged and off kilter, and she sees Freddy kind of coming up from out of the casket. This Freddy looks slightly different from the Freddy that we are used to seeing. It's less of a burn and more of like, almost as if you were looking at a health textbook and you saw like the thing of like, this is what the muscular structure of the human body is. It almost looks like that instead. I don't think I super like it as much as I like this. It's just, I think it's just like you get used to seeing this and then that is very different, and to you this is the character. It still works well, but I think that I prefer this, but it wouldn't make sense if it looked like this because the backstory isn't the same. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Either way, Freddy is there. He's got these long metal claws that kind of look like they're coming out of like the skeleton of his hand instead of it being like a leather glove. And he is pulling Dylan down into the depths of hell with him in that moment. So Heather goes like down into the casket after them and is trying to pull Dylan back up. Obviously, this isn't really happening. This is happening in Heather's head because she was knocked unconscious when she hit her head. When she wakes up, John Saxon, who is the guy that played her father in the first and third movie, is there, and Robert Shea is at the funeral as well, and they're trying to help her as much as possible. She's not super hurt. She just has like a little bit of blood on her head. Robert Englund is also present at the funeral, which is very nice of him to make an appearance, but you know, she's just seen like basically him, but not him, but still him, but not him, tried to take her son from her, and she's pretty sure that someone who is him, but isn't him, but is him, but isn't him, just killed her husband. So his presence is definitely making her a little uneasy, all in all. Later that night, Heather hears the TV coming on from in her bedroom, and when she walks downstairs, Dylan is watching the damn original Nightmare movie on the TV again. Except when she turns it off and sends him to bed, the TV isn't even plugged into the wall. It should not be possible for him to be watching this movie, but he is, because something supernatural is making it play. He also, as soon as she turns it off, starts singing everyone's favorite song. He says that he heard it because the children under his covers sing it to him. Yeah. They're warning him that Freddy is trying to get up into the real world, and so she sends him back to bed. When she gets back into her room, it's like after midnight. She is now fully on the drinking coffee after midnight to stay awake, much as she was on the set of a movie 10 years ago. God, I love this movie. I love the concept of this movie. The next day, her and John Saxon take Dylan to the park, and they're having a conversation, and Heather starts to be like pretty forthcoming with John, and she's like, I think I might be going crazy. And bless John Saxon's heart, he's trying really hard to convince her that both she and Dylan are not crazy. They are completely sane, and it seems to be working. But then in the background, we can see that Dylan is climbing up the top of this like rocket-shaped jungle gym, but like not in a way where he's using it as a jungle gym, as a way where he's like scaling the side of the structure until he is up at like the very spindly part of the rocket that's like probably only that round, you know? And then he's standing up there like trying to reach up, and then he falls down, and Heather manages to like get to the ground and scoop him up before he like falls, dies, breaks something, and she's got a bit of a limp from it. But he says that he was trying to get to God, and God wouldn't take him because he was trying to see his dad. And that's really sad. Later that day, when Heather checks the mail, in it, she finds a pretty burned up looking book page that seems to have the letter E burned into it. She opens a drawer and it turns out she has gotten a bunch of these letters. So the assumption is that the stalker who's been calling her and the person who's sending her these letters is the same person. She decides that she should call Robert Englund and talk to him, and she does, and kind of tells him everything, that she's been having Freddy nightmares, but it's like not quite Freddy. It's not his Freddy. Looks a little bit different. Like this, like the way that she describes it, and also when Wes Craven is describing his concept, always talked about it, was that this is Freddy Krueger. It looks like Freddy. It has the vibe of Freddy, but there's also something much darker and more sinister about this version of him. Like the campiness that we have come to expect, especially in the back half of the first 6 for Freddy Krueger, no longer is there. The weird thing though is that when she is describing this version of Freddy to Robert, somehow he knows like exactly what words she's going to use to describe him, as if he might have a bit of an inkling as to what this version of Freddy might be like as well. She asks him if he has seen any of Wes's script. He says that he hasn't, and that Wes said he's nowhere near finished with it. When he had last talked to Wes at the funeral, he had said that he had gotten to the part where Dylan tries to see God. Well, that's not really great. She asks Robert if he has been having nightmares, and he will not answer the question. So, yes, he has. He's been kind of painting the whole time they've been having this conversation, and we finally get to see what it is that he's painting, and it is this huge, huge canvas that has some very disturbing things on it. And up at the top of it is, of course, this new, more sinister version of Freddy Krueger standing over, like it seems to be just like a bunch of nondescript soul people situation. For some reason, Heather does try to fall asleep that night. I don't know why I would have given that up already at this point, I think. And Dylan is still being like creepy as fuck. He's walking around in the kitchen in circles in the living room. Freddy rips through the bottom of the sheet on Heather's bed. And like you just see the 4 claws going across it. And then it gets to a certain point, and Heather wakes up because she hears a bunch of silverware clatter in the kitchen. And thank God that that happened, because it really was about to get her. The hand was like really about to get her. When she gets downstairs, Dylan is singing that damn song, and he has his hand behind his back, and he has somehow taped 4 knives to his fingers. And he kind of brings his hand back like he's going to attack his own mother, but apparently this was still a dream and not real. Heather wakes up screaming. We're like, oh, okay, good. Maybe it's normal. But when she walks downstairs, he is still walking around in circles, going, never sleep again, saying all that weird shit he's been saying. And he has taken all of those burnt up book pages that were in that drawer and laid them out on the floor, and now they spell out a message. The message on the pages spells out, answer the phone. And of course, at that very moment, the phone rings. Heather picks it up, and it is Freddy. The bottom of it turns into a tongue again, like it did in the very first movie, and then Dylan starts having basically like a seizure, like he's foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground. Heather takes him directly to the hospital because she is a good and caring mother, and she is met with this doctor who I do not care for one bit. I hate this character. Everything this character does pisses me off. She is behaving in a way very similarly to the interviewer near the beginning of the movie, where it's just like this constant little bout of shame towards her for like being in a horror movie when she was 20 years old. Like, how fucking dare she? Dylan is essentially in a bit of a fugue state. He's kind of staring off into the distance, not speaking, not doing anything, but he definitely still has his wits about him because a doctor tries to give him a sleeping pill and he doesn't take it. He hides it underneath the covers of his bed. They decide that they're going to keep Dylan overnight, and Heather goes home, which was a little weird to me, but I don't know. I don't know what is that. Did that make sense in the 90s? That didn't feel like something that she would do if it wasn't normal to do, because she's very caring. So I don't think it's anything weird. But I think us, like 20s and younger, would be like, I never in a million years would I leave my child in a hospital by themselves. But maybe it was different in 1994. She tries to call Robert England back when she's in the car, but she gets his answering machine instead. And there's this super weird message about how they have gone out of town and they will be gone for a very long time. The reason that that's weird is that she had just spoken to Robert the day before. He said nothing about going out of town. They had made plans to get lunch in a couple of days at that point in time. And now there's this weird kind of choppy message on his machine about going out of town. Interesting. So Heather decides that it's probably time to go have a talk with one Wes Craven. His process for this script is that he lays down at night, shuts his little Wes Craven eyes, dreams something, and then the next morning gets up and writes the exact thing that he has dreamt into the script. So he's not really working with the super structured plot, but what he does know so far is that it is about an entity that has existed forever in many different forms and only lives to carry out the murder of innocents. Wes explains to Heather that every so often a storyteller can come along and capture the essence of this entity so perfectly that it is essentially trapped in the narrative of whatever has been written. It isn't able to leave and go and continue to wreak havoc. It's basically stuck portraying that version of the character. It's almost like its energy is being utilized in an entertainment purpose, so it cannot use that energy in the real world to carry out whatever murders it wants to do. So basically, the story that Wes is writing is the movie that you are watching / hearing me talk about right now. The characters in the script are the characters in the movie, and it is a movie about the people that were in the first movie making a movie. And you're watching a movie about that movie being made about that movie that is tied to the first movie. Does that make sense? In the script that he's writing, he knows that Heather will be having the purpose of being a gatekeeper, so basically being the thing that is keeping this entity at bay from entering into their real world. To Wes, or at least the conclusion that he has come to based off all of the information that he has gathered, is that the only thing that can be done to stop this from happening is make this new movie so that this version of Freddy cannot be brought out into the world. This scene ends with Heather looking down at Wes's computer screen, and on it, this exact conversation that they are currently having is typed verbatim as if he knew that they were going to say those exact words because he saw it in a dream the night before. It gives me, this is really dramatic, but it kind of gives me chills a little bit. I just really love Wes Craven's mind is unparalleled in my personal opinion. And that's why I've been the most excited when I've talked about this first movie and when I've talked about New Nightmare, and why I have probably been a little less enthusiastic about the others, because they're still good and they're still fun, but damn, nobody does it like Wes Craven. Holy shit. That night, Heather is in bed, a place you would not catch me at all if this was happening to me, and the TV comes on by itself, and there is a news report that out in the desert, they found the bodies of 2 special effects team members called Chuck and Terry. There were no pictures of Terry, and if I put the picture of Chuck that I found on the internet, I would have broken my no gore rule. So now it looks like we got like a little brat situation down there. It's fine. There is another horrible earthquake, and new Freddy comes out of the closet in that moment and starts attacking Heather. It's looking pretty dire, but then there is a secondary earthquake that scares him off. Her first instinct, obviously, is to run to the hospital to see Dylan, but when she opens the front door to go out of it, Julie is there, and she says that she had a feeling something bad was happening to Dylan, and she needed to go see him immediately, too. We're about to have a really long sequence of this doctor pissing me off. So when she gets there, the doctor notices that Heather is cut on her arm in basically the same place that she was cut in the first movie. And Heather is like, I got this from the earthquake that just happened a few minutes ago. And she looks very confused because the doctor is like, must have missed us then, I guess. And then she accidentally, while she's talking to the doctor about what's going on and what her son's afraid of, she says Freddy. So now the doctor's like, so you did show your son the movies, huh? And hates her even more and is even more patronizing to her. But nothing super dire has happened at this point, so Heather ends up staying at the hospital with Dylan now, and she falls asleep beside his bed, but she wakes up from a terrible nightmare, and Freddy is there trying to kill her son. It actually is like the doctor comes in and then like becomes Freddy with the glove on. Is like, we're gonna have to cut this out of him, and like goes to attack him. Heather wakes up screaming, flailing, ends up on Dylan's bed, which is when she realizes that Dylan is not in his bed anymore. She freaks the hell out, justifiably so. But it turns out that apparently they took him down for tests, but they were letting her sleep because it was obvious she hadn't been sleeping. Also, the gray streak has returned to her hair. Now, it's no longer in my hair because I use dry shampoo, but when I actually wear this as a Halloween costume to a party this weekend, I'm going to get actual white hairspray so that that doesn't happen. Because how embarrassing for the white streak to not be in my hair if I'm going to say that I'm being Nancy Thompson at the end of A Nightmare on Elm Street for Halloween. The white streak must be in my hair. I digress. She, I guess, is feeling a little like hysterical. I feel like hysterical has such a negative connotation, but it's what's going on. And she isn't thinking straight. So she says to them, Freddy has my baby. Says this to that doctor who already hates her and thinks that she's a piece of shit mother because she was in a horror movie 10 years ago. Great, love that. She tries to leave in a rush to try to figure out if she can do anything, and then the doctor calls security on her. I do not like this lady. I've said that multiple times. And I know that, like, at this point, from the outside looking in, Heather Langenkamp, in the universe of this movie, is being certifiably insane. She's not making any sense. It sounds like she is being really delusional and is falling into a delusion. I completely respect that, and that as a doctor, you would want to do something about that. However, the fact that you, from your very first interaction with Heather, are speaking to her like she is a dumb, stupid child the whole time. It's impossible for me to ever get on your side, even if Heather is being insane. I can't do it. I can't respect it. I'm going to be like, well, I think that you're a little biased too, thinking she's insane because you think that she's a shitty mother for being in a horror movie 10 years ago. She goes into a restricted area, and then a lady is like, do you have a pass? So that we get another, screw your pass. It's very great. I love this movie. It's iconic this time, just like it was the first time. The nurse is also making wild assumptions about Heather and is like, she's forcing her son not to sleep. Who told you that? The voices in your head? The dream demons that infect Freddy Krueger before this point in time, because this is a different Freddy Krueger, but the same Freddy Krueger, but a different Freddy Krueger, do not forget. They're trying to drag Heather away, basically, but Julie, who's been in the room with Dylan, sees her, so I guess they want to save face at this hospital, and they do let Heather go in there to see Dylan again. She's like, I'm going to go leave right this second. I'm going to go get Rex, and I'm going to come right back to you. And she was like, the only thing you cannot do is fall asleep. Our house is right across that freeway. It will only take me a few minutes and I will be right back. Stay awake. Julie is watching all of this happen and she is definitely looking at Heather quizzically. But also I feel like she pretty much believes her. Thank God for the babysitter Julie. I have one picture left to put on the board though, I will tell you, so don't get too attached. She goes to leave the room to go get the stuffed animal that's going to bring her son comfort, as she should, and then the doctor pulls her to the side with security, and the first thing she says to her is, you've had quite the exciting day, haven't you? Would you shut up? Bro, shut the hell up. These two nurses go into the room that Dylan is in and they try to give him a sedative, but Julie is deciding to side with Heather in this moment. And the nurse that has the syringe, she's like, no, don't give that to him. I don't want you to give that to him. But unfortunately, they were faking her out. And the second nurse that was standing beside Dylan had the actual syringe, and that nurse had a dummy syringe that wasn't actually going to be used. So the one right beside him sticks him and does give him a sedative immediately. So Dylan has been given the sedative. It is working pretty quickly. Julie is in front of him, like trying to shake him just a little bit, not like in a shaken baby way. Also, I don't think 5-year-olds can be shaken babied. You can't use that as a verb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's fine. Let's continue. It's late. Oh, also, Julie punched the nurse directly in the face, and I think that's very funny. But it's not really working. You can tell that Dylan is starting to nod off while he's sitting there. Back with Heather and that doctor that I hate, the doctor is like, "Are you using drugs? Do you have a family history of delusion?" She is talking down to her so bad that, like, right now, just like thinking about the vibe of the scene, even though I cannot recall for you any of the actual dialogue, is making me feel angry. They want to put her son in foster care. Just like that. Just like right off the jump. So, yeah, I guess she's just crazy. But how can she be when Julie is about to get Tina'd in the next room by Freddy Krueger? Dylan loses his battle with sleep, and Julie is his next victim. I say that she gets Tina'd because it is an homage to the very first death of the series, and this is technically not including the crossover movie, the very last death in the series. She gets drug up the wall and across it and around it, and there's the blood just like for the first movie, except this time we can also see Freddy, so we kind of get to see what the logistics were for that happening in the first movie. It's basically just him dragging her around and up and over and all of that shit. It's what you think it would be. It's just like movement, and she's crawling away and he's pulling her, and it's all happening, and that's how the blood's getting everywhere. But it's really cool, just like it was the first time. And I like that they stayed true to how it looked the first time, and they still used an actual like revolving set. Someone else in a bit, maybe in the year 2010, might do a movie that's the first movie, and they might have a very similar death, and they might not be so true to the effects of the original. Maybe. Dylan has managed to escape the room, and he has sleepwalked his way out of the hospital. Of course, the thing that he decides to take to heart that his mom said to him right before she left is that they live directly across the freeway. So that's all that he has to do. Whenever she gets there, she'll just be right across the freeway. So he also just has to cross the California freeway. Good. No, this is going to go really well. Heather follows him out to the side of the freeway. The path of least resistance in this situation, if you are a 5-year-old child who is severely traumatized, is just to cross the freeway. Doesn't matter if there are 40,000 cars going 80 or 90 miles an hour on there. Cross the freeway. Go on, kid. Let's do it. Heather follows him out there. He's quite genuinely in the middle. Like, he's in the middle of traffic. Like, this is a very high stress scene. And it's like, if I were to like tell you every little minutia of the things that went down, it would be kind of, it wouldn't land. So I'm not going to go into it. I think you should watch that scene. There's nothing really gory happening in it at all, because they both are fine. They make it across the freeway, but like there's a big Freddy that like picks him up at one point with like the hook of his claw. And Heather does get hit by a car, but like she's fine. It's not like it's like bloody or anything. But Heather does get hit by a car on the freeway. But they manage to make it across the freeway, mostly unscathed, and I don't think Heather even like broke any bones from what I can tell. Heather feels that she needs some backup for this situation, rightfully so, and the only person that we've like seen her speak to in this movie that isn't MIA is John Saxon, the guy that played her dad. So by the time she gets to the house, John has met her there and is there as well. John asks to talk with her alone away from Dylan, and you think that it's just because she is acting a bit crazy, hysterical, and he's starting to doubt it. But when he gets her outside, he starts referring to her as Nancy, not Heather. And he is wearing a Springwood police badge on his belt. At the moment where all of that is happening, Dylan's bed starts smoking, and we see the figure of Freddy start to rise from within it. Heather is telling John that he needs to call Robert so that Robert can come. I guess she's thinking maybe if they're in the same, I don't really know what the logic is, but she wants to talk to Robert Englund. But John Saxon is now completely back in character. All he's saying to Heather is that Fred Krueger is dead, and is like, don't go crazy like your mother did. Oh. What? What's going on? Heather realizes in that moment that she has to do what Wes said and play the role again. When she looks down, she is now in an embroidered set of pajamas. They're not the ones from the first movie, but they're similar. They kind of just have like roses up here on the collar, and they're not as 80s style. It's more like a up here. She is also looking at the exterior of 1428 Elm and not her house when she turns back again. When she goes inside the house, it's like still her actual house though. So she sees that there is a bunch of sleeping pills on the ground that her son has left there for her. Like in Hansel and Gretel, when it's the trail of breadcrumbs. As I said, Hansel and Gretel is important to this movie. As she like makes her way to the end of the trail, she's been gathering up these sleeping pills, and she realizes that they are leading her to Dylan's bed, which is where we just saw Freddy start to arise. So she realizes that Dylan has given her a way to join him, so she starts taking the sleeping pills. It honestly is a lot of sleeping pills. So you know, the optics probably aren't great to anyone on the outside, but it's fine. It looks really good for the movie, like that she's taking these every time. But if you were to count how many it was, I fear Heather Langenkamp would be dead. Anyway, she takes the pills. She starts crawling down into Dylan's bed because he said, you know, he comes up from the bottom. And instead of it being like the bottom of a bed, it becomes this like cavernous sheet-like situation that she's able to crawl through. She ends up in basically hell. It's like not even boiler room hell. It's just like hell. He's fully just like Satan, basically. She can hear her son calling her from the distance, but she also sees that a draft of Wes's script is somehow laying there. And when she looks at it, it's like, okay, there basically is no movie. Like, life is the movie. Write your own ending. A philosopher that I really love said that. There is a very big and epic finale here, and a lot of things happen, and I, like I normally do, always get really excited when I'm writing these parts, and I write them in way too big of a blurb, and I do not break them up enough for my eye to be able to see them from far away. So I will now at this point bring this laptop a little bit closer to me and tell you what there is to know. Freddy finally finds her, and the game is on. There's a lot of back and forth and being thrown around. Even Dylan gets in on the action. He stabs Freddy in the calf with a knife. Did that happen in another movie? I am thinking about the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes. I really just read that and said, no, that happens. I've talked about that before. I did. That happens to Janus when they're trying to escape the arena, though, and it has nothing to do with the Nightmare on Elm Street. Great. Now I'm wondering if he really stabs Freddy in the calf with a knife, or if I wrote that on accident thinking about Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, because I can't picture that happening in my head. No, it does. It does happen. It does happen. He can confirm he does stab Freddy in the calf with the knife. That is just coincidentally an identical injury that happens to Sejanus in Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, and I have put these two videos together so closely that my brain is melting into a puddle because I'm doing all of this in 2 weeks because I need to get this out by Halloween. The ballad video took way longer than I thought, and I backed myself into a corner where I was like, I really want to make this for Halloween. And the filming process has, of course, been hellish and worse than the last one when I need it to go quickly and be wonderful and pleasant. So, yay. What the fuck was I? Oh, sorry. It's getting late. Dylan stabs Freddy Krueger, not Sejanus Plinth, in the calf with a knife, and that makes Freddy turn around and start going after Dylan instead. Dylan is, of course, a little boy, so the good news is that he can get into smaller spaces. There is this furnace that has an opening that he's able to crawl into. It's not really burning that high enough where unless you were to fall directly into the flame, then you would be in trouble. But just going around the edge of it isn't going to do anything to actually hurt Dylan. Also, if you will remember the story Hansel and Gretel once again, you might recall there's the bit with the furnace and the crawling in the furnace. Just saying. Wes Craven is a genius. Dylan has managed to put just enough space between the two of them where Freddy can't really get to him, but he is definitely maneuvering his way into this furnace to be with him. Heather's trying to get over to Dylan to help him. She, of course, runs into some good old-fashioned goopy stairs. They're different this time because they're like rocks and we're in hell, not in 1428 Elm Street. But they're still there, and I appreciate that about them. There is a small opening that has like this snake in it, but Dylan is able to kind of like face his fear, get past the snake, and makes his way around. Freddy is at this moment mostly completely in the furnace, and he uses his weird fuck-ass tongue to essentially violate Heather one last time. Not in a way that's like overtly sexual, but just like, there's this like super, super long tongue being wrapped around her like 20 times. It's like covering her whole face. Like that's a humiliation thing. That's all that is. Dylan finds a knife and kind of stabs it into the end of the tongue, essentially forking his tongue. Because, as I've said, this version of Freddy is basically just the devil. And that becomes even more apparent in just a few seconds because Heather is able to fully push Freddy into the furnace, and then he literally transforms into the devil. And then he dies. Or I guess gets sent back to like real and actual hell, not movie hell. And in the last Hansel and Gretel parallel, of course, they push him directly into the fire and lock the furnace, just like they do to the witch at the end of that story. Now, the whole place starts exploding around them, and Heather and Dylan both kind of tumble out of the dream and out of the bottom of Dylan's bed and onto the floor at the foot of it. She also finds a draft of Wes's script on the floor of that room as well, and Wes has written a note on it that says, "Heather, thanks for having the guts to play Nancy one last time. At last, Freddy's back where he belongs. Regards, Wes." So basically, if I had to summarize, what you need to know is that you just watched a movie that wasn't a movie but was a movie. It's about making a movie that isn't really a movie, it's real life, but it was a movie. But that movie is about a movie that already happened, but also like that movie didn't happen, but it did happen, but it didn't happen, but it is currently happening. And this is the movie about that movie that is a movie, but this isn't, but is a movie. Does that clear things up? This movie that's not a movie, but is a movie ends with Heather reading the entire script back to Dylan like a bedtime story, and then the credits start with written and directed by Wes Craven as God intended. The end. Did I mention that I love that movie? Because I do. I love that movie. I was at my parents' last weekend and we watched the original Nightmare again. My mom had never seen it because she was terrified of it, but the good news is that it's a pretty low budget 80s movie, so you kind of aren't scared of it once you see it. That's what happened to me too. But something that I realized after watching this and then so quickly watching the first one afterwards, I'm honestly so glad I did it, is that at the beginning of the original Nightmare, Tina is like, maybe there's going to be an earthquake. Something crazy always happens right before an earthquake. And then this movie starts with an earthquake. Oh my God. There's no one doing it like they're just like there's no one doing it like Wes Craven was. There's no one doing it like him, like maybe Jordan Peele. I don't know. I love Wes Craven. Anyway, I don't have much else to say about this movie. I also don't really want to move on because I love it so much, but I know that I need to because this video is definitely hours and hours and hours long. Robert Englund's last turn as Freddy Krueger would come almost a full decade later in a horror movie crossover that had been in the works for over a decade. Monster movie showdowns have existed since the 1940s, and while Freddy vs. Jason is 1000% straight fan service, I don't really see nothing wrong with that. So many people wanted to see this, had been begging to see this, and the numbers at the box office proved that. The movie opened on August 15th, 2003, and it brought in a whopping $116.6 million worldwide. Now, I mean, granted, you are getting two fan bases for the price of one. You have Friday the 13th fans and Nightmare on Elm Street fans, but still, this is a huge feat, especially for a horror movie. To me, the plot of this movie is very solely driven by Freddy's wants and needs and actions, which is why I wanted to make sure it maintained a place of prominence on the board, even though it's not really a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. This movie starts with a look at Freddy when he was alive, but the tone of it is much closer to what I would expect for a movie about a child murderer and not the kitschy vibe that we were getting for his life in Freddy's Dead. In this sequence, we hear of a voiceover of Freddy, and we're getting some really close-up shots of his face, like the face that we're used to seeing. And he's explaining that the Springwood Slasher, which I guess is what his serial killer name was, we never heard that until now, he was legendary and he got power from the children that he killed. The big driving action of this crossover movie is coming from Freddy, which is why I consider this more of a Freddy Krueger movie with Jason elements than a full-blown Freddy versus Jason movie, because everything that happens is because of something Freddy does. So, he no longer has the power to come back and kill anyone because they purposely have made it where no one in the town remembers him. And because no one remembers him, no one is afraid of him. And there's no fear for him to feed off of, so there's no reason that he can come back. So, Freddy has hatched a plan. And his plan is to find a way to raise Jason up from his grave and send him to Elm Street so that he can go exact terror into the hearts and minds of the people that live there, and hopefully they'll all start whispering about Freddy Krueger, and then someone will hear and it will make that fear come back and he will be able to kill in Springwood once again. So after we get this exposition from Freddy, I normally don't like exposition dumps, but I am okay with the way that this is done because it is done in a very Freddy Krueger way. Like, he's pissed off the whole time. Like, he is so angry that no one is afraid of him, and I think that that works very well for what we know of Freddy Krueger as a character. So we cut to a sequence where we are not in Springwood. We're not on Elm Street. We are at Camp Crystal Lake. And Jason is hunting this girl through the woods. After he kills her, he starts hearing his mother. Okay. I don't know if you're super into Friday the 13th. I personally am not as into Friday the 13th as I am this. I tried watching all the Friday the 13th movies before I watched this movie the first time I watched it. I could not do it. I was too bored. It would appear that I do need my horror movie villain to remind me like just a little bit of Spider-Man for me to be interested. Like, I just, like, I need a quip. I need, like, you entertain me. Do not lumber around and just stab people. I need you to entertain me just a little bit. And maybe that's incredibly toxic of me. But, you know, it's like instead of a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'm getting an evil neighborhood burned up man. That is such a bad joke, and I wrote it down. Read it, said, yeah, I'll use it. Just said it to you right now. Gonna put it in the thing. Final edit, gonna be in there. Also, wrote out a little card that says evil neighborhood burned up man. I know that this joke is fucking terrible. I don't know why I'm so attached to it. I'm putting it in every single piece of this until you see this final product. And every time I do anything related to it, I think this really isn't that good of a joke. But here it is. Anyway, in the first Friday the 13th movie, the killer is Jason's mother. After that, it becomes like an undead Jason. So having Freddy appear in Jason's dream as his mother is a very good device because there's like a weird vibe between the two of them. So Freddy has appeared, as I said, as Jason's mother, and he is telling Jason that he needs to go to Elm Street because the children there have been very bad and they need to be punished. And so Jason's burly ass gets itself up out of its grave and makes its way to Springwood, Ohio. I don't know where Camp Crystal Lake is located. New Jersey. That is not close at all. What the hell? They drive there in this movie. What? So anyway, we are at the house on Elm Street, 1428 Elm. The door is now yellow. I think they're not going to try to trick me into thinking it's red after this one, though, considering there's no more of them to be made. 3 girls are hanging out drinking, and then 2 boys come over, and they bring even more beer. It's the sin factor. The power goes out, so a girl that has the nickname of Gibbs and her boyfriend, who is a piece of shit, go upstairs and have some fun. It's the sin factor. There's this girl named Lori who it appears is chronically single, and her friend, oh God, what is that character's name? It's played by Kelly Rowland. I don't know why. But she's trying to set her up with this other guy that's there because apparently when Lori was 14, she met this boy and considers that the love of her life, but he kind of like disappeared off the face of planet Earth and she doesn't know what happened to him. Back upstairs, while Gibbs is in the shower, Jason appears and stabs douchey boy like through the entire bed and then also like folds the bed up in half. It's kind of crazy. So, screaming and crying, the police are called, they arrive, they get really tight-lipped and they want to lock the situation down immediately. There's been a boy killed in a bed in the same exact house where all that shit started happening in 1984. And they do not want the news that Freddy is possibly back to get out. Lori is completely lost as to why the cops are acting like this. And there's this younger cop named Stubbs who's only lived there for like a month who also has no idea why the hell everyone's being so weird and jumpy about what seems to him to be a pretty regular run-of-the-mill murder. And unfortunately for everyone in the town of Springwood, these tight-lipped cops who are acting really weird are not being tight-lipped enough because they are still talking about this case outside the house, and Lori is out there, and she hears one of them say the name Freddy. So now she knows that this guy exists. They take Lori to the precinct. They put her in an interrogation room for some reason, and like no one's really speaking to her, so she ends up falling asleep in the interrogation room. When she wakes back up, from the looks of it, the whole precinct has been abandoned. There is absolutely no one there. So then Lori kind of starts walking around really slowly, trying to figure out what happens, and she comes across this little girl who looks pretty scared and in the corner. When the little girl turns around, her eyes have been gouged out of her head. Great. And she tells Lori that Freddy is coming back and she needs to make sure she tells everyone so that they know. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, go ahead and do that. And just like that, after over 10 years, the jump rope baddies have returned. And then at the very end of the dream, Freddy pops up and scares Lori, which wakes her up and she's back in the real world. Blake, who is friends with the douchey guy and was the one that was like flirting with Lori at the house, also heard the cops say the name Freddy, so like they really are like super shit at their job, but what else is new in all of these movies? That is the way that they operate. So he falls asleep on the porch, and then Freddy shows up and like comes to him, but at this point in time, not enough people know about him where he can actually inflict any real damage. There's no real power behind it. It's just like he's appearing and he'll try, but nothing will happen. So he says, okay, I'll just let Jason have some fun for a bit and wreak havoc. And if your version of having fun is decapitating a man and his son, then yes, Jason gets to have a lot of fun. And now we find ourselves in a psychiatric ward. I guess we are in Springwood, so it would, in theory, be the same psych ward from Dream Warriors. And we know that at least some of the patients, based on the medication they've been given while they're in line, are prescribed Hypnocil, which, if you will recall from Dream Warriors, is the medication that Nancy was prescribed because it suppresses dreams. One of the patients notices that there are reports of a murder on Elm Street on the office TV, and he starts freaking out because that's where Lori lives. We will learn who this man is in a minute. And he's asking the guy in the office to please turn that up, and he refuses. And he starts freaking out, and then they threaten to sedate him, and he backs off. This guy's name is Will. He is the person that Lori loved when she was 14 that disappeared off the face of the planet Earth. Turns out he's just in the psych ward. No big deal, girl. And he becomes, as soon as he sees this on the TV, very, very hell-bent on getting out of the psych ward because that is where Lori lives. And the reason we find out that he is in the psych ward is because he saw Lori's dad kill Lori's mom when they were kids, and he tried to tell people about it, so they put him in the psych ward, and Lori's dad has just been free this whole time. He has a friend there. His name is Mark, and that guy's just like, will you please stop talking to me about this murder ship because I do not want to start having terrible nightmares again. He was the one that we know was prescribed Hypnocil too. But Mark is a real one. So later that night after they go to bed, He causes a scene and is able to steal the head of the facility's ID, and they're able to get out and drive their way back to Springwood, Elm Street. The next morning, Lori and her dad are talking in their house, and we see that Lori's dad has opened and slipped a capsule of Hypnosil into his daughter's orange juice and is trying to get her to drink it. She dozes off in the chair for like a split second, and Freddy instantly comes to her and is like screaming in her face. So she decides that she's going to go to school because she doesn't want to fall asleep. She also never drinks the orange juice that her dad gives her, no matter how adamant he is that she should drink the damn orange juice. Then a cop calls Lori's dad after she's left and is like, hey, that guy's escaped from the mental hospital. And he's like, this is all about to come undone again, are his exact words. So the theory that the police is kind of telling the general public about the murders that have happened is that Blake, who was the friend, killed the douchey guy named Trey and his own father before killing himself, which makes no sense really, but anything to not have to say the words Freddy Krueger, I guess. When Lori gets to school in the middle of a very, very crowded school hallway, Lori starts breaking down and talking about this guy named Freddy Krueger and the dream that she had about him. So, everyone now has heard her say Freddy Krueger. And then, just to make matters worse and make where even if someone wasn't scared, they now definitely will be, Mark, the friend from the hospital, is in the hallway and he starts like filling in the end of Lori's sentences for her because as I'm sure you've guessed by now, the dreams that he was having before he was prescribed Hypnosil were Freddy dreams. So he's kind of just put this thing up into like hysteria levels and now everyone is going to be afraid of Freddy. So great. Thanks, guy. But you know, Lori isn't really done being tortured in this moment because then Will appears in the hallway and it's like, hey, I'm alive. Here I am right in front of you after not speaking to you for like 4 years. And then she immediately passes out because duh. Her friends, Gibbs and, oh my God, what is Kelly Rowland's character? Kia. Her name's Kia. Her friends, Gibbs and Kia. This is a lot of character names that I have had to memorize. Please forgive me. Her friends, Gibbs and Kia. And I'm really not even sure if that other girl's name is Gibbs. I wrote it down farther down in the script. I have to hear them say their names like 5 times before they ever get committed to my memory. But anyway, Kia and Gibbs are in the nurse's office waiting for Lori. And then Kia has a Freddy dream where he cuts off her nose because she's been talking about wanting to get a nose job. But it's not enough to actually do anything in the real world. He's still not strong enough. So like it happens in the dream and she wakes up freaked out, but her nose is still on her face. So at the same time, Mark and Will decide that they need to go find as much information about Freddy Krueger as they can. So they go to the town's library. When they get there, almost all of the information from every article that has anything to do with it has been redacted. So Mark's brother is dead. He committed suicide, but you know, in that way where like, no, not really. And he looks at the day that his brother died and that his obituary should be in the paper, and that is just completely missing from the archive. There is no record of his brother's death anywhere. So he suspects there's been a cover-up. They're kind of talking in a van afterwards, and Mark realizes how badly he fucked up. Like, I'm glad he comes to this realization, but he is about 12 hours too late, that when he stood there in that school hallway and told every single person in that hallway about Freddy Krueger's existence, he just gave him all of his power back, and he is now able to wreak havoc again. I've said wreak havoc too many times in this one section of this video. And he is very remorseful, though. I'll give him that. So, like, he didn't want to be doing that. He just is a traumatized boy who was like, I need to tell the people about this traumatizing thing. And then once he thought about it, he was like, oh, that was on purpose. Shit. So he's not like mad at them for it once he realizes that there was a good reason. Mark is like, we should get out of here immediately, but Will is like, I need to see Lori first because he is still like, I know that I saw Lori's dad kill her mom. There's a big party happening in a cornfield. I didn't really think Ohio was a big cornfield place, but I guess I'm wrong. And there's different little conversations that we hear where talk of Freddy is definitely spreading. And we also hear Jason's theme. So we know that he's kind of lurking around the edges of the premises where all these teenagers are hanging out. Will and Lori start having a conversation where he's like about to tell her what he knows about her dad, and then they are interrupted. And I hate the miscommunication trope so much, and this movie relies on it so heavily. Okay, I wrote Gibbs at this point. So Gibbs is that girl's name, thank God. But Gibbs is like really drunk, and she wanders out into a field, and she sees Trey, her dead boyfriend, is like there, but he looks dead, but he's still talking to her. And he's like, "You should follow me out here." And so she does. He's being really mean, of course, because he's really mean to her all the time and like belittling. And I just really didn't like that guy, and I'm not that sorry that he's dead. I don't know. So she comes to like the like corn silos and makes her way inside. And it should be noted that she is also super wasted while this is happening. And then she opens the silo door, and she is not in the silo. She is in, one guess? One guess? The boiler room. Yes, correct. Exactly. And she's being chased by Freddy. This is when we get our first full Freddy victim interaction for the first time since this movie has started. We're a good bit in at this point. It doesn't sound like it based on how I'm talking, but from like, establishing shots and stuff, this is kind of there's been a big build up to this moment. And it is honestly done very well. We have a moment of FDR Freddy, where he says, "The only thing you have to fear is fear itself. Thank you, President." And he also refers to Jason as his little errand boy, which will become ironic in just a few seconds. So, okay. While she's in her dream, I don't even know how to talk about this. You don't see anything happen, but she's in the dream. But in real life, she is fully like passed out, blacked out in a cornfield. And this guy does come upon her and kind of looks around to make sure no one else is there. Nothing is even like said, but like, you get that feeling in your bones where you want to throw up just by seeing it. And you know what, you know where the brain has gone. You know what he is about to definitely do. So nothing has happened yet, but he is definitely like about to do something. And then we do start to hear Jason's theme. So he is like in the same space as both of them. So back in the dreams, Gibbs is hiding from Freddy inside a locker, but then he finally opens the door and gets her, and he is like about to kill her, and you can tell that he's strong enough. She is so terrified of him. He is like 3 seconds away from getting his first kill that he has been able to have in over 10 years, and honestly, more like 20 if you don't count New Nightmare, because that's not really that Freddy. So it's been forever since he's been able to do this. And so he reaches out to go ahead and do this, and then at that exact moment, Jason kills both her and that guy in the cornfield, and she kind of disappears away from Freddy, and she is not able to be his first victim. Freddy is irate. Oh my God, he is so angry. But at that point in time, there's not really anything specific he can do. And so Jason gets to just like have himself a lot more fun at that party. There's these two really annoying guys. They're like, "Oh, dude, you were in that stupid little match. That's so crazy." And then he just like kills one of them instantly. No words. Just it's something that I could not watch happen over and over again. And if you are a fan of Friday the 13th, I do love that for you. But I just like I'm like, can something else happen, please? But it never does, because that guy doesn't even fucking talk words. The second guy, who he doesn't kill instantly, actually sets Jason on fire. And I will admit, this is objectively a very cool sequence to watch happen, because basically, like, just out in this cord, Jason, because he's bumbling idiot, is just like setting all of the corn around him on fire because he's on fire. So it's like this very like blaze that starts happening as he's still walking in like a very straightforward trajectory towards this other guy. And then he like launches his machete at him, and it's like on fire too. And he kills the second guy as well. Again, it's very objectively like an interesting thing to be seeing. But all the in-between parts of those things, I just can't do it, man. I just can't do it. I'm sorry. I love it for you. I see the appeal. I really do. It's just not something that appeals to me. Because again, I need him to sound like Spider-Man. After this, Jason just starts like killing indiscriminately, like just hacking away at random people. And Lori is telling them in the dream that this guy is not the guy from the dream. This is not who she's talking about. This is not the guy that she sees as a threat. And everyone else is like, genuinely, who gives a shit at this point in time? Because this guy is right here in front of us, and I haven't seen your guy at all. So I'm gonna care about this right now. And I get her fear, but they are objectively correct. Let's get away from big man with machete before we worry about man that shows up when we close our eyes. Why don't we? So Will and Lori are in the van, and Will is finally able to get the whole damn story out and tell her that the night that he was sneaking up to Lori's room was when he saw her dad kill her mom. Speaking of which, at that moment, her dad appears at the side of the van and is like, go in the house right now. He chokes Will just like up against the van, real casual like, and is like, I'm not gonna let you endanger my daughter again. And then Lori runs off into the house. Her and her dad have a confrontation where she's kind of being like, how much of what you said to me is even true? You said that you're a general practitioner, but you're the one who made sure that Will was put in this psychiatric hospital. So obviously you're not a general practitioner. Also, you said mom died in a car accident, and now I've learned that she was killed in her own bed, and because of that, it kind of does sound like you probably did it. Obviously, he didn't do it, right? Like, we know who did it. We got that under control. But Lori doesn't know that. She thinks it's very possible at this point in time that her dad did kill her mother. So she takes off through the window and goes and finds Will again. Will has kind of very much come around on Mark's grand conspiracy that there is a cover-up happening around Freddy Krueger, and that is exactly what's happening. But like, again, for good reason. But they decide that none of the adults can be trusted. And at this point, that's true because while at the beginning, them being in denial, like, makes sense because the kids don't know. So continuing to act like it's not happening is going to keep everyone safe. At this point, no one is safe anymore. So continuing to be like, no, he's not real. We're past that. We're past that. He's here. Can we all buckle in and work together now? But no, no one wants to do that. All of these adults are dumb because all of the adults in all of these movies are dumb. Will and Lori are heading to Mark's because they want to kind of get a game plan together for themselves and tell him any new information that they have. But I fear Mark has fallen asleep. In his dream, he's in his bathroom and it's kind of showing him talking to his brother who is like in the tub, and it's, you know, the day that his brother did thing. So, stuff. And then Freddy appears and is like, I want you to pass on a message for me. And Mark is like, no, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. He, of course, says that in a much more panicked and afraid for his life tone. But that is the core of what he's saying is, no, I refuse to do that. So the good news is that Mark has integrity. The bad news is Freddy just kills him and makes Freddy's back appear in a burn on Mark's back. So message still received, and now you're dead. So I appreciate you, Mark, but let's think this through next time. Back at the police station, Stubbs, the new cop, is talking to the chief and is like, I think that what we have in our hands is a Jason Voorhees copycat. Now, obviously, it's not a copycat. It's actually Jason Voorhees. But, like, all in all, like, the logic is very sound. Like, he is doing actual police work when everyone else is like, no. And, of course, the chief is very dismissive because to him, like, this is Freddy, even though none of the, like, signature Freddy things have really been happening. Like, there's no claw marks. It's, like, all very obviously done with one large blade. So they're not really doing any detectiving. They're jumping to conclusions based on their own fears. And this is where it gets kind of tough, though, for me to take a side in this fight because, like, Stubbs is correct, but, like, also the chief is too because, like, Freddy is back, you know, but just not in that way. There is also another guy to worry about, but the guy that's worrying about Jason needs to also be. They both are only half there, and they refuse to, like, believe what the other person is saying. But I will give Stubbs more credit than that because he also doesn't know what the hell's going on because no one will tell him what's going on. Anyway, Stubbs is now, like, pretty exasperated with the whole process and the chief and his not listening. So instead he says, well, I'm going to go find these kids that I know are talking about this. So they're all talking. Stubbs shows up. They're like, oh, great, we're getting arrested by Stubbs because one of the kids is also, like, a stoner because it's it's a 2010s movie. So that's got to be a character archetype that's in there. So he brings the file of the information he has on Jason Voorhees, or who he views as a Jason Voorhees copycat, and the kids return the favor by telling him all about Freddy Krueger. They are discussing their plan of attack, but it would appear that our dear friend Lori has fallen asleep on the couch. So we're in a dream, but it's not like super clear, but we find out pretty quickly that we are, because she's picturing them having this conversation at the table while she's on the couch, and then they start talking about sacrificing her because she's a virgin, and then they all like start converging on her as if they're about to kill her, and that's when it becomes Freddy on top of her instead. Freddy is trying to make out with her and being very generally gross, as he does, but I will say this movie really kind of dials that aspect of him up. That's something else I want to talk about when we kind of analyze this one. I don't really like it, but I digress. But she pulls his ear off and then wakes up. So we have like a new person coming to that same conclusion that we have now come to for a third time. You can pull him out of the dream because she has the ear in her hand when she looks at him. Okay, so they decide the very first thing they need to do is make sure that no one is dreaming anymore, because obviously this is going to be happening every single time they dream. So Will tells them that at the facility they were all taking hypnosil, so they decide they're going to break in there and steal some hypnosil so that they all can be taking that constantly, which is in general a pretty good plan. But once they get there, the stoner guy, whose character name I genuinely just like, I can't even hazard a guess to you right now what this guy's name was. He's just Stoner Man. He decides to get high while he's in the control room at the psychiatric ward. So like, yeah, there's not enough going on or anything. There's also a security officer, and he starts hearing these like really odd sounds as if someone is trying to bang down the door of the facility, and he goes to investigate. Unfortunately, he is killed by Jason, because he just like uses all that brute force he has and busts the door down, basically crushing the security guard underneath it. So Jason is in the facility. This stoner guy is probably about to do what stoned people do and fall asleep. So we are about to have both these people existing and being a threat to these children and one cop at the same time. Will, Lori, and Kia are walking through all the different units of the ward, and Will shows them this section of people who just like could not stop dreaming, so they were given more hypnosil and more hypnosil to try to stop it, and eventually they ended up going into a coma. Lori thinks that this is like terrible that you would put someone in a coma just for this, and she can't believe anyone would do that. But when they look at the bottom of these like charts that they have, her father is the one that signed off on all of it. So, you know, that's great. Stoner guy has fallen asleep, as we all predicted he would. And a version of Freddy who looks like the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, like a fucked up version of the caterpillar from Alice in Wonderland, but he's like smoking like the hookah thing. Yeah, it's very funny. But Stoner guy starts following hookah caterpillar Freddy around and brings him into that ward where all of the coma patients were, and all of them sit up in bed at the same time and tell Stoner guy that he needs to pour all of the hypnosil down the drain, which he does. He also fills like multiple of these huge syringes with a fuck ton of sedative, and we don't really know what the purpose of that is going to be, but Freddy has him doing all of this while he's under control of him. Stubbs, in this like character that falls into like the nerdy boy archetype, his name is Linderman. They are in the control room, and unfortunately they are met with Jason. Jason basically takes his machete, puts it into like the big control panel, and electrocutes himself, but it doesn't do anything to him because he's Jason and he's undead. So he takes the cop and smashes him into the control panel and electrocutes him, and then the cop's dead. Linderman is able to get away. But he is on the move now and on a mission to find the rest of these kids and kill them. He does end up finding them. They're all running away back to the entrance. They're going to go back to the van. They watch the stoner guy pour the hypnosil down the drain. So like their actual mission for being there is bust. They should leave. They're all running past the stoner guy, who is just like standing there smiling and looking at Jason. And they're like, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go. But they kind of realize that like, okay, like something's going on with him. Freddy definitely has them. And he has those huge syringes with the sedative behind his back. And when Jason gets close enough, He takes them and sticks them directly into Jason's neck. And this does work. Jason does like fall on the ground sedated, but not before he can use his machete to cut Stoner Guy directly in half. Which, it's like, oh, that really sucks for Stoner Guy, but like Freddy was in control of him and is like has been jonesing to kill someone for like 20 years. So he was dead anyway. If he would have had the opportunity, he would have been SOL. But just like how at the beginning of the movie, Freddy was able to enter into the like dormant Jason's mind because Jason has now been sedated, Freddy is able to get back in there and try to figure out what he can do to make it where Jason is basically inoperable because he's basically like a little robot that has gone rogue. They have a crazy fight scene, and I'm sure that everyone who saw this movie went absolutely nuts for it when it happened because this pairing is one of those things that has been like wanted forever and ever. Like since both of the characters existed, everyone has wanted this movie to exist. I'm sure I've talked to you about this a little bit already, like how many drafts there were. But it's like set to like this heavy metal soundtrack, and I just know that anyone who is like a classic huge fan of like all of these like slasher horror movies, I'm very much more specific with what I like from here, but I'm sure that anyone who just like loves slasher horror in general like geeked the fuck out over this. But I will say, like, for me personally, I think that this very much encapsulates like why I find Jason very boring and I do like watching the Freddy movies because like Freddy is like moving around and like quipping and like saying stuff to Jason, and like all that Jason does is just like swing that thing. That's it. Just machete, machete, machete. So that's not interesting to me personally, but I get the appeal again. And the other thing about the fact that all that Jason can do is swing a machete is that like we are in Freddy's version of reality right now. Like Freddy is immortal here, he cannot be hurt. So anything that he does is not going to stop Freddy. And anything that Freddy does isn't really going to do much to Jason because he is also like close to immortal, but he also can't run away. So we're kind of stuck in this like never-ending loop for a bit until Freddy is able to realize that Jason has an incredibly deep fear of water. So he kind of surrounds him with water. Jason drowned in water, if you do not know that. Jason drowned in some water when he was a kid. That's why his mom was killing people in the first Friday the 13th movie. So Jason has a fear of water. He kind of surrounds him with water. And within this circle, Jason turns into like the little kid version of him because he's become essentially powerless. It's a pretty good like symbolic thing that would be what he becomes in a dream. I like the way that it looks. But outside of the dream, they decide that they are going to be driving Jason's unconscious body to Camp Silver Lake. So the logic that Laurie has behind this decision is actually very sound. When she pulls Freddy out of the dream, they are going to have their final showdown there. Hopefully, Jason wins and kills Freddy. And also, on top of that, hopefully, since Jason will be like back at his home, he will not continue to roam around and torment random kids in Ohio. He can just go the fuck back to sleep. This is a very good plan. When I heard that, I was like, no, that actually is like some of the strongest horror movie logic I have heard in a very long time. They give Laurie some of the tranquilizer. Again, I don't know why y'all are giving yourself things that are going to make you not be able to wake up of your own accord, but I digress. And she goes into the dream world to find Freddy. When Laurie gets in there, we're not actually in her dream. Freddy has found a way to enter into Jason's like bad memories and stuff since he's been weakened, and we're actually back at Camp Silver Lake. Crystal Lake. I keep saying Silver Lake. Have I said that before? I'm sorry if I did. We are at Camp Crystal Lake, like on the day where Jason is going to drown. Freddy is super close to killing Jason. Like he has taken him into the water and he decides that he's going to do the killing at this point in time, I guess. And in the real world, you can tell that underneath the hockey mask, like there is actual water in Jason's lungs. Like it's like popping up out from underneath the mask. And so they're like, Kia, you're going to have to give this guy CPR because Linderman has asthma and I'm driving this car and we're the only three here. Laurie's knocked the fuck out. So go make out with this guy real quick for me, please. She's very hesitant to be doing that, obviously. And it's like this, it's kind of a long process to get her to a point where she is doing it. But it ends up being pretty unnecessary because as soon as Jason realizes that Lori is there, he kind of abandons what's going on with Jason and goes after Lori instead because he's desperate to kill like an actual person. And I think he knows at the end of the day that it's going to be pretty hard to kill Jason. So as soon as he like leaves Jason alone, the sedative wears off of him and he sits straight up in that van, and obviously everyone starts freaking out and they drive off this ravine and crash the van really bad. Because this is all happening simultaneously, there's no way to really wake Lori up in this moment when Freddy gets to her. So then she is taken into her own memories, or I guess Freddy's version. I don't really know exactly, but he's showing her the night that her mother was killed is what's happening. Of course, as I'm sure you've assumed and Lori will soon be aware of, it was not her father who killed her mother. It was Freddy. And then I think her dad had went in like with a knife to kind of kill Freddy, but Freddy wasn't there. And that is the part that Will saw, obviously, that made him think that it was her dad who did it. They're still not able to get her awake. Freddy is basically torturing her. They have moved into one of the cabins at Camp Crystal Lake. God damn it, I keep saying Silver Lake. And there's stuff that Freddy is doing here that is a little much even for Freddy Krueger. And like at this, it's I have a very big thing to say about this part as soon as we're done talking about this movie, but it's more of the analytical side, so I'm gonna save it. Jason shows up at this cabin that they're all kind of taking shelter in and knocks something over and it catches on fire, which is really bad, but is actually really good because like at some point they're trying to drag Lori out and her arm goes through some fire. And, you know, classically, the burns always wake people up. So she is out of the dream and she has Freddy and he is now in the real world with Jason and the rest of them. Now, this is a testament to this film's director. As soon as Freddy realizes where he is and he looks up and he like locks eyes with Jason, this like crazy intense heavy metal score starts to play. And it just becomes so honed in on the two of them about to start having this big final standoff. The way that it's put together is really great. I enjoyed watching it, and I don't really even care about Friday the 13th this much. If I loved both of these franchises the way that I'm sure so many people do, I would be like peeing my pants excited. So they start doing their big fight, and it's a very interesting dynamic to see like how it will unfold because obviously Jason is big and strong, but that strength is also a disadvantage because it makes him very burly and cumbersome. Freddy is not like that. He's pretty spry and agile, so he can move around a lot more and kind of dodge Jason because his swings are all just very matter of fact like that, and Freddy gets to be a little bit more resourceful with it. So it's interesting to watch it unfold. And the fact that Freddy is a little bit more nimble does give him some chance. So it's not like you're watching this and you're instantly like, well, this is stupid. Like, nothing's ever gonna come from this besides this one exact thing happening. Unfortunately, Linderman, the nerd guy, got thrown into some metal by Jason, and he's hurt pretty bad. Kia is trying to like help him out. They have like a thing going on. It doesn't make any sense, and it would never ever work. They have nothing. I don't know why they tried to make that a thing. It doesn't matter because they're both about to die. But I was like, stop trying to make this happen. He's like, please leave. Like, I'll be fine. I just need to rest a second. But then, like, you look down and, like, there's, like, blood pouring out of his back. So he dies instantly. And Kia goes to try to get help. She finds herself kind of back in Camp Crystal Lake. And she sees that Freddy, at this moment in time, has spotted Lori and Will. And he is going towards them. So she starts talking shit with Freddy to distract him. And the things that both of them say in this scene are questionable. And I will tell you a little bit about them right now. This tracks for Freddy Krueger because he is like supposed to be a terrible person. But he says like something about her being dark meat, which is fucking crazy. And then she calls him the F slur back to him, which is also crazy, and it's just like this very 2000s moment where I'm like, both of y'all need to not be saying anything else ever again at this point in time. I expect this from, you fucking weirdo. Kia, now you gotta chill out, girl. Anyway, while she's standing there like insulting him, he just kind of does that very like quintessential like it's just like that very fun Freddy Krueger thing where he's like, and points behind her, and when she turns around, big old Jason standing right there and instantly like throws her into a tree and kills her. I do like Looney Tune-esque Freddy Krueger. I don't respect Looney Tune Freddy Krueger, but I do enjoy watching him. But it's not like I'm like, I really loved that time when Freddy Krueger was like a Looney Tune. But when I see it, I go, that's really fun that Freddy Krueger is being a Looney Tune. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? That's how I feel about most of these. I'm like, that was fun. I didn't respect him, but it was fun. And then in the first one in A New Nightmare, I'm like, I respect him right now, just for like what he is. I like it. But so Key is dead. They're back to fighting. Jason and Freddy, I mean. Will and Lori have the perfect opportunity here to just leave. But Lori is like, I refuse to leave until I see him kill Freddy because Freddy killed my mom and I'm upset about it. Which, like, sure. But, like, that's this so stupid. That's so stupid. That's just like so stupid. But at this point in time, we just kind of have like multiple action sequences. I will describe them to you in very not great detail. So they're mostly just fan service, but they are interesting and I think kind of show a little bit more of that dynamic between the two of them and let you know a little bit more about like watching Freddy Krueger. Because the only reason that Freddy is able to stand a chance against Jason is because he has to be kind of like resourceful and innovative because he's never going to win in just like a hand-to-hand combat situation. So at one point they're off in this construction yard and there's all these like huge compressed air canisters. I don't know what the fuck those are used for in construction, but I'm sure something. And Freddy is like, oh, well, I can like open these and launch them like missiles at Jason. And I think that's very interesting to see like what little things he comes up with to kind of try to get the upper hand, even though it kind of is just like a constant thing of like, Freddy gets the upper hand. Oh no, something happens and now Jason's like right on him. And then like now we're like, okay, well, he's screwed again. So it does go on a bit, but it's fun to watch. And again, if I was someone who loved Jason as much as I liked Freddy, and I was like, these two are fighting, and I got to see them whack at each other for 30 minutes straight, I'd be having a good time. And I'm still having a decent time, but I'm not having as good of a time as someone who loves both these characters like crazy. At one point in time while this big fight is happening, Freddy does manage to get Jason's machete off of him, and it honestly does seem for a minute like Freddy is about to like fully win. But then Lori is able to start a fire, which is of course Freddy's fear. So then that distracts him for a minute and Jason is able to kind of like regain some of his composure. I don't really think composure is a word I'd ever use to describe lumbering Jason Voorhees, but you know what I mean. But like by regaining some of his ground, that basically just means that they're both super close to each other and are like digging around inside each other's chests. Like it's kind of pretty intimate, to be honest. Like it's just Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees just like really close to each other and like inside each other, basically. Like not like that, but like not like that. So whatever of those canisters that Freddy didn't use to launch at Jason are like starting to get close to fire. So they start exploding. Lori and Will jump into the water at this point. The first smart thing they have done since they decided they were going to stay and watch this whole thing for no reason. They end up back on the dock after it seems like the air has settled and they hear this loud clomping sound that sounds like it would be Jason. And we can see the tip of his machete in the shot, except it isn't Jason. It is Freddy with the machete, and he raises it like he's about to kill Lori. I guess at this point, Lori is kind of like his big game hunt because like he hasn't been able to get anyone, and she's like the one at the core of that. So he really wants to kill her if possible. But I guess thankfully, you could say in these circumstances for Lori, Jason had ripped off one of Freddy's arms. and the arm that he ripped off was the one with the glove. So from behind Freddy, you see his own glove kind of like go all the way through him. And Jason has gotten Freddy. He's down for the count, not necessarily dead, but then Laurie picks up the machete and looks at Freddy and says, "Welcome to my world, bitch," and cuts his head off. Jason has already started sinking under the water, so Laurie just like throws the machete in there at him, and her and Will get the hell out of there. And then we have a hard cut to a sunny day on the lake. Where have we seen this before? Jason's theme starts to play, and we see movement in the water, and Jason is slowly starting to rise out of the water and walk towards the shore. He has Freddy's decapitated head in his hands, and we get a close-up on that head as it's walking past us, and that head looks directly into the camera and winks. And then we hear Freddy's laugh one more time as we cut to the credits, placed with, you guessed it, more heavy metal music. And that is the end of Freddy vs. Jason. That only took 3 fucking days. Holy shit, I haven't even done the middle parts. Oh my god, this is taking so long. All right, let's talk about this one. I'm a little nervous. Here's the thing. This movie is fun and enjoyable, and I like what it's doing. I have a very big problem with this movie, though. I'm going to be really honest, and people are probably going to get mad at me, and that's okay. This is the only movie in the franchise that makes me uncomfortable. I consider myself to be a pretty reasonable person. So like if I can look at something and see that the intention was good, even if I do not think it was portrayed well, I can still give it the grace that I think it deserves based on what someone was going for. I cannot see a way that the thing that I have an issue with from this movie is ever good intention. I just can't. I'm very sorry. I think that Robert Englund understands Freddy Krueger. I think that Wes Craven understands Freddy Krueger. I think that I understand Freddy Krueger. I also think that almost every other director understands Freddy Krueger, even if they change him tonally. At its core, it still makes sense. Freddy Krueger has always been suggestive with these teenagers. He is a predator. That is the point. However, none of these movies have ever made me feel like I'm supposed to be enjoying and liking it until this one. Near the end of the movie, I'm going to get a little bit in the weeds for a second because I feel like I need to explain exactly what happens to get my point across, so use your discretion as to whether or not you want to hear me discuss this. Near the end of the movie, there is a part where Freddy and Laurie are in Laurie's dream, and Laurie is laying on the ground in a like thin white nightgown. Not the first time we've seen that in the series. Not a big deal. And Freddy is over her and doing his normal Freddy thing. He's being super suggestive. He's saying things like, "Don't worry, princess, the first time is supposed to hurt." Gross. Terrible. Right? Okay. Yes, Freddy Krueger is always gross and terrible. This is not the first time he has said something really sexual in a teenager's face while he's like leering over them. This is the only time, though, that when I look at it and I see how it's shot, I can tell they want me to like it. And I have a problem with that. Okay, let me explain what I mean. In this portion, this is accompanied by like long sweeping shots of Laurie's body, like her bare legs. There is a part where we are closing in on Freddy's claws, and it is very slowly and slightly lifting the edge of her nightgown, almost as if to tease us. This is the only time I have watched one of these movies, looked what was happening on screen, and thought, someone wants me to think this is hot. Obviously not me specifically, I'm a woman. That is part of the problem, though. When I sit there and think about a predominantly male audience that is getting probably turned on by this, and I don't even say that to villainize the audience, honestly. It's meant to make you feel that way, even if it's subconscious. and you don't have any real control over it, like that's what they want you to feel. They want you to feel this way. That's why it's shot that way. That's what makes me uncomfortable because I'm a woman. But when I think about an audience of mostly men and what seeing that might do, because this is also something that young men watch a lot, what that might do to their perception of sexuality, it's scarier than anything else that has happened in any of these movies up until this point to me. And it's confusing because earlier in the movie, it seems like they are taking a very different stance, because you have that scene where Gibbs is passed out in the cornfield, and then that guy comes and is like about to assault her and is on top of her, and then Jason kills him. Now, do I think that in a way that point is significantly weakened because they also immediately killed the girl who did nothing wrong too? So it's kind of like they're both bad because she is stupid and got passed out. Yes, I think that the point is weakened and watered down, but I can see what they were going for. This is what I mean by I can see the nuance in things, but I cannot look at that and justify this. And I know at the end of the movie, she cuts his head off, and it's redemptive, and it's full circle. I can't get over the way that it was shot. I really can't. That has nothing to do with the story. It really is all about the choices that were made cinematically to make that come together. I have a very huge problem with it. It makes me feel so gross. Even all of the other movies that have randomly thrown fucking topless women in there, it is never framed as, oh, Freddy is attacking someone who is topless, and it's about the fact that they're topless. Honestly, the like naked women are always used as an agent of Freddy on his side. It's not against Freddy. And even if that wasn't the case, they're never shot in a way where it's like close up on Freddy about to assault someone. Look how tantalizing this is. Maybe that's not a complete thought. I've just been thinking about it for a few days and trying to figure out how to verbalize why that specific part makes me want to like physically recoil and turn off my TV when much grosser things have happened in this franchise and I've never felt that way about any of them. And that is how I can currently communicate it to you in this moment. So maybe I will refine my point if someone starts arguing with me in the comments, and then we can go from there. Anyway, let's talk about the remake. I don't really have a super huge desire to go into this fully. I'm not doing a plot point by point breakdown. It's not necessary. Most of it is the same. Some of it is changed. All in all, here's the thing. I don't hate this. I feel like there's a very negative perception of this remake, and I feel like it gets a pretty bad rap. But I think it's fine. I don't know. I don't hate it. There are things about it that I actually really like. I enjoy the way that they kind of have integrated moments into this where we have like pre-death burn Freddy. Now, I think that you can do that more effectively because it is a remake and most people that are watching it know the original story, so they already know what they're going to be seeing and it's not confusing when you integrate it. It works a lot more seamlessly, but I like that flow. I like how that happens. I also like the fact that, you know, at a point in time, the kids are confused as to whether or not it actually happened. I think that that is probably maybe could have been handled a little better, but I think that's a very interesting, like, little side bit to put into that. Like, why is he showing them all of this? For them to think, did we lie on him and he's pissed at us? And then to find out that they didn't and he just, like, is, like, that much of a sadistic fuck. I think that's very interesting. I think that was a very interesting thing that they were trying to do. Now, I don't like a lot too. First of all, main thing I realized days after watching it while I was just sitting and thinking about it and had nothing to do with anything that was going on in front of me, purely in my brain, they still have the parents kill him in the boiler room. But in this version, his like little lair where he takes the kids is in that preschool. So there's no need. Why is he in the boiler room? That's a very big hole to me. Like the whole point in the original was that he took them to the boiler room. That's why they found him there. But in this one, like, there's a false wall in the preschool, and there's like a little creepy fucking layer back there with like a bed and shit in it. Why is he in the boiler room? Oh, something else I like. This is probably going to jump around a little bit. This is just a general vibe situation. I don't even have anything else written on my laptop. I like the micro nap thing because that is a complaint that I do have a little bit with a lot of the original ones, just because it seems like near the end of the movie when they want to up the stakes every time, they kind of abandon the like must be asleep thing just so that something cool that you're not expecting can happen, which I get and it doesn't bug me that much. But the introduction of the concept of a micro nap in this one kind of takes care of that entire plot hole thing, even if it doesn't make that much sense. It still takes care of it and it gives a logical reason as to why randomly in the grocery store Nancy is seeing Freddy for no reason. Now, speaking of Nancy, no reason for that character to be named Nancy. It was simply name recognition, but that is nothing like Nancy Thompson. Completely different. No other character has the same name. And I know it's just name recognition, but like as a Nancy Thompson lover, it is a little annoying to me. Now, I have a very this is kind of I have a thing that I think explains something visually problematic that I not well, let me not say problematic. When I watch this movie, I always feel like something is a little off visually, and I think I know what it is. When I think of like Robert Englund, I think that he has a very uniquely perfect face shape to have a bunch of incredibly heavy makeup on it. What I mean by that is that so much texture on like a fully burned mask. And I feel like Robert Englund's facial features are spread apart enough and pronounced enough where nothing is lost within that makeup. It's still clearly expressive. And that's so important, especially when you're dealing with like a very like psychological thriller character like Freddy Krueger. You need to see what he's doing and how he's feeling when he does this stuff. And because of the way that Robert Englund's face is shaped, I feel like you can see it all better. Now, in the remake, Freddy is played by a man named Jackie Earle Haley. I think that he's most known for being in the Watchmen movies. He does a fantastic job at the menacing thing that Freddy has. I enjoy him in this role. I don't think he's doing anything poorly. I think it works very well. He's doing the role well. I just think that his facial expressions get lost in the makeup because his face is shaped very differently than Robert Englund's. And I think that I don't even know exactly what I think it's in the nose. I really think it's in the nose. I think that Robert Englund has a much pointier nose, and I think that that makes it stand out more. And I think that in comparison, the newer makeup looks very flat because it's kind of masking it all together. That's not anyone's fault. You know, he can't help how his face is shaped, but I think it is kind of part of where the disconnect is between audiences in this movie because it just doesn't it's much harder to connect with what's going on with him because he's not really readable. In my opinion, he's not as readable as he is in all of the original movies. I do think that taking this Freddy in that more sinister, serious direction is kind of fulfilling the original idea that Wes Craven had a little more, the kind that you kind of see reflected in New Nightmare. And I think that Wes Craven would probably like that. I need to actually look really quickly while I'm sitting here and see if Wes Craven ever said anything about this movie because it came out in 2010 and I believe Wes Craven didn't die until 2015. The fact that Freddy is preying upon and molesting these children is also much more in your face and apparent in this one. It is not subtextual. Now, I will say I think that it was intended to always be in your face, but apparently while they were making the first Nightmare, a very huge sexual abuse case in children had become very popular on TV and they decided to kind of tone that down. So this kind of was just like going back to how Wes Craven originally intended the character to be, which I can appreciate. Apparently though, I have just found through Googling, Wes Craven was not consulted at all before this movie was made, and it did not seem like he liked it all that much. So there's that. The last thing I want to say about the remake, and this is a negative and not a positive, I'm sorry to say. I feel like I've been pretty even keeled about the whole thing though. So it's a fine movie. There's just things that I don't like about it. The special effects are bad. And that's annoying to me because how did they do this all practically in 1984 and parts of it look better than yours does in 2010? You got a lot more money to make it. I don't think that should be the case. The thing that comes to mind specifically, because I know someone's going to ask me for a specific example, is the part where Freddy kind of stretches through the wall onto Nancy. So in the first one in 1984, this was done with just like a piece of latex and Robert Englund leaning into it, I believe. It is done with CGI in this one, and in my opinion, looks like shit. There's just no definite, it just looks so, ugh. It's really hard for me to even put into words. Everything just feels very flat in this one. I think that that is part of my big problem with it. I feel like the effects are flat. The makeup is flat. The acting, a lot of it, flat. I like Quentin? Is that the guy that's like paired up with Nancy the whole time? I think he's probably my favorite character. I think that he was very interesting, and that didn't happen a lot in this one. I like how at the end, Freddy comes through the mirror and gets her mom instead of that little hole in the door. That's an improvement just because it looks real. That's something that looks better than the original. But again, it's 1984. I would appreciate it if a lot more things look better than the original one that was made so many years before. I think that's all I really have to say about it, to be so completely honest with you. I know that I talked about everything else to death, and this one's getting like less than 15 minutes. But I just think it's fine. And like if it was really bad or really good, I would probably have a lot more to say. But like it's kind of just like happening, and then there's some things about it I like that are different, there's some things that I don't like that are different, and I have said my piece on it, and I have pretty much nothing else left to say. If you have any questions though, you can ask me my opinion on specific pieces that I might not be recalling or thinking about at this point in time, and I'll give you my opinion on specific things. But just thinking about the movie as a whole, that's pretty much all I can muster up for you. So that's every A Nightmare on Elm Street movie ever made, talked about ad nauseum, way too fucking long probably, and now, even though I said multiple times in the beginning of this video that this was going to be out by Halloween, it's going to come out on November 9th because I got so very sick. There is such a thing as grinding too hard, and you'll know when that happens when you throw up at work and they have to send you home. That's when you've done too much and you need to stop for a couple days. You should sleep. You gotta sleep. You gotta sleep. Take that from this franchise and from me telling you that I wasn't sleeping and I threw up and I had to go home from work. So, I hope that you enjoyed this video as far as the franchise as a whole, and if anything new is happening now with it as we go forward. The good thing about New Nightmare is that also gave Robert Shaye and Wes Craven time to kind of work out some of their differences. So I believe Wes Craven got, I don't know the exact numbers or like the actual goings on behind this, but I believe that he got some retroactive cuts from the other movies because he felt like he probably didn't get a fair shake when he signed the rights away to this without knowing what it would become. And I agree with him, and I'm glad that Robert Shaye made that right. I'm going to be honest, I think he seems like a pretty damn reasonable man, and I don't know why throughout the entire Never Sleep Again documentary that's 4 hours long, anytime anything bad happened, everyone really loved to be like, well, that was Robert Shaye. And I just don't know if I believe that. I'm going to be really honest. Anyway, in 2019, the rights for the characters went back to Wes Craven's estate. Obviously, Wes Craven passed away in 2015, but his estate is now fully in control of the characters again, so they get to choose who gets to make anything and what happens with it, as far as if anything is going to happen, if they're going to make it. Apparently, Chuck Russell, the director of the original Dream Warriors, recently said that he thinks Jim Carrey should play Freddy Krueger in any remake that were to happen. I don't say because I think Jim Carrey would be bad at it. I think he'd be great at it. I think he has shown time and time again that he has a lot of range. I think that with the way we as a people currently consume media, I think it can't be a famous person. I fear it has to be an unknown. I think that if you put Jim Carrey in that role, everyone's just going to be talking about how Jim Carrey's in that role. I don't want it to be about that. I want it to be about this. I want it to be about Dream Warriors. I don't want it to be about Jim Carrey being in the role. And that's all anyone will talk about. And that's a big fear that I have, that everything else will get lost if you put a very big name in as Freddy Krueger. I think that you can't. I think you can choose a bigger name for like your kids, you know, for your teenagers. All the Stranger Things kids are about to be unemployed. Stick them in another fucking 80s thing, you know? Just pop them right in there. Let's just get it going. But I think you need to not choose a famous person. I mean, a super famous person to play Freddy Krueger. I think you can't. Please don't. Please. Please. That's not me saying I think Jim Carrey do a bad job. I think he'd do a wonderful job. But also, I'm pretty sure he does kind of method, and I do worry. I do worry about that. I do worry about what would happen if you went method for a character like Freddy Krueger. I do think that might be a bad thing that would happen. So, yeah, I, in a way, would like to see what Jim Carrey could do with it, but I don't trust the general public to move normally after that were to happen in a way where we can talk about the series as a whole and not just Jim Carrey, is basically what I'm trying to say. So I don't think it should be him. But I hope it does happen. I would love more Nightmare on Elm Street content, and I would love for it to be good. So I think after all of that, if I can close my fucking mouth and get this over with, I just want to say thank you so much for watching this video. If you have made it this far into this insanely long video, you better be subscribed to this channel. Are you serious? Hit the button. Oh my god. Also, you better comment and tell me what your favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie is. If I had to rank them for you right now, here's what I would say. I would say, number one, I feel like I have to put the original 1984, A Nightmare on Elm Street, just because it has to be that way. Number two, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Duh, of course. I love that movie. Number three would probably be Dream Warriors. I'm looking at my board, which is still over here in the corner, as I make this distinction. Number three would be Dream Warriors. I think that it still has Nancy in it. I'm very much a Nancy Thompson person. Four would be... I'm torn between Dream Master and Freddy's Dead. I'll be honest. I like Freddy's Dead more stylistically, but I like what Dream Master does more for the narrative. Okay, I'll put Dream Master at 4, Freddy's Dead at 5, Dream Child at 6, and Freddy's Revenge at 7. And then I'm not going to rank Freddy vs. Jason because it's not really a part of the whole thing. And also, I don't like Jason that much, so it would be pointless for me to put that anywhere. So, yeah, what did I just say? If I'm ranking them, it's 1, original A Nightmare on Elm Street, 2, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, 3, Dream Warriors, 4, Dream Master, 5, Freddy's Dead, 6, Dream Child, and then 7, Freddy's Revenge. I'm sorry, Freddy's Revenge. I wanna like it. I like what you were going for, honestly. I feel like most people don't, but I could have been down with it, but why'd you do that to him? Why'd you put him out there with all those kids? That is really bad. I wish you hadn't. Maybe I would like you more then. Anyway, as I said at the beginning of this video, links to the Boston Power Pop Girl Show are in the description here. You can follow me on Instagram if you want updates for like different things that I'm doing, if I'm performing anywhere, where I'm performing, what's going on in my life. I'm constantly teasing what I'm making next there too. It's just a fun time. You should come. Come join me. I think a few of you have followed me. I've gotten some random followers recently. Thank you. More of you come, please. All right. I don't want to talk anymore. This video is so fucking long. This is not a good outro. It's fine though. I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the love on Ballad as Falling Birds and Snakes. I hope this one does well, but I'm missing the Halloween boat, so it might do really badly. We'll see what happens. apparently Freddy can exist people